Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew I would this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils.
Overlooking back, where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back, where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free.
castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be.
She make music with a body, call her Pandora, Spotify. Dudes got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done, in fact she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, caramelize. Watch her dance off, she putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off, still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tense like they on the
She
campground.
makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew I would this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince and the Papa. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
夹起尾巴，跑回去找你的主人吧。
像上一场一样陷入哔哩哔哩的这种发育
这
的。
里要反推吗？但后续的话，沙火这个位置很尴尬了，被机先放大。
哎，
很尴尬了，被机先放大。
哎，
哎
大放
呦，这里
空了
拉到直接单杀拿下一血。
闻到懦夫的味道了吗，刚宗？
说猪女大招也是快好了，想接一波团的，
还是差一点时间。
但是
这个位置可以看得出来，他是想在侧面给压力。
像懦夫一样逃窜的。
中塔还要推的话， RNG 想打，
中美大招先甩住了之后，这边陆皮闪现拉开一个身段，爬过来的一个阿修罗没直接收掉。
飞机一个 W 上去点掉维鲁斯之后，这边宝蓝能跑吗？好像也有点难跑了。
寒冷不会心存怜悯，喂不饱野兽的话，你就是食物了。
这上路已经炸线了，下路找到机会上来一个抬，一个闪现。
哦哟，这个 W 抬的真的准，但转头一勾 ，Miko 这边也得赶紧交自己的闪现。
这边技能多呀，而且倒钩的羽毛数量是不够的，猪妹这里只能强行下路帮忙越了。兄弟 ，Miko 没闪，我们这波怎么说 ？Q 闪没有打到 Miko， 反而是卡莎转身又被抬了起来。
动起来的目标才能活得更久。
泰坦这里还好有个护盾，换了一个，第二个还有，完了炸穿。
哇，这一波扛塔上出现了问题，舍身扛到极致了之后，是老贼在扛塔呀。
这身皮肤活在我身上，与我一起。
囚禁我的人们，将付出痛苦的代价。
这波场上很关键。
卡萨这位置确实好像不错的样子啊，没办法，
又是阿修罗，有没有机会？又是阿修罗，但是阿修罗是有水泥。水泥的阿修罗并不好杀，这边要过来了，老牛一样，Q 起来4个人，九桶接大招，瑞文这边进场，想先把卡萨这边是拉了一下瑞文，但自己应该是要被秒掉了。狼星也进场打出瑞文的一个春哥，看莫格纳已经倒地，狼星想先小炮被秒掉了。
跪下，你们这些凡人！
小炮被秒掉了，卡莎这边进场，狼星这边战斗力很强，又是 Q 一人炸死了阿修罗，狼星这边1个人断了对方3个，打到一个 triple kill。
如今，我侍奉新的主人，湮灭。
终于来了，上马！给我一把好刀，再给我一个目标就行了。
前面2波的这个回程都是有点瑕疵，但这一波如果 RNG 不犯类似的错误的话，我不认为
还是难打。这边要开阿卡丽，
我就在这儿。
开阿卡丽，但阿卡丽这边还是有生存能力的，这边南宫大招下的还可以，但是伤好像差了一点。这边骚风进场直接被秒掉了，阿卡丽技能挂在一个皇子身上，这边明怎么办？小明的话应该是被换掉，但是纷纷那边也是个大人头倒地。
如果他们够聪明，就已经下过胆了。
卡莎切过来，切到对方3人配合阿卡丽，阿卡丽拿了一个3杀，优在这边还有大招秀，倒钩有没有？这里的话优在应该是要被换掉了。卡莎跟阿卡丽活到了最后的最后，3换5杀的阿卡丽。
我的天哪！
果然忍者 buff 仅存1个的时候才是最强的。
我已经在考虑下一个目标了。
No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. never let you in.
Our castle.
过去的辉煌从不是压力的枷锁，未达的巅峰反而促使我们不断前行。
老队友的告别让我背负更多渴望，再度崛起的夏天只是这段征程的开始。
RNG这边能不能利用好这个机会？但是剩下外面进场要秒决赛，差一个，哎，这个局面又不好说了。
因为我知道
还有更高的舞台等着我们去一展拳脚。
春季赛和洲际赛的结果对我们来说是苦涩和遗憾的，
但只有经历过成长路上的坎坷，才能品味收获成熟时的喜悦。
这一次我们不会让机会从手中溜走。
边亚左哈带继续哈带，一个哈带又打断了，滑起来了呀！
这一次我们让世界知道我们的名字。这一次我们准备好了。
It's time for another semi-finals here in the LPL Summer 2019 between RNG and Top Esports. And over here, back in Beijing in JDG's arena, we're going to welcome Raz and Clement, who are beside me as we look at our MVP ceremony for 2019 Summer. Gentlemen, welcome.
Yeah, and we're going to go into with our hostess, Shishi here, right in the Beijing Stadium. This is the Jingdong Arena. However, RNG also hails from this city. And we're going to start with the ceremony. They are giving us some hints right now. They're not revealing the name just yet. We have seen it on Twitter.
But we've already seen it! We know! Because just so you guys know out there, the MVP has already been announced, and as you can see,
there he is.
Woo. 15 regular split MVPs, highest DPM of the league, and here are some just sick-ass plays to show you why he's deserving it.
而且奈特从一技能从左侧进来，是直接切掉了，南风死掉了。正面女是在乱战中脱点了一个霞，虽然这时候游到一个伊托连挑起人，但是没有人可以阻止奈特无止境的一个输出。奈特再斩皇子以后，车厘知道自己走不掉，金身火烤想换掉 Ben。上来有一个连招，连一下嘎啦，差一丝血消除自己的闪现，一个一技能碰到了4个人，哇呀，奈特这个一技能直接炸穿了，当时这波拿到土，为什么不撤呀？
脚踩人高，这波直接过来要打了，瑞族出现这个
36这个位置会给机会啊
！36被减速给到了，36被秒了。
这个机会，但是卢仙跟这个塔山还有收割能力，卢仙这边进场，塔山被逼断，罗子马基被秒了，这边还没有死，图尔根还是一个金身，ADD 过来垫了一下，但是这个问题是谁来杀死个奈特？奈特跟塔山要收割战场了，完全是一个个人秀。掉了巨魔，又逼出了下一个闪现，奈特这波闪现以后被闪现跟着套一，但是他回身的一个一代 Q 竟然把威恩的人都给换下来，
而且一个小走位没有死，这一波奈特太秀了！
天哪，奈特！
关键就是秦岭宝石这种阵容，一旦优势了以后，他们是可以无脑开的。来，上路这一波，这里萨拉斯可能要出事儿了，但是人有点多，萨拉斯怎么选？反正只要秒你，
传上给大，这边直接天顶真的杀2个！
天哪，
无敌了！待会金身 W 能不能转好？
来一下，
再回来，这个时候 W 还没好，
哇，差一点1v5，哇，奈太可怕了，这个选手。
That's right, your Summer Split regular season MVP is Knight. Second in spring, finally hits the title in summer. And it is very well deserved as he comes out onto the stage.
And we're just reading through some of his stats right now. 15 times regular split MVP's highest DPM. Can you give us an intro to yourself? Hello, everyone. I am Top Esports' mid laner, Knight. I want to ask you, how do you keep your performance at such a high level throughout the regular split? I just practice a lot. I think I practice more than other people, and I just keep on working hard. And now we will welcome Ms. Han Xu to give the MVP regular split award tonight.
Yeah, bring it out.
欢迎您。哇，沉甸甸的一个奖杯，那我们也可以一起面向前方合张影，记录一下这个荣誉时刻。
Does seem like a very hefty award that you're getting right here. Let's please take a picture here.
Looks beautiful.
Of
course, a year's worth of work.
And it will actually be the 6th straight mid laner that we're giving an MVP. And what do you feel about this regular split performance that you've reached top 4 once more? I feel very happy about it. It does show our progress as a team.
Well, Knight gets MVP, very well deserved. You're right, Clement, it was a hefty award. But welcome back to the LPL English and to the desk here for today for RNG Top Esports. Raz, Clement, myself, and Steric are going to run you through it. And a good way to start by looking at the achievement of Knight and of Top Esports through the season.
Yeah, I love the fact that we've done this now consistently. Before the series happens, that we do give the just dues to the player that wins that MVP.
Right.
I love the fact you're also talking about, mentioning that, consistent mid lane MVPs, Rookie's got it, Doombee's got it, having the ability to now give it back to Knight, who's had a fantastic year. Really felt like that debate in the spring split between Doombee and we're also having Sav, who has a discussion coming through this one.
Yes, we did.
But like Doombee and Knight, both players that are completely different. Knight having the raw mechanics and just being, in my opinion, like that best mid laner in the world in terms of mechanics alone, versus Doombee, who just commands a team so well.
Yeah, Knight for us is definitely the best individual player we have in the LPL, bar any single position right there. And you could see in the clip, he does it on so many different champions.
Yeah.
Lucian mid, Camille mid. He played 18 different picks this split, tying with Chovy and Doombee as the most in the entire world, and he was good on every single one of them. That is what's truly surprising and truly deserving. An individual player able to command so much respect and make so much difference for the team.
That's right, now he wants to go that extra leap and bound. He gets MVP for the regular season, but he wants to go further than that. That will be coming up to today as we look closer at playoffs. Now, yesterday, a quick recap. FPX and BLG was an awesome semi-final that you have to go back and watch, because now with that, FPX have qualified for Worlds and the Grand Final.
And remember, the story for BLG is not over yet because of that 3rd place, 4th place match. They need to be able to hit that 3rd place mark if they want to find themselves in the gauntlet run. It's been a damn good train throughout the playoffs to find ourselves so close to the finish line.
Yeah.
Really just need to be able to find out who gets to the finals and meets FPX.
And it feels like the Usurpers versus the Dynasty in this one. Both teams, if they win, will go to the World Championships, but RNG has made finals 6 times, starting since 2016, while
Right.
Top Esports, a new franchising team, it's between old blood and new blood.
That's why it is about the journey. So remember, this matchup has big implications for the league. RNG, Top Esports, the winner of this goes to Worlds, not only just finals to verse FPX, but we have to have a quick talk about Top Esports and their progression, and especially towards Knight and how this team actually runs, Raz.
Yeah, simply because, and I'm going to hand it off to Clement, but remember, these teams, this is the first best of 5 we're going to be seeing from them in the playoffs, because yesterday we saw FPX coming in because they were a top 2 seed. Now we're seeing the same thing from Top Esports, so take it away.
That good semifinals, straight slotting into the semifinals, and Top Esports are built on the laning phase, 2nd best laning phase of the LPL. And what's peculiar about them is they actually artificially extend the laning phase. They have the the least towers taken at 20 minutes. Right. They like to go back to that, and keep on advancing their advantages, but they also close down very abruptly after that. They have one of the highest Baron power plays in the league at 2nd place, and after that, one of the fastest win rates.
And I love the fact that we're showing 369 and Knight here, simply because if you have iconic players like them, you want to extend the laning phase. You want to isolate matchups. And so the picks that we've been talking about for 369 has been the likes of Knight, or at least has been the likes of Jax.
Right.
And then for both of these players, they're incredibly good Aurelia players. So look at these moments in team fights, because when they find those one huge team fights to be able to nail, last time they went up against RNG, it went the distance. Top Esports were able to take it off the back of what was a heroic play from 369, and then talking about just the star power that this team has. In this specific game versus Victory 5, Knight found this incredible play here in the team fight. 30 seconds later, was able to nail it down in the laning phase. And then off this huge lead that he had, found himself outside lane. XX was able to support him well enough, and they were able to have such a snowball early game. As you've mentioned, a fastest win time from the LPL teams. This team knows how to take the advantages that they have in their solo lanes, and then just end up ramming it through the enemy team.
They're super heavy on the laning phase. They turn into a 1-3-1 after that. And then they're extremely clean to close out games, which is a rarity in the LPL. I kind of mentioned them in the same category as IG, but instead of going to every fight they can take, they look on how to close out the game fastest after the laning
That was
phase.
the general idea, wasn't it? At one point, I think in spring, I was questioning the IG light, but they've gone so much further past that. Now, of course, when we're talking about the matchup here today and what the audience out there should look towards, we once again recommend Knight going into Xiaohu, a mid lane fiasco that I love to see.
Yeah, because honestly, when it came down to the RNG versus Top Esports matchup, the real question was who is going to get that MVP of the split. Xiaohu had had such a masterful performance throughout the split entirely, but Knight was matching him through and through. Knight went up against him in that series and had a dominant performance, and I feel like that was one of the reasons why Knight was ending up, holding that title at the end.
And we do see a difference in these two's play styles. You have Xiaohu being the more active player earlier on in his K+A at 15 minutes, roaming around with Karsa, getting stuff done. He's very dominant in the early game, but later on he does hand it over to Uzi. You can see a CS per minute, actually 15th in mid laners, while Knight is much more self-centered. He's about setting himself up as the sole carry and playing those side lanes.
Yeah, that's what's so different about these two teams, really, because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, RNG will move away from Xiaohu. In fact, he'll be playing the likes of Karma and Corki, and they'll allow the bottom side of the map to flourish, and it's going to be Uzi who picks up the majority of this farming, time to be able to pick up resources in the jungle. But for Top Esports, it's all about Knight. What Knight does, Top Esports does. Well, if you go into the side lane as an Aurelia, XX will follow you, and so that's where, Xiaohu is going to have a tough time. Because he was already getting bullied a little bit in the LNG series, and it's going to be even harder now that this team is centered around the mid lane.
Xiaohu wants to step out of the shadow of Uzi and make his own legacy within RNG, while Knight is still trying to build his own. With that in mind, moving into the series, the last semi-final of summer, and of 2019, by the way. Clement, let's start with your prediction. Tell me where you stand in RNG versus Top.
I really do see RNG winning out 3-1 with the veteranship, with the experience. As we were talking about, 6 finals appearances already, while Top Esports has really flunked their playoffs and Rift Rivals performances. Even though they have the better solo lanes, I think, in this matchup, they really have to prove that they can take it beyond the laning phase to hang with RNG.
Yeah, this is honestly the toughest conversation you can have, because Top Esports throughout the regular season in both splits have proved to be the better team. That's just the fact. But the issue here is that, as you've mentioned, in the big stage, a lot of the time it comes down to experience and confidence and wielding your playstyle. And Top Esports wasn't able to accomplish that in Rift Rivals, as you mentioned, in splitting playoffs in both not only the semifinals matchup, but also when they went up against FPX in the third, fourth place match. So issue is, I don't see it happening. XX just has to play well. I think that's really the story of the day. So I have RNG picking this one up 3-1 just as well. I think it's a real difficult call, but that's it for me.
I sat on RNG as well, Raz, but I sat in a 3-2 now. To finish this one off, before we do go to our guest prediction, remember that for RNG and Top Esports, they didn't hit their marks in spring playoffs as we expected them to, so that's why it's so shaky for me. That's why going to all 5 games I see as a bit of a likelihood here. But speaking of that guest prediction, Raz, I know I'll let you introduce, because it's someone who used to be on the team, and I want to see where they stand.
So Frosk, coming into this one, is going to be the guest prediction, and much like us, she believes that it's going to be RNG.
Oh, okay.
But she does have some stipulations. That's why it's wide open. There's not going to be a hard number here. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to the mid lane matchup, in which Xiaohu, at least in the LNG series, was pummeled a lot, couldn't take weak side very well. So when he's going up against Knight, he needs to be able to get the matchup he wants. The Karma is going to be something that we're going to be looking towards. The Corki, that's pretty difficult to kill. As long as he can keep up, going towards team fights, that's the RNG that you need to see. So she has it with that, with those preconditions.
Wide open. Okay, so it's RNG across the board, but
feels bad, doesn't it?
But I still like the one game at least motivates me to say that you're still on the fence in some regard towards top esports finding something, right?
You have to give that to Knight. I think that's where the respect comes in. He dominated the matchup last time they played against each other. And at the end of the day, we're basing our predictions off of the experience, the veteranship. But if you break it down, Top actually have a stronger top side. Kind of surprising, no pun intended right there. 369 versus Longxing is going to be a lopsided matchup. If the jungle pressure does go in favor of 369, I think they are very suited to playing carry top laners, while RNG traditionally, they play towards the bot side. They pull resources away from Longxing, and if Longxing doesn't get that Aatrox, I think RNG's top side could be in trouble.
Wait a minute. DX Master, what are you reading?
What?
你问我在哪儿啊？
You're asking me where I
不
am?
正常人类研究中心啊。
I am in the Abnormal Human Research Center.
Oh!
啊
What?
你问我是谁啊？
You're asking me who I am?
不值一提。
It's not
不
worth
值一提
mentioning.
我呢
Look away!
你叫我阿邪就行了。
Call me 阿邪。
我呢，之前是打败过一些人。
I have
但是
defeated some
后来
people in
发
my
现
life.
没
But I
人是我的
realized
对手，
no
才
one
跑到这里
is my
亲
opponent.
近亲近要不谁能关得住我呀？
So I just wanted to chill out here.
不过今天我发现，
Who
这
could
报纸上
actually
说
cage me?，
在那个拯救者接地气电子竞技中心有场高手对决。
But today I figured out that two elite teams
看看他们是怎么说
are
的
going to
啊
fight it out at the venue today. So I wanted to come here.
Yeah! Take a seat.
哦，天才领衔，逐渐成熟的青年军团
Oh,，you have a
年轻
genius
有为
youths,
同样也
teams
到
that are
了
fearless
开
but
花结
growing,
果之
and they're
时。
ready to blossom.
哦，这是滔
This is
博
Top
呀
Esports.
Oh, he's a wise man.
It's very literal as well.
DX Master is
上
one
单
of a
的
kind.
369，打野的熊熊，中单 Knight，下路的 Loken，辅助的 Ben。
You're going to have your starting lineup right here. 369 in the top lane, Xiong Xiong jungle, Knight as we just saw, Loken and Ben in the bottom lane, and BSYY as coach.
And just so you people out there know, Xiong Xiong is his nickname. XX is what you'll be seeing on the Rift itself. He's a great communicator, by the way. Every single time the camera is shot on him, he's always talking.
He's loud.
He always has passion behind
Yeah, he
him.
does.
The man talks that talk.
而另一边呢，
On the other side,
他们是这么说的：
this is what they say about him.
新援补强，彻底回
New
魂的金
members
色之师，
returning to
辉煌和
old
荣耀，
glory.
要他们用
We're going to see the
胜利去
golden
捍
shout
卫。
rain come down.
哦，这是 RNG。
This is RNG.
Bring him out.
上单的狼行，打野的
Longxing from top lane, jungler Karsa, Xiaohu from mid, and then you have Uzi and Ming rounding out the bottom side with Coach Steak.
There we go.
And of course, when you're in Beijing, it's not hard to make the journey from RNG's arena over to JDG. So, crowds out in force here today.
There we go. Remember, we're still in Beijing, pretty close to the Beijing arena that RNG has there. So certainly the fans there are going to resonate a little bit close to them. But wait a second.
无坚不破，唯快不破。
Okay, so he's chanting with some curses here.
究竟谁比谁更坚固？
Who will
谁比谁更
defeat the
快
other?
呢？
Who's faster? Who's
我
stronger?
期待
I am so
毕竟他
excited.
们打完之后，我们就能在世界赛上
When they finish, we will know who will go to Worlds.
안녕하세요. 만나서
He's speaking Japanese now. I don't know.
Where's the security?
I haven't practiced in years.
Get him out of here.
Oh my god.
Good lord, DX Master needs to be escorted out of the damn facility.
Magnificent. Clever, did you have any idea what character he was?
Yeah, that's a reference to the Kung Fu movie. It was a Hong Kong movie by Zhou Xingci, a very famous kind of like comedian in that genre. So very out there. It's very well known in the Chinese scene, but probably a little bit hard to translate.
If you guys need a reason to watch JD games, DX Master is definitely one of them. He just has so many of these skits, honestly. Like the favorite one for me, as I mentioned yesterday, was that Avengers skit.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Snapping his finger, decked out in purple. This man was ready for the stage.
I mean, he's only come in this split, so it's just magnificent that we get the luxury of seeing what we'll call a great host in action. So great way to introduce us to top esports and RNG. And he's right, the winner of this series goes to Worlds. So why not dress up, build up the momentum, build up the hype for this upcoming best of 5?
And you have to give it to the Beijing home team as well. Like we were mentioning, we have home and away systems in the LPL. And fortunately enough for RNG, their home stadium is located in Beijing.
Close.
So you can just feel all of that home crowd energy shifting their way as well.
And so for me coming into this series, I know people already know what our predictions are. For us on the desk, it's just stacked out in RNG. And I don't want people to come out there and expect this to be a clean series. It's going to be a fight. As you can see, just based off the stats alone, it's favoring. Well, let me double check. What the hell is this?
There's a lot of stats right here.
What am I looking at, Clement? You tell me. Why does it have RNG?
We have to mention this. Knight only joined Top Esports in 2019.
Yeah.
Since he's joined, they've won all of their series, but before that, it was RNG favored, which I have to say isn't that fair.
This needs context. You can't just have RNG winning out all of those games, and you're like, wait a minute, Knight just came in recently? Like, honestly, it's been, at least in the Summer Split. So in the Summer Split, it's been decked out for Top Esports. The series that we showed to you, of course, went the distance. It did go to a 3-game series, but it was Knight having full control in the mid lane. And these team fights working out so well. In fact, the iconic team fight being around, you know, Sejuani. This is in game 2, by the way. I'm sure we'll have this, the replay of what happened in the 3rd game, in which it was Karsa getting caught out in that final fight. That 4-man, you know, Counter-Strike. Really being able to nail it for that team. So at the end of the day, I think Top Esports comes in with the skill factor. And it's RNG that has that evolution throughout the entire playoffs. So I want to see what Top Esports has, because we haven't seen them in some time. In fact, the last time we saw them go up against FPX, they got trolled based off of DoMB taking
That was
the
an interesting
jungle,
series, yeah.
and then got outplayed during those fights. So I want to see if Top Esports has something here tonight.
Because it's exciting when you realize that they have their head-to-head in Summer. May not mean anything on paper, but when you look at the strength of Top Esports, noticing that game 3 that we're now getting a look at, where 369 and Knight styled on them, that's the fear.
And so 369 for me is the player to watch, because during the regular season, he is a boss. There's a reason why when we have conversation of, you know, Rookie of the Year, he is the first person you think about. This is the play I was talking about. Just look at the Jacks. Honestly, incredible play from him consistently during the regular season. But we need to see that level from him during the playoffs, because in Spring Split, they actually moved Moyu into the main roster because of the issues that stemmed on the top side of the map.
I totally agree with you. I think that top lane is going to be the deciding factor, but I want to come out here for Longxing because he has a great series against LNG. 9.7 KDA on that Aatrox, not given a lot of resources, but still able to perform during the team fights.
And they're sticking with him as well. It's going to be Longxing, of course, starting off. We're not seeing Love ZR, which was a test for RNG during the final weeks, but I like that. Again, we focus on this man in the mid lane that we've hyped up so much.
But the champions that you're currently looking at, you look at the poking style of this team, that's actually when they get their fastest win times around his Zoe play and his Jace play. And then you see the Aurelia, and a lot of those times you see him splitting up the map, and it becomes a lot more harder for the enemy team to deal with that. But what are the stats saying here?
Well, they're basically saying he's #1 in most damage categories, #1 in DPM, kill share, and of course gold lead at 15. Individually dominating his mid lane, and I really want to see what Xiaohu now throws up. I would be disappointed if this is simply a Karma and survive the lane matchup for Xiaohu. Because he can bring so much more.
I don't want to see it, honestly. A lot of the times when people throw the stats without the context, you're like, wait a minute, they threw him on Lulu and Karma a lot of the time.
It was that Game 3 Lulu draft that you did not like, Raz.
Because Xiaohu this split has been phenomenal. He's actually just been so good, and one of the champion picks that they won't show here, but has been a special for him, has been the Syndra. So his Syndra's been exceptional, but we're going to be looking at who the support who nailed first all LPL team in Ming.
Remember that Ming, it's the Morgana in that last series against LNG that cleaned them out.
And we can see right here, best KDA, best wards per minute, and best vision score overall. So he's really keeping Uzi safe. I think a big change they did was play a lot of Morgana in the bot lane, keep that bot lane safe while it's pushing up, and they're making sure that Uzi is not getting ganked.
That's the thing here with RNG, is that if you look to the bot side of the map, they're the team that treats Karma as a true three-way flex, not from just the solo lanes, but also on the bot side of the map. So they play Enchanter supports far more frequently, and I'm not just talking about the Yuumi that you're seeing across the globe being paired up with some Demacian prince. I'm talking about literally, you know, the Karma Kaisa lanes or something to give Uzi a strong laning phase. Stylistically, this is fun. Loken and Ben will just play weak side, and Uzi and Ming will try their hardest to kill them with 4-man dives.
Yep, Uzi had a monster series, and I think a lot of it does come down to those Enchantress supports. He did 40% of the team's damage.
In that whole series?
Yeah.
That's insane.
And his farming stats were really, really good. 11.2 CS per minute. He was keeping the lane push. He was gaining a lot of CS leads by shoving in, and he wasn't ganked throughout that. Really good protection of the bottom side.
Yeah, Uzi has just been, my eyes, this split, just the best AD carry.
Yep.
I know all LPL team goes towards LWX, and a lot of times the stats favor the team that hits #1, but Uzi consistently has made that late game mark so much shorter. If you're thinking about late game, suddenly it becomes 30 minutes or 28 because he's able to hit perfect CS margins, much like Reckless for Fnatic, to be able to get that point when Reckless has actually played 80 carries. Just throwing that out there. You gotta always have context, ladies and gentlemen. That's been the story of the day. But now we go into the champion select for game 1. I want to see what the bottom lane is showing for us in RNG side.
I want to reiterate as well that, Clement, when you mentioned the Aatrox, that was my first look at top esports. It's going to be the first ban by top here in game 1 as well.
Yeah, you have to take that away from Longxing. He's able to perform too well on it, and I like that RNG and both top esports are taking away just slam dunk power picks. You see the Aatrox and the Akali taken away, and then it's the junglers. Olaf and Gragas are the two best junglers for both Karsa and Xiongxiong.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just been the story of the LPL. Gragas and Olaf have just been the go-to junglers, and it's really flipped the script now that all of these junglers who have played this throughout the entire split now don't have access to it. So you're starting to see higher jungle priority for the Jarvan. Thank God we're going to be seeing the Sejuani, because I think it should raise in priority, especially with the Aurelia open up for Knight.
Okay, Clement, does that follow here? Do you go Aurelia now, or do you change and look for a safe bottom lane?
I think for top esports, most of their drafts on the red side, they actually pick the bottom lane first and then save counter picks for their solo lanes. And because both of their solo lanes share a lot of champion picks in the Jason and the Aurelia, they can do that and then switch around their matchups. So top esports has been known very consistently. I think Xayah Rakan is still open, so they could be picking into that.
Just remember, my take on this is that picking Aurelia as the blind pick, I'm completely fine with. What top esports needs to throw their pick #5, their counter pick, should be 4-3-6-9. At all times, try and abuse that matchup, because mid is easy to get a control over. It just comes down to a strong 2v2 now that Sejuani and Aurelia can provide that. You just need to be able to use that lane, bridge to the positive side of the map, which should be 3-6-9. You might end up seeing a Jax game in game 1. Let's see what the bans turn out to be.
Yeah, all these picks are still up and available. We do see the Xayah Rakan over there for RNG. Aurelia, we mentioned, looking more at the Mordekaiser here, still being in 9-15. Not this game, however, as top esports start banning away the solo lanes. RNG join in and get rid of 369's gangplank.
It does seem very peculiar to me that top esports not trying to take away Xayah Rakan. This sets up RNG in such a damn comfortable position. Very safe bottom lane that can hyper carry later on. And with Jarvan, I think they have early gank priority as well. So RNG are set up to play towards the bot side.
My thing is, throughout this series, take a look at the Mordekaiser pick. I think it should be left open in the next few games because top esports can play into it. The Renekton pick, the Jax pick, all of these bruisers that do so well versus Mordekaiser, they will try to bully Longsing. That's for the next few games. Let's see what ends up happening here for RNG now that they don't have the Aatrox, the Karma, or the Mordekaiser there for Longsing.
One of the priority picks. Top Esports, however, you mentioned the safety of the bottom side. Nothing more safe than the Ezreal Tahm Kench to play down the weakest part of the map.
There we go. You just need that added safety, right? A lot of the times the conversation has been Varus Tahm Kench, but Loken just wants that extra bit of safety and the utility if he ends up going towards the, the armor route, of course. So it's going to the gauntlet route. But let's just see what it ends up being. You do need to protect yourself from what is an all-in lane from the Xayah Rakan.
Strongest solo lanes that are blind pickable right now. Renekton still left open on the table. Very strong in the weak side if RNG decide to play more heavily toward bottom. Or Vladimir is another option. This is one that does get pushed in earlier on, but in the team fights, really accept no substitute.
We'll see what the full pick here is. We have 20 seconds to just kind of spare and see what Shahu's looking to pick versus the Irelia. Could even be an Irelia topside, so it just needs to be a safe pick. I think Corki makes a lot of sense here.
Open, yeah.
You do have a lot of AD there for Uzi and Karsa right out the get-go, so you don't need to necessarily go towards it. Renekton pick coming through, which means that it's going to be the Renekton versus Irelia matchup wherever it goes. So it's now on Top Esports to recognize if the Irelia goes topside, the Renekton will follow it, and you might see a Vladimir mid lane.
We've seen so many successful stories of the Renekton versus Irelia here in the LPL, so good news here for RNG. We're waiting for that final pick to get locked in. You have the Irelia, the Corki is an option. 369 has played that in the top lane if need be.
But I remember when Knight came into the league, his Corki pick was just sick. This was out of meta Corki, yeah, exactly. Where he was able to find himself that goal lead early on, find himself in a side lane, and was hunting for highlight plays. 3 people who come for him would be able to find a kill and an escape. So I want to be able to see how much support XX will, and Ben in this case, will be able to provide him. This is a double AD carry composition with a lot of tanks, so they can play this front to back.
And we have to mention that RNG have swapped around their mid laner and their top laner. They do flex between the solo lanes sometimes, and they have to decide right now, the lock-in is at 20 seconds on exactly where this Vladimir and Renekton is going to go.
I don't think that's a Rakan in the mid lane.
Yeah! Yeah!
You know, Xiao, what did you want? Did you want a support pick or a carry pick? Well,
the refs need to force this. Let's go. Stake like, walking off with confidence.
It's done.
That's the confidence I would have when that Vladimir is put right into the jungle.
Please no.
We're going to find out.
Look at it. Yeah.
It's still there. Are we just changed?
Vladimir jungle. Don't question it.
Okay.
Accept it.
Now, assuming...
Let's settle down.
I'm just going to wait.
Let's sit down and watch them walk onto the rift.
Wouldn't that be a great start for game one? People have changed positions.
It would be very unexpected. Like you said, I still expect the Renekton to go up against the Irelia matchup. That is a favorable one. And the Vladimir against the Corki, both sides get to farm it out. It's happy there.
I don't see any questions on the sides of RNG.
I mean, Xiao was questioning a lot.
This is when you go into the rift.
Looked at Stake like, are you
with
sure?
Your Vladimir jungle, and you just let things happen.
That's a difficult matchup. So how does Vladimir jungle work, Raz?
Anyways, no.
Don't Too far down the rabbit hole, yeah.
The amount of utility for ganks is through the roof. That's when you come into the lane, cool underneath the enemy.
Get the slow.
There's slow.
Anyways, to the point. I do expect it to be the Renekton versus Irelia matchup. Yeah. And I think that just makes it so much harder now for 369 to get the job done, to be able to use his matchup, if that's going to be, as we had that conversation. It could be a Corki top lane, very true, but no matter what, it proves an hindrance to Top Esports roster. Not being able to have the push through mid is going to be an issue for a team that has always prioritized that. And then looking to the top side, not being able to, try and look for those dives because Renekton will have priority is also an equal issue, but we're taking a long time for a reason.
Yes.
For a very
seems like they're
reason.
Swapping around their champions right now and something's happening, but we should expect a top versus bottom side type of matchup. RNG, of course, focusing on the bot side with Uzi's Xayah Rakan, and on the top side, you have the ganking machine of Irelia plus Sejuani. You can proc the melee stacks on Winter's Wrath just with the Blade Surge, so very easy to get stuns on the Irelia and try to snowball that lane.
The funny thing about this is that we've seen XX pick up a Sejuani quite often. In fact, he is a Sejuani Gragas connoisseur. The issue is, you know, the perspective. If you were to ask an LPL audience, someone who's watched every game of top esports, they have a very positive image of what XX is as a jungler. They might even rank him in top 5s of the junglers in the split. If you ask any international audience that has watched his Rift Rivals play, that has watched the playoffs play, he has looked really bad. He has not hit his Sejuani ultimates. That hit rate is pretty damn low.
Yeah.
And so this is where confidence on this man needs to come in hot. For a player who's the backbone in terms of the team's communication and direction within the game, he needs to play well, especially versus Karsa. That's where my focus draws in on. I'm talking about top lane jungle a lot of the times, which has been the real confusion here for top esports.
And top esports, because they're such a heavy lane dominant team, if they fall behind in the early game, they actually have one of the poorest win rates of the playoff teams. Only 40% win rate to win after they lose a lead at 15 minutes. So extremely important for Xiongxiong to be starting off on the correct foot. And we're seeing some Ming fans right here.
What's the sign say?
It's just Ming's name.
What?
That's it?
I know your name.
I have a confirmation for you all. There was an error. Swapping champions, if you didn't guess already.
Really?
So they are remaking
say.
the champion select, and then we'll be doing the correct swap. That is the delay, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be getting into the series. But I like that we're talking about XX. I like that we're talking about performance issues, because at the very least, when we go back to last playoffs for top esports, there are a lot of questions towards XX and 369.
Yeah, so those are the issues that I've had, you know, coming in for both of the players. Talked about it quite heavily. I'm sorry about this. I just want to talk about the referees here. For me, this is the time for the referees to strike. We saw what happened last night for LEC. Referee came in saying, nah, you're playing with those 2 pages. You made your mistakes. You sit in that bed. I'm saying right now for top esports, who was that? It was RNG.
Yep.
RNG, you made your mistakes.
With that.
That Vladimir, we even threw it up on the screens. We don't want confusion for the audience.
Oh my god.
You're playing with these picks.
I might as well start from game 2 then.
Oh, wow.
I do hope they get to swap. I know
they
these
do.
mistakes
I mean,
happen.
I just said they're swapping.
You just said
that.
Okay. Why you worried about too much?
I just want a good semifinals.
We're going to have a good semifinal. Hey,
last semifinals is great.
Yesterday was good, Clement.
What do you have with
another good one?
Oh, okay. All right. You're asking.
Look, I will just say, you know, I've talked to a couple of community members, people that watch the LPL. They're really excited for top esports and RNG. They say this is the semi-final they've been waiting for.
Yes.
Because with FPX and BLG, a lot of favoritism towards FPX for the crowd. But this one, because of the regular season performance and top esports climbing to the top, it's a bit less cut and dry.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a very competitive best of 5. If you were to ask me about yesterday's, I thought it was the #1 team and the #2 team in current play. That's how I felt about BLG at the time, and that's why I think they're going to take 3rd place going into the playoffs and also going to be making that run in gauntlet. So I have a lot of faith in them. But today, there is so much confusion, as you've mentioned. There isn't that preconceived notion. Even talking to the Chinese cashers, like Teddy on that side believes that top esports will win.
He's
because
at 3-0.
Well,
yeah.
because they have damn good players, and that's the conversation, Clement.
If you're just looking at the meta, then you have to say top esports actually fits here better. They're more about the solo lanes, and that's where the power picks actually are. You talk about the Akali and the Aatrox. They have a 100% win rate on that Aatrox for 369 as well. So they're doing very well in this situation. What we're only worried about is character after laning phase. That's the big question for top esports, and they have made a career off of basing their advantage off of the relative strength of their players compared to the opponent team, but you're not going to get that much of a leverage when you're going up against RNG.
So here's a player that I feel like, or at least a role that is definitely not talked about. This is usually the screen, and yep, there we go. Draft is done and completed with. I'm going to be talking about a little bit more about Ben and Ming here, because Ben is a player in the recent games we've seen, has had massive teamfight performances, and has been a low-key win point for the team. I want to see how Ming can perform going up against that.
But we'll finally be getting into game 1 here of the second semi-final. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, RNG Top Esports, the winner of this will be our second team confirmed for Worlds, joining Fun Plus Phoenix in the grand finals. The turnout's huge, like you said, Raz. RNG being close by has its perks here in JDG's arena in Beijing.
Definitely, I think, still the most popular organization right now in China. I know that Invictus Gaming has certainly gained a lot of fans on the last 2 splits of performances, but RNG is the team that have those members. Uzi, Ming, like you see the fans who constantly come to watch those 2 players perform, and especially with Xiaohu's current performance, it's going to be a fun one.
Plus, after the golden year of 2018, they want to relive and get an RNG that heads to Worlds once again.
Just taking a look at the runes, we have double Kleptomancy from top esports, a bit of a slow start on the bottom side, and we should see a lot of focus going towards the top, and I like what top esports did. They tried to prevent a potential vertical jungle from RNG, had a lot of people on the top side, early warding there, just making sure that RNG could not fully utilize the Renekton in lane.
And there we go. I mean, just so you guys, can obviously tell, Renekton's going into the topside match to follow the Aurelia, which is a big positive here for RNG in the draft, because they weren't going to be able to respond to that last counter pick. They were able to do it very well, just being able to utilize Vladimir and Renekton as true flexes here. So it's going to be a lot here for 369 to take, but a very good trade just on that one alone.
Aurelia level 1 with her passive, the Ionia Fury, and with the Conquerors is always so damn hard to deal with. You really have to relinquish the lane there, and that's what we see Longxing doing.
We'll wait for it to change as Xiaohu gets a decent trade on tonight, but with Corrupting Potion, we'll be able to trade back.
But my thing is, Sejuani being able to take blue buff, red, Krugs is going to be in position to go for the Scuttle Crab as soon as it spawns. And that's why my eyes go towards 369 in the lane. He's actually shoved this one up. If you can get a complete shove and can bounce that right back towards him, then that's a gank waiting to happen. I just think that Longxing is actually in a very safe position. So it's going to be XX looking towards his adjacent lane, only going to be really finding the Vladimir, which makes it hard because Vladimir is fairly ungankable with the pool that he has. Of course, still has the summoners, and even to make it, he doesn't even have to blow the flash because he has phase rush on the back end of that. So very safe for Xiaohu just off the laning phase alone.
And on the backside of that, Karsa towards the bottom side, going for the scuttle of his own. So in terms of a counter gank or positioning himself, Karsa has built up the strength now at 3 minutes.
The big question for RNG is when this bot lane is pushing up, how do you protect it? How do you set up vision to make sure Uzi is never punished right here? And this is very common from RNG's early games. Their jungler, Karsa, a mechanical genius, is always willing to go blind into the enemy jungle, take that 1v1 and set up vision, make sure that no one can get close to their main carry.
My problem with topside play has always been just that. Because if you're playing towards 369 and he's creating a slow advantage, it's just that. It's slow. We saw what happened yesterday when LWX was able to take the turret at 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
If you have mid lane pressure and you're able to find Karsa on the back end, they may not get a kill onto Tahm Kench and Ezreal, but you're getting a lot of turret platings just based off that alone. So I want to see if there's much defensive movement from XX and Knight to stop that from happening. He's already on the top side of the map.
Now, 369 is at half health, but for Longxing, wrong side of that, instant flash response. Double flash comes through, and Karsa might be too late to the play, but Longxing trying to escape. Here comes Karsa with a flag, drag, and thank you very much for first blood. RNG in the nick of time, send the jungler up and get first blood. XX will not be able to trade.
That was such a good flash from Longxing. He waited until the Winter's Wrath came out from Xiongxiong, instantly flashed away with it, was not hit by the slow, and was able to turn that 2v2.
Yeah. Really well played, because I just thought he was dead in that situation, even with the flash that he was able to throw out. But at the end of the day, he was able to find the slice and dice right out there, and great positioning from Karsa to get that counter gank.
That's just the experience coming out from Longxing and RNG as a whole. Top esports were setting up the exact play you were talking about. 369 got that bounce onto lane. He had a perfect 4-minion freeze, but Karsa was right there, right in time to turn around the gank.
And now Longxing has the ability to walk back to lane with teleport in hand. And after getting the assist here, he survived just long enough.
So just take a look at this. This is what we were talking about. A perfect flash so the slow didn't come through and the extra bit of damage. Was able to get a great slice and dice here, and then this one was just exactly what it is. Great kill towards 369, and that's first blood going over to Karsa.
Okay, picked up the Bammy Cinder on his first back as well. Double flash burnt for both jungler and top laner, so still with the CS lead on the Aurelia. For now, 369 won't be hurting too much, but it's about the long-distant jog here now for RNG.
Yeah, that's still a very sizable lead. Even with the assist going over to Longxing, you should still favor 369 in lane, even though the item buy might not suggest it right now.
Quick trades there, as you can see as well. Conqueror coming through is a big part.
What Leongsing needs to do is just not find themselves into these trades, because Knight is consistently shoving out this lane, can easily find himself going onto the top side of the map. You can already see Sejuani coming in there, so whenever you have such a large amount of waves crashing into your turret, you need that added bit of safety. Great ward catching out Sejuani here, but even still, I think he should still be safe. Doesn't have flash here, so he needs to play this one out.
369 hit level 6 as well, but you're right, no flash might be a big difference.
And look at the warding on the bottom side of the lane. We're already seeing pings coming down from RNG where they're contemplating a potential 4v2 onto the bottom side. And if this dive does come through on the top, which looks like it's about to fizzle, it really is about how much RNG can get on the bottom.
This very much reminds me of what happened in Rift Rivals when XX went topside and placed that camp going up against Nuggery. And a lot of the times, yeah, the top lane falls down. He falls behind. This time around, he's just losing gracefully. That's what Leongsing should be providing, because it's Uzi and Ming that are getting the whole bit of, you know, turret plating. The advantage is certainly there. Karsa is picking up blue side on their opposite side of the map. RNG, flat out right now, is winning the game. Leongsing is making it easier.
10 CS lead on the Zyre in the bottom lane. BF sword picked up with double longsword alongside it for Uzi. Now he's got both his summoners. He picked up the turret plating, as you mentioned, so feeling pretty good here for RNG and just steadily ramping up.
It's a bit of a slow early game, but for top esports, they're definitely looking for the 1-3-1 potential. They don't mind the scaling. And RNG on their side, they are looking more for the 5v5 team fights. They have the superior front line in this one, and that AoE damage coming from Xiaohu, that does give them an edge.
Yeah, certainly you're not expecting any bit of skirmishing if you're looking towards top esports and they have the Corki, Ezreal, and Tom Kench bot side. That's just them wanting to be able to get to that level. Trinity Force certainly going to be the purchase there for Knight soon enough. While for RNG, you just rarely see Vladimirs in games because most Vladimirs don't see like an ability to scale up for a mid laner. Like a lot of the times you need an ability to push back in mid lane because you're going to be seeing the enemy mid laner find a way through bot side. Knight here even picked up Klepto because the lane is going to be easy for him. So a lot of free gold there for Knight. Even a lot of just free potions, just biscuits, corrupting potion, and the potions he'll be getting through the Klepto procs alone. So Knight's going to be happy scaling up. But to your point about the 5v5s, if Vladimir ever finds that flank, good luck.
Yeah, it does seem like Xiaohu is being put on the don't die duty. You don't typically see Vladimir's in the mid lane because he doesn't help with Scuttle. No crowd control there. Very difficult for him to move out of lane. And I think this is RNG kind of saying, this is our backup plan once Karma is banned. We are going to put Xiaohu on something that doesn't necessarily contest lane, but doesn't die either.
Leongsing has teleport, by the way. Let's go straight for it.
That's a commitment out of RNG you want to see. They're going to dive the bottom lane 4 versus 2. The flag and drag doesn't connect. Ben eats up the Ezreal. Good blade caller here onto Bennu. Flashes away, but they go for the Ezreal. They pick up the kill onto Ming as XX comes in for the re-engage. That Renekton is dying underneath turret. Leongsing trades. So good for top esports after reacting.
Just a great amount of slow coming through from XX, so Renekton wasn't going to be able to leave. But this pressure is compounding. Loken missed that wave. He's certainly going to be missing this one. So this is a lot you're losing out. Uzi has a major advantage.
He's been going to die, though. Takes a bit of a turret shot, but Uzi sticking around. XX in a lot of trouble, and Ben still eating him up. The True Shot Barrage only nicks the Zyre, so top esports with low health bars have to back away, while 369 in the top lane is trying to get a better trade.
RNG got a great advantage in their bot side, but their solo lanes actually suffered heavily from that. If you look at the mid lane, Xiaohu wasn't able to complete the 4v2. He had to burn his ultimate to stave off the advance from Knight. And in the top side, 369 was uncontested for that farm. So if RNG cannot bank on this advantage earlier, they will fall down because of it.
So as you can tell with the prolonged dive that came through, Ben had to use his W really early on. Made it hard for Loken when the Renekton finally came through. The ultimate really slowing down Leongsing there, so he tried, even tried to use his Q just in case he was able to find a rogue minion to get his HP back up. Not even close.
That was a much closer trade than I think it shows up in terms of the kills, because top esports, this is a advantage that will continue to snowball throughout the game, and I like RNG's response here. They're saying we have to cut it off before the soul lanes get out of control.
Still trying to pick something up with the Rift Herald here being taken. Now XX is nearby, he's going to spot it, but at 1500 health, he just has to back away while RNG pick up the objective and look towards the top lane.
If we're just looking at the solo lanes alone, that's a 1,200 gold lead shared between 369 and Knight within their own lane. So that's pretty damn nice. The only issue is that you look towards the AD carry route, and while that's great farming coming through from Loken, it's just substantially having Uzi that advantage that you need to respond to.
And he's going to get all the gold from the turret plating here. Knight trying to push away Xiaohu. He has the package, but That's just going to be to get back into lane while Xiaohu fends off the push from top Esports, and RNG are looking for that first turret.
Does seem like RNG is going to get it. They do have the Herald and the extra minion wave right here, but I have to say Top Esports is holding on to this advantage. What we're really waiting for is the second item breakpoint for Uzi for RNG to really cash in and use that bottom lane to snowball.
And this could get messy down in the bottom lane. Dominus going to be popped. Loken's taking his second turret shot, and Ben's trying to stave him off as well.
But Longsing is very easily thinned out that wave, so XX is going to keep him down here, but where is your damage coming from?
And Riftshield's going to get a second charge as well. Longsing's been here for so long.
There he is. Ultimate's down on Longsing, so once the wave comes through, a lot of weight.
Now they need something. That's a Glacial Prison coming through. RNG still going to TP. Longsing with a great flash, but will he survive long enough? Caster here again underneath the turret. There's an execute over to the boar. While Top Esports find Longsing eventually, they hung around for so long.
I love that play from RNG. They actually gave up on the push in the top side and chose to defend their bottom side. Now they can swap the lanes back, and it's going to be hell for 369 in that top lane because he's going up against a lot of gank potential. This lane is perfectly bounced. It was already in tower, so you cannot hold it either.
Yep, priority is there from RNG. Also Longsing doing his best to hold the wave off, thinning it out, and at the end of the very end, you can see him, as we called it, pressing his ultimate so he would be able to get the full clear of the wave and just prolong so much time for Top Esports to even get anything out of that. It's just a little sad that that was just an execute. If that was just a raw kill, of course that's a huge advantage for RNG. Just better for them at the end. Or if you're just looking forward for the next few minutes, because now, you know, the jungler's off the map for quite some time, that Uzi and Ming were able to make that rotation back to the bot side of the map, there's not much that Top Esports can do to be able to defend the turrets that are currently under attack.
I have to say, most teams would have taken the 2-for-1 turret trade right there, but RNG are setting themselves up to get Longsing back in the game. That wave, they bounced it, and they instantly came down to defend the bottom lane tower as well. So very smart moves across the map, and I think right now for Top Esports to come back, they're going to have to use that teleport advantage that they have on Aurelia.
Especially on 369, when you talk about the teleport advantage, sure. Trinity Force almost completed for the top laner, who is 40 CS up over Longsing, and RNG right now going to pick themselves up a second dragon in the mountain.
This is what RNG does a lot. Right now, in terms of just dragon control rates, they're pretty high at that, mostly because of the fact that they have a great duel lane, and they play towards it so consistently, so that will always be their strong side. And so when they do it, and you start to see slow games like these, who gets the advantage? A team that gets that 20-minute mark with a 3 or 4 dragon advantage. So it's going to be Top Esports that are going to be looking at their clock and realizing they need to be on the map pretty quickly.
Sure.
And this is just such a RNG-esque allocation of resources. If you look at the top lane, he's getting not much at all, 92 CS, down a lot. It all is about funneling in for Uzi, making sure he gets to that power spike, which is amplified when on a carry, and then fishing for those crucial team fights onward. So once he gets that IE down, it's go time for RNG.
The Essence Reaver just came through, and I love that you pull out the resources. Of course, Xiaohu's down in CS as well. 30 down, in fact, on the Vladimir. Still doesn't have his first item, but...
Well, I mean, a Vladimir will always stack up CDR items. Just the recipes itself, making himself unkillable, really. Can spam his ultimate if he ever finds himself in danger so he can keep top up. So for him to be in this position, he's ready for team fights. But take a look at the gold leads that are just attained by the turret plates alone.
Damn, and it's all focused on the bottom lane for RNG. Over 1,000 gold just with that pushing bot lane. And I was actually quite surprised that Loken and Ben did not step up to challenge the Xayah Rakan. It seems like a lane that is very, very safe. You can try to take early and has been the most dominant champion for Uzi in the previous series. So it seems like Top Esports are almost relinquished that lane and kind of admitted that they're going to suffer some heavy losses here.
For me, reality is we're going to be seeing a fight very soon. 3 minutes in, then you're going to be seeing a double Mountain Dragon be the card here for RNG. Top Esports needs to stop that. We're in a position where you can fight around Aurelia. It's just very difficult when you don't have your second item there for Corki and for the Ezreal at this stage not having damage to his name. He's slowing down the Muramana pickup because he went towards the Iceborne Gauntlet for the utility, as we've mentioned. So a lot of this run now is just Top Esports. They're going to try and contest. They're just in a bad position to win those fights.
At least getting this turret will be able to push out the lane a little bit, get those side lanes more under control. Knight's going to get the gold as well, so with the Trinity Force with a bit of extra damage, which you assume will be coming off an Essence Reaver / IE, at least Knight will be able to try and poke them down before they begin.
Yeah, I'd love to see an Essence Reaver pickup. It would really make this composition unstoppable front to back. I think this would just make it so hard for RNG to ever find like that team fight in a flank position Because that's something that you were talking about, Clement. You wanted to see RNG through team fights, but if you look towards a late game Corki, late game Ezreal, it's actually just so difficult for a Vladimir to find that proper flank to try and get either of the carries.
And that's where you see Ming do his magic. I would call him the best recon player in the LPL. He's been LPL first team for multiple splits right now, always has a good performance, and the initiation role is what Ming is most known for. You've seen the highlights where he flashes in to catch an arrow for Uzi, but the initiation is his main job here, and he's always been fantastic.
Take a look at the current vision control on the side for RNG. As you can see, Ming's already clearing out top side. So to the point of how Ming is so strong at being able to set up these fights, it's because of that setup, about the vision control that not just him, Karsa as well really does a strong job at facilitating for that. So that's going to be the major battle for top esports, where they're going to be trying to defend their adjacent lanes for their split pushers, but they won't have the vision to do just that. So that's where Knight has to be a little bit more creative.
And the other way RNG is going to find themselves a team fight is with that Spellbinders you see on the Vladimir. A lot of times you see the Proto Belt first item, but Xiaohu knows his role. He's coming in from the side lane. He's trying to get a surprise flank onto those slippery carries like the Corki and the Ezreal. So he's going for that Spellbinder first, and we have to pay close attention to when that gets fully stacked, because that will signal a team fight.
Does have the teleport as well, so if you're talking about the surprise flank, you can see the deep vision you were just mentioning there, Ming going further into the enemy blue side jungle, and pings are now going down. Looks like Top Esports are grouping up with the remainder of the package. They want this outer turret to drop so they have further access to deeper vision themselves.
A small thing I talked about was just the CDR, this stage looking like 40% from the Vladimir's perspective. In let's say an isolated matchup, if he ever gets aggressed on, he can just simply put down the pool and keep himself pretty topped up and safe. But also just having the full rotation, or at least 2 rounds of it, in team fights is going to be something that Top Esports needs to have an answer to. It's going to be Ben, sure, but Ben can't do everything with a Tahm Kench. He can't save you from Ming to start out with, and if he does, then you're going to have the Vladimir or the Renekton that finds that angle. Well, yesterday's series was literally about full dive, but take a look at this.
Yeah, Ming going in for the counter engage. Now, RNG don't have all their members here, as Uzi was the one to get caught out. He gets the Blade Caller back. Now, 369 left on his lonesome as RNG are picking apart the pieces. Top Esports just rotated back, and RNG worked their magic.
Great flank. But if you're just taking a look at this, while you were able to get that 1 kill, Top Esports still gets the turret and the mid lane push while the dragon is up. So I like this from Top Esports in the long run, but it took that 1 kill to let it go.
What was so smart about that one was Top Esports knew full well when Uzi was going to get his second bike. We've been talking about the RNG power spike, how they super hyper farm Uzi up to get that second item and then fish for team fights. Well, Top Esports group before that, they caught them out of their awareness and just said, we're going to use this timing window, force that teleport from Uzi. He was still late, and they do find a lot of damage.
And then it also came down to the poke here, as we saw in the fight, coming from Knight himself.
So, as you can see, this is what we're kind of talking about with Xiaohu finding that flank. Great movement from both Longsing and Xiaohu to make it happen. That's a preview for what the fights will look like for RNG in the next few, because right now, being able to get that kill, great. Great amount of gold that's now being funneled towards the carries here for RNG, but it's Top Esports that were able to get the Mountain Dragon that they were concerned about, able to get that mid lane turret that they're sieging for. So right now, that's great for Top Esports, but they still need to find that answer in the later fights when the Xayah is impenetrable, when Xiaohu and Longsing are going to consistently look for those flanks with a Cataclysm in tow.
Where they become near unkillable here for the front line of RNG. Uzi now, by the way, has his Infinity Edge as his second item, so RNG basing themselves around the Baron that's about to spawn with no vision from top.
This isn't a particularly fast Baron take from RNG, so I think Top Esports are actually fine at this moment. It just ticked 20 minutes, so they're taking their time, they're pushing their waves in here. What I'm really worried about for RNG is the fact that you have Knight up 60 CS already with an Infinity Edge, and Top Esports are very well set up to start going into the 1-3-1. RNG actually need to fish for team fights here. They need to be much more aggressive in finding those 5v5s and just using that item lead on Uzi.
Yeah, Top is the team that will assure advantages for their carries rather than trying to just fish for picks. You know, they could play around Baron and try and fish for an ultimate from XX to get a member. They don't have the necessary burst, and I think that's going to be a major concern. They recognize that, put themselves on side lane, but 369 has himself a few challenges.
This will be a big pick around Baron's 2 members here. Him and Plague's going to come down. 369 being tested as he tries to get out. He flushes over the wall. Xiaohu gets the movement speed here from the Crimson Rush, but He's not going to find 369. That was a nice escape.
Yeah, nice movement from Knight too. Just in case 369 ended up chasing him down to find the, or at least like if there was a real fight continuing on, because Xiaohu was certainly looking for it. Knight comes in by his side, protects him, and they can get back on that duty of the 1-3-1.
That's the one play where we've seen top esports fall over and over again. When they do the 1-3-1, I think 369, with how unexperienced he is as a top laner, actually gets caught out quite often. And RNG had a double teleport advantage there. So if they found the pick, it was going to be a bloody Baron fight straight after. Top esports needs to be so aware of that.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a 1-4 though. So that's the issue. It seems like a lot of the times they're having that extra member, 369 in this state, roaming with the team so they don't get caught off when they're searching for vision. So finally he's on the top side of the map to clear out the wave. But you can see basically top esports recognizing that RNG wants to find that pick. Ming has found it in the last fight. He's a damn good recon, so you want to pay him that respect.
Super difficult now. Vision's been cleared away from the Baron, but RNG pulling back, clearing out the waves, not going to challenge top here as they impeach into their jungle once again.
And looking at the gold score right here, RNG does put themselves on timers a lot of time. How can they find a team fight before their soul laners become irrelevant? Already 1k deficit on the Renekton, and now the Baron starts.
When you have yourself the Titanic Hydra, the Aurelia's going to start punching this down. Ming looks for the engage, but Knight use the package to disengage, and that'll line the path to stop RNG.
But it's just nice to test RNG there. RNG were aware of it, went and challenged them. If top esports were just in the area and were just running for it, they could have easily just taken a 22-minute Baron. But RNG is on their game. Top esports recognize that. Remember, we're in a game 1 of a best of 5, so having an ability to read your opponent like this early on in the series is a big positive.
True.
I actually really don't like that play from Top Esports. I think that's kind of the perfect scenario for RNG to get an early team fight, and you just get wiped off that. I agree that testing the waters is always a good thing in a long series, but that one was a bit risky, and I actually do not want Top Esports doing it again.
They just don't lose anything. He literally had package and he was searching for it. He could just package straight out. He was the only person in arm's reach. Maybe you don't have that, you know, extra bit of vision. Maybe there's a deep ward from RNG where Longshin can find that flank. That's a good concern. But I think in that situation, it's good to search for it. I don't think they'll do it again, to your point. But now we know. I think we've slowed the game down to a certain extent where now Knight and 369 can get back to picking up those waves. Titanic, as you've mentioned, been the pick out with a Kindle gem there for 369, so he can certainly be that frontliner for top.
And Zeal just picked up there by Knight as well. So third item, Corki, coming pretty fast here. Now, top esports have had a small portion of the gold lead for a while, but well, we'll see what happens because they're still towards Baron. They've cleared out vision while RNG are spotted doing the Dragon.
I'm no longer concerned about the damage here for top esports. Loken now has his Muramana completed. He needs to be able to get to his Blade of Rune King to be completely comfortable, but he's ready for a fight. So, nice to be able to see that the poke is certainly down packed for top.
It's dangerous for someone like Ming if he gets caught out. He's frontlining here. Top esports around the side of the brush, gets caught out. This is what I said. The support is dead. Top esports, a beautiful pick on the support.
Easy pick, and now we can start playing around that Baron vision. RNG can't let them have it. They're going to be trying to fight for mid lane control, but top is the one that has now the Aurelia ultimate to force another fight. So they still have an ability to try and get another pick by RNG.
Requires a lot for a 5 versus 4. Back towards the Baron after clearing out the mid wave. Top now put the pressure on, but they want to bait RNG in.
There's still a trinket left on RNG, so I think they should be fine here, but Karsa gets caught.
Depends. XX finds a slow onto Karsa. 369 ampling forward. 5 versus 4, and Karsa's low. This Ezreal starting to really punch him down.
That's the jungler too.
That's what we're talking about, though. Suddenly, Ezreal can participate. He's no longer just trying to farm up. Now you don't have your jungle available. Certainly top is going to be starting Baron buff. RNG just can't stop them.
You said the Scry's Bloom has to be used here in the back of the Baron pit. They don't spot out top esports. It's cleared. Baron begins.
And they know that there is no more blue trinkets available. RNG has to be using their face if they want to get in there.
They'll see Knight around the side, but here comes the true shot barrage over to Ming, who's finally respawned.
I think this is too much for a top. They should just be going for the objective. Right now, RNG doesn't respect their take. They've already used all their blue trinkets. They don't have their support for the fight, and Karsa was incredibly low. There's nothing you should be concerned about. If they end up coming and face-checking, you take that kill.
I actually think that top esports backing out here is fine, just because they didn't have the Sejuani ultimate in that one, and frankly, they did get enough of a lead in terms of getting the kills and snowballing off of that. So I just think that if top esports, if I'm looking at my solo lanes and I have 120 CS allocated across 2 of these side lanes, I'm still willing to let that grow even further rather than pushing my luck and making it all about this Baron. So I agree with top esports' decision here.
What region are we in? Are we LMS or are we like, we can literally
I'm sorry, playoffs is different, okay? Teams in the playoffs, they don't play your regular LPL crazy go in or go home type of style. They do like to slow things down, and this is a logical approach.
You have the Aurelia ultimate. There's literally no reason for you not to be looking for that fight. You have 2 men.
It's about your highest percentage play. That's what I'm going to say.
That was a pretty high percentage play. I'm not going to.
Okay, we have a difference of
opinion. But to be fair,
here.
to your point, like, you could just literally play it slow because you have the Corki Aurelia on side lane. So that's a good point, especially you can be cautious. I'm just a little bit worried. I hope that's not a trend for this series.
But now this changes with the package, right? So if you want to... I like that we have difference of opinion here because especially in this game 1 where it is so fickle of a play that could change the entire game like this. Like XX getting caught out. That's into the quickness from Ming. He'll find the time catch. XX flashes out, but he doesn't survive as Ben gets healed. The Cataclysm comes on down, and RNG have got 2 big picks on the men. 369 is here, but will they re-engage? As RNG find one, there's the Vanguard's Edge. Casters out. The teleport finding its mark on the way in. Blade Caller out as well.
They want to find the jungler.
Knight has package, but can he get the poke down before he goes in?
It's a really smart move from Karsa. First thing he does is walk out and be ready to reset. He can come back onto the map before Ben and XX can.
Yeah, I was a little worried there because RNG was pretty healthy off of taking those 2 picks.
Yeah.
That's when a team starts thinking about, why don't we just go for Baron there? But Loken comes in. Great teleport there from Knight with package as well, so they can start to challenge. In fact, Karsa had to get out of there.
That was such a good move from Ming on the recon. He predicted that the flash was going to go towards the Devour on Ben, and then he used the quickness plus the battle dance to get in there, got the knock-up onto Ben. There was no Devour being used, and they secure the kill onto Sejuani. Very well played, and this is why I'm saying that he is one of the best recons here.
That's why I was saying so fickle of a moment and XX getting caught. RNG get an advantage.
That's what RNG is, just such a good team in a deficit, finding ways to come back into a game. And that's what I'm concerned about, is that top is finding great windows of opportunity to get a huge advantage. But now we're trying to slow it down, play it to their side laners, and in this case, now giving an opportunity to RNG. They do have now full control of the Baron buff. Top Esports needs to get full control through mid and then start to challenge.
And after that play, Uzi got the double kill. Uzi got the resources once again. Rapid fire cannon with Hex Drinker, and you've got yourself a Mighty Hammer on the side too.
And just take a look at the CS margins. If you're wondering why with a 6-3 kill lead, that the goal lead is heavily there for Top Esports, that's 325 minions being taken by the Corki.
Yeah.
28 minutes into the game. They're off to Baron right now.
Okay, it's another scouting ultimate here from the Ezreal, who'll find RNG, as Baron is still quite healthy, but Xiaohu looking for the angle onto Ben. RNG pull off the Baron at 3k. They're looking for the engage. Ming goes into the quickness, looking for the time catch. Once again, they find him. RNG with another big pick, and now with healthy health bars of 5 versus 4.
What was Ben doing in that position? He'd already burned his flash prior to this engage, and he's the only one walking in from that angle. RNG get the perfect team fight pick that they're looking for.
Him, much like me, I thought he would still survive. You know, great health in tow, comes back from that CC, and then he would be able to keep up.
Oh, hang on a minute. Ming does the same thing with the rest of the team. Uzi trying to recover it, but XX with a beautiful ultimate. Now it's back to even playing field.
Nice chasing Xiaohu. Xiaohu's under danger now.
That's a level 16 Corki. Ezreal Arcane shifts forward. Xiaohu gets poked down, and this is what Top Esports do best. Starting to punish RNG, and now they're back walking towards the Baron.
Incredibly healthy. No Ming on the field. I don't know how RNG can contest this. They surely have to be starting for Baron now.
Remember, they have the Mountain Dragon, Clement.
And Abyssal Voyage is there for Ben, so they can make this a 5v4 pretty easily. Karsa has stolen a lot of these before.
Gonna be up to Karsa and Uzi. He gets poked down before he even gets close. It does pull them off the Baron, though, as Xiaohu comes in with a teleport himself.
Good teleport, but they did put a lot of damage on towards Karsa. Karsa can somehow be involved in the fight. Still has Gargoyle, Stormplate. His ultimate is really all he needs to support Xiaohu and Uzi in on play. It makes a lot of sense that Top Esports would get out of there. But you can see how close this game is, just around these fights alone.
Already, yeah.
So take a look here. I think this is what we missed out in the entire play. The ultimate comes through, and that was how they were able to burst down Ming right from the get-go.
That positioning was so good from Top Esports because Xiaohu couldn't make it around the bend. However, they're going to fish for another team fight here at Baron.
Knight was spotted out going over that wall. They know he's a dragon, so they're committing to Baron. RNG in the pit. They take it. They take that window, and Top Esports lose the Baron.
Oh, and that's just the inexperience coming through. That was through a scuttle controlled by Top Esports. So full vision of RNG walking into that pit, but they still can't react to it.
All game long, Top has had that control around Baron. And when they've had those windows, they had fished for fights and not had tried to just start the Baron and gone for it. The one moment that RNG's been able to get that full control, they dive for it with full vision of where Knight was at that play.
Yeah.
Crazy for them to be able to go for it, just to be able to see what we missed out here. That's the replay. Uzi had started it. That was the call. Go straight for it. We had the members. They were, much to the point that we made earlier about Mountain Dragons being pulled for both teams, RNG had the play, had the Mountain Dragon, and had the damage.
And they had the vision control. RNG that have dropped the most wards in the summer season. Living up to their name here in Game 1. They have the Baron in hand. They still don't have the gold lead, but will they find the team fight?
This is really important for RNG because it allows Xiaohu to come back in on the flank. He doesn't have to come from the front and walk towards these poking champions on Top Esports side. Previously, he was completely shut down in the side lanes by the carries for Top Esports. So this Baron buff is going to change the dynamics of how you start a team fight.
You know, very rarely do we get to see opportunities where a player comes in, an AD carry in this case, and just makes a huge game-winning call. It's usually the support, the jungler. In this case, you saw Uzi just say, what the hell? I have teleport, there's a ward here, let's just go for it. Go straight for the play, and now that's changed the entire direction for the game with RNG coming in for the attack.
We'll be moving towards this bottom lane where Xiaohu starts the push, everyone commits, and RNG, 5 members strong now, pull Top Esports to this bottom lane inhibitor.
Ooh, Knight doing a lot of damage to Ming, already poking out Karsa and the Rakan, and they defend it.
Yeah, there's not too much happening here simply because RNG don't have a wave that they're also using. Top lane wave is so far away, and it's actually bouncing, pushing way towards RNG side of the map, and mid lane is still needs to take the outer turret down.
Yeah.
So, it's RNG just getting ahead of themselves. Try for the outer turret mid lane, get the control in both sides of the jungle, and then make your decision.
To at least get the gold back to an even state, or at least an advantage for what feels like the first time in this game. Xiaohu moves against the Corki, who is still almost 100 CS down. And at this point, still able to hold off against him.
And this is the RNG dream. They hyper-feed Uzi, give him all the resources, and he's already very close to being full items. During these team fights, if you don't kill Uzi at the start of the fight, he will mop up the entirety of your team.
Very on brand, isn't it?
It doesn't matter about the gold lead right now because it's far more efficient with the item stacking on Uzi.
Yeah, coming into the series, we did talk about how quick he ends up farming up. But take a look at the seat.
Oh, that might be a pick again onto Ming. Goes into the quickness to get himself out. Teleport going into the minion waivers. Uzi ults on the backside. A flash immediately burned from the Renekton as Longxing's getting chased out.
Yeah, you have to be worried about the utility here. So great to be able to see Longxing just get out of there because Loken was going to pile up that constant slow. The rest of the team would have been able to catch up, but good catch coming in from Top Esports to be able to get crucial summoners in the side.
And because of that pick, the Baron play is slowed down. It's stopped 10 seconds till it expires. Top Esports getting those key summoners has stopped RNG.
Well, the summoner I'm talking about is the teleport from Longxing now, so he can't even...
Oh, wow. No! Oh my god, Loken, is he dead? He gets eaten up, but no! Burnt by Xiao, who comes up in the nick of time. Double Cataclysm. Ben called out as well. The Time Kent is going to find the same power. Xiao said go, and go is what RNG did.
He didn't even have a full Spellbinders right there. Just went straight in, and he noticed that there was no magic resistance onto Loken. Loken tries to get into the Devourer, but that's untargetable. You still take damage.
Who needs a Baron buff when you have the Gunner in the mid lane flashing with that power play? Double turret taken down, Baron in 2 minutes, and this inhibitor now under threat, and an RNG that are ready to go.
That's just crazy. And that's the Xiaohu we have seen during the regular season. Someone who just takes full control of the game during the mid-game. And so finally, this Vladimir's online. Rabbit on his death cap, a point that we've been waiting for quite some time. Finally was able to lock it in. Let's just see how it all started.
That was just disgusting to watch. Look at the distance between him and Loken, and he's still able to get it. Loken was fully aware of this. He's in front of him, flashes away, and, I'm sorry, but the Devourer's not going to save you from that damage tick.
You freeze Crimson Rush when you're, in the channeling of your E.
Yep.
He recognized that, got the full damage down on towards an unexpecting Ezreal. And so that's a nice way to get control of the game.
Look at that item buy. Instant Hex Drinker right there. I'm not falling for the same trick again on Logan.
Well, at least Top Esports, look, they're not out of the game after those picks. RNG will find the gold lead, but Top Esports are hitting this Elder Dragon completely blind.
Let's see. Should be easy here for Top. They also have a good getaway scheme. And just so, we all know this, I think Ben found it out in the play, is that, Tom Kench is not going to help you for Vladimir. Damage that's come through.
Yeah, he did.
And another thing, too, is that Redemption was coming. But to be fair, even with the Redemption thing, I think that was just way too much damage coming through. I feel like you die anyways. But Ben found that out once again.
Because you underestimate that Vladimir, who's been so far behind of the Corki Ore game. Flame Horizon pretty much achieved here after this wave. And Knight was big, but Xiaohu's still climbing that mountain himself.
It's getting close to a 200 CS difference between RNG and Top Esports. RNG is a funnel comp. They funnel Uzi, but funnel doesn't work when everyone has full items. That's the problem with RNG's type of gold allocation. The later this goes, the more Top Esports is going to slide back in favor.
That's why I think, I think Top should just find themselves in side lanes. Corki needs to go bot lane at all times. Force the Vladimir or the Renekton to match you. Now, Baron's in play, and I think that's the real problem for Top, is that with how much damage Xiaohu is doing. And honestly, you don't even know where the wards necessarily are from RNG, so they can come in at a flank whenever it needs to be. He has teleport ready. So if I'm Top, yes, you have Elder Dragon. That's going to be great. When it wears off, you don't want to find yourself in a fight where Loken and Knight can just get bursted like that.
Especially when we have all teleports up and available here for Top Esports. But in front of the Baron now, 5 members strong. They've still got the Elder buff for another minute, so if they fight here...
Xiaohu's unspotted. That's the big thing for me.
But the cave comes through. Xiaohu now spotted out as Casa goes on in. The fight is what RNG want to take with Top Esports. A split apart. XX dead before the fight even begins, and Ben dies as well. Top got separated.
And Baron is pretty low and ripe for the pickings. Let's see if there's a nice steal that comes through.
The Baron didn't fully reset. Knight can't steal it, of course not. It's the smite from Casa and the second Baron of the game from RNG.
Thank you very much, says RNG. We've both been saying this on the analyst desk between me and Raz. Go to your side lanes, Top Esports. You have an accumulated 200 CS lead on that one, but they're just being too afraid of the Baron potential, which I don't think is necessary, because you have both teleports up. You have triple teleports even. They're just too focused and playing towards RNG's win conditions.
My concern here, understanding the situation that they're in, is that you cannot get mid lane control with the Ezreal right here, because the wave clear is going to be there for Xayah Rakan. You got to see what the result ended up being, but RNG should always be able to fight for Baron control, and then Top won't. It'll take a long time for RNG to really respect the split that they had. So that's the real issue. I thought that it was cute for them to look for a steal, but you can already see game is now in favor of RNG like super heavily.
And even though the gold is becoming more irrelevant, those final items are coming across the board, and RNG surely gonna push that up as they get towards the inhibitor turret on the top side.
No, you're talking about the Hex Drinker pickup from Loken. Good luck. That's a Void Staff now decked out by Xiaohu.
Oh boy.
The man is ready to go.
Yeah.
In fact, just send everyone else to the bench. The Vladimir could take them on alone. Let's see what we missed out here. Is that live? Yeah, I think that's live. That's live.
Okay.
And RNG's front line now is not afraid to die. They have the GA completed on the Renekton, Gargoyles plus the Knight's Vow onto Karsa. They're completely fine. All Karsa needs to do is build his Cataclysm and create enough space for Uzi. That's all they really need. I have to say, Top Esports just put too much faith in the Elder Drake and thought that that would carry them through the Baron fight.
And as we take a look at Xiaohu in the mid lane, I want to point out as well, I can't see any healing reduction items on the side of Top Esports as well. So that Vladimir, almost unkillable as RNG want to start the fight in the top side. Knight has to disappear as the True Shot Barrage flies through the rest of RNG. Teleport into the backline. Now, RNG being poked out, but Xiaohu joins the fight. This is not good as 369 comes in with the Vanguard's edge onto the back line of Uzi. They want this 80 carry, but he's healed up. He's smacked down. The Cataclysm in the backside as well. Casa will happily give his life as Uzi's still alive. He takes down 369. Renekton re-engages. In comes Ming again. Flies through. Top Esports might be able to poke them down, but stop this Xayah, because with the inhibitor now under threat, RNG might continue the fight.
Knight wants this.
Or maybe not. Flash over the wall. Knight comes forward. It's 1 versus 3. He finds Uzi, but now it's up to Loken and XX. Lungxing will give his life with this messy turret dive. Xiaohu the only one alive.
Xiaohu should be able to escape this, but Loken was the hero on the back half of that one, finding Uzi out with the pick in the middle of the team fight, forcing the flash, forcing him out, and they finally defend their own base. Could have gone a lot worse for them.
I have very rarely seen a Spear of Sojin on an Aurelia with the core mindset getting to the backline. Uzi needed to die for this play to live. And you can see the idea coming through is RNG initially going in for the fight, but then the counter engage coming straight through. The teleport from Aurelia because she knows I need to be in the thick of things. So finds her way right into the back. The issue is Uzi's incredibly safe. Take a look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah. You can see what Xiaohu's job in that team fight was as well. Hits Loken in the backline once again, but I'll say it this time, the Hex Drinker looked to save his life.
Yeah, that was very, very close from just being a game end from top esports, but this is where Loken starts to shine. He finds the first Q, he gets a bit of that mojo back to himself, and he's willing to step up against Uzi. That's a big thing right here. You cover the nameplates, and you don't think that's a play you're going to see from Loken, but he had his carry pants on.
If that W had hit from the Ezreal, that's a dead Xayah in that situation. Of course, ended up dying afterwards, but that changes the entire team fight at the very end. So it's crazy how really slim these margins are in these fights, because Knight and Loken are really playing out exceptionally well.
And it's only game one, gentlemen. RNG in top esports, still gold neck and neck at 42 minutes into the game, just about. RNG are trying to find this pick onto top as they position around their potential double Elder.
We finally see the double Flame Horizon being reached from top esports. This is the moment that they're building up to.
There are 3 people with Flame Horizons, Clem.
But that being said, RNG still has to worry about is the double Elder Dragon you were talking about. Xiaohu's ready to fight for this.
He will be spotted out in that Scrying Gloom when he comes around the corner. Package used by Knight. RNG poked down by him, but that's a 3-man Hemoplague. Xiaohu burns them down. They want to take it away. Cataclysm to stop them down. They pick up the Elder. Now RNG want to fight. They get a double knockup with Ming in the backside. And Xiaohu has the range over the wall. That's XX dead again as Uzi goes forward. Doesn't get the Blade call up, but RNG are low with top wave funneling in.
Yeah, top lane inhibitor is huge, but that was a major gambit from top. They wanted to be able to get that double Elder Dragon and make that case for a fight. Weren't even close to it because of Ming's great engage, pushing them back and allowing Karsa to get the smite.
Once again, Xiaohu is in the perfect position to interrupt an objective take from top esports. He did it at Baron where he was coming in from the brush. This time, exact same angle, just mirrored across the map. This is the way an experienced team deals with this situation. The gold lead was in top esports' favor. They had those big carries, but Xiaohu really made the difference with the direction he's taking with these team fights.
Yeah, take a look at this. Even with the package being thrown out, a little harder for Karsa to get involved in the fight, but Xiaohu being able to push them back, the Cataclysm in tow as well, Ming also following through. There was a lot to create a real barrier to stop top esports from getting close from the Elder Dragon.
I was just noticing there, Xiaohu dropped the Hemoplague and had no follow-up damage. Almost did half the health of Loken and 369.
That's true.
I think I'm more worried about XX. He only took, XX basically took half a rotation and was, I'm done.
That's true. And now, look, Elder's been picked up. You have yourself a Baron that's going to go down like that. RNG have the power to look to finally close out game one.
Yeah, in all intensive purposes, they should win this game. But top is playing so well in these team fights that they make you believe, really. But with how well RNG is playing this, specifically, in my mind, Xiaohu, Ming, and Karsa, the backline of this team is just really flourishing. There's no real challenge to getting those kills.
The gold funnel seesaw has tipped back into RNG's favor. Sure, they may be down 100 CS, but they're full item already. It no longer matters, and I give RNG the edge.
Take a look at this. Uzi does not have sneakers on. This man has so many gold. Yeah, has a lot of gold
Trinity
on him,
Force.
And it's gone towards the Trinity Force because of just how rich this man really is.
Yeah, he's backing.
Nike's better start building those BF stores right now because sometimes people don't buy shoes.
Great ad placement, Clover. We'll have a look as Knight's actually caught out. That's a cleanse used immediately. RNG want to end the game now, but they'll take the inhibitor, make it a double.
XX, you're going to die to the Vladimir. I don't know how else to say it.
Oh my god.
Like, don't even get close to him. You're not a tank to this, man.
I mean, Xiaohu can walk down with the rest of RNG. Small minion wave here that's been cleared out. The fight forward. That's the Hemoplague Knight. Run to the fountain. Can he make it? Oh, he gets burned, but he doesn't die as the re-engage comes through. RNG underneath the Nexus have exposed it. They're now going to hit it away. They'll take game one just like that.
I love the fact that the series is starting off with a bang like that.
An absolute banger.
Because it was dragon stacking from RNG, and then progressively it was getting more desperate from top. You're getting to a position where RNG were finding the necessary picks. RNG found the Baron, moved towards the Elder Dragon. It was a good challenge from top esports, but at the end of the day, Better players came through. Take a look at the gold chart just right off of this one to show how well Top were doing in the first real 20, 30 minutes of the game.
If you haven't seen it before, this is a great introduction to how RNG play the game. They are very much a gold funneling team. They let their side lanes fall behind, and the way they get back into the game is they try to hunt for those team fights. Unfortunately for Top Esports, both Baron fights went over to RNG, and that was a difference maker in this game. The side lane CS advantage did not matter.
A lot of the times for me, what I focus on is the things that a lot of the players don't see, but the coaching staff certainly does. For Top Esports, the SYY is going to be giving them a lot of talking because they had so much control really early on in the game. They had chunked out Karsa, they had killed Ming, they had full control of Baron, but they didn't want to go for it. And a lot of the times in the LPL, you just go for it because if they end up getting challenged there, you're pulling more RNG members in. You can get more kills, you can hunt for it, and at the end of the day, RNG is going to respect it and give you the Baron buff. These are the opportunities that Top Esports had, didn't take. And it's crazy because if you think about the history of the organization coming in and taking up Dan Gaming was a team that just go. They just
20 minutes.
20 minutes instantly.
Yeah.
And I believe Kat right now in the Chinese cast is certainly berating them, saying, "What happened, guys? Where's the communicator?"
I actually just disagree with taking the Baron buff right there. You know, you go into the team fight with Uzi on hyper-stacking items and a better team fight composition inside the Baron pit against a Vladimir. That sounds like a recipe to disaster for me, no matter what chances you get. I would much prefer them to play a good silence pushing game. And that's something I think 369 was very flat on. He got caught out once because of the double flank coming in from the 2 teleports on RNG. And he never really went back to it again. And that's my problem with this comp.
Yeah, there are a few windows where there was a Corki in the bot side of the map, and I feel like in those windows, the 3 men in the mid lane didn't play as respectfully as they should have. So if we're just talking about how they played their 1-4s or 1-3-1s, you're right, it was poorly. At the end of the day, when it came down to that first Baron take by RNG, it was a very creative one, very true. I think that the call from Uzi was instant, and that's really good to see from a team that is only getting better. But from Top, they need to take the windows that they have because they're going up against a team that's getting better throughout the playoffs, really evolving with Long Sing now playing well on weak side. This is a big series now for Top, who's done well in both regular seasons, that they need to have success in the postseason.
At least I see the promise of this series towards that last fight. And what I mean is, in the top side, Top able to challenge RNG. You saw 369 jumping onto Uzi. You saw Knight taking the 1v3. I see a Top here in this series that can challenge the team fights of the Team Fighting Kings RNG.
This series is great because both sides get to showcase their core strengths. RNG with the initiations and the team fighting, like you're saying about the solo raw power coming in from Knight and 369. You have to remember, 369 actually gave over First Blood, but was able to do so strong in that side of the map. Same thing for Corki. That lane was pretty much untouched throughout the entirety of the laning phase, but you still see that gold lead snowballing on the side of Knight.
You know what's really funny? Just thinking about it, because we're talking about how strong some of these champions are. Suddenly, you're going to game 2 if you're Top Esports, and what do you do about the Vladimir? Because you know the Vladimir is incredibly good for the side of Long Sing.
Yeah.
So people were already respecting that, and a lot of the team fights he was able to come in strong. Suddenly, Shahu is able to perform like that.
Yeah.
And we've had less reasons to just outright ban Vladimir. You know, teams like Damwon just get that religiously. So it's crazy. I think going into game 2, you definitely respect that going into the second phase. So it will change a lot of things going into the pick ban for game 2.
A lot of changes, of course, before we do go to our break and into game 2. There's a thought to be had about that pick outside of Baron, rewinding towards the 20-25 minute mark where Ben was caught out, XX was caught out, and RNG being innovators, Clement.
Yeah, that was a tough situation for Top Esports, and if you rewind on that play, I think the main issue is they don't do a good enough job of tracking Shahu. Even when Shahu is right in front of you, Loken still gets picked off like that. So that's something they need to look and basically make sure that their side lanes are pushed far enough that they can make sure that Shahu has to stay underneath the tower. That's the main thing for me, and just the inexperience of handling that, having a push top wave, and giving Shahu that advantage into the river was a big no-no for me.
I saw definitive moments in that series. I love that it came down to a few moments. That was only game number 1, gentlemen. We're going to go to a break, then go to game 2 of RNG and Top Esports semi-final.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of LPL Insight. This is Niberia here. In the game between RNG and LNG last weekend, Uzi destroyed his opponents with 100% kill participation and 46% damage share, leading his team into the semifinals. Let's take a look at his site. The early game was filled with brutal fights from both teams, with several kills going over to each side. Uzi was dropped for first blood with 3 assists going over to LNG. Not ready to be completely gold-starved, he picks up Tristana in another fight, bringing the kill score to 5-4. RNG didn't break the balance until almost 14 minutes in. With backup from Karsa and Xiaohu, Uzi started his killing spree. He pops on the hunt to chase down LNG's bot lane. Alistar tries to knock back Morgana, but Ming sees it coming and saves himself with the Black Shield. He then casts Soul Shackles to slow down Kaisa, forcing Asura to burn his flash and ultimate in an attempt to survive. But it's not enough. Uzi gets the kill, and Alistar's death soon follows. RNG trades turrets with LNG, leaving all the gold to Sivir. They know Uzi will carry them to victory. In return, Uzi doesn't let his team down. When the game reaches 25 minutes, LNG starts the fight with a perfect engage. Alistar explodes into the fight with a 4-man flash knockup, and Gragas follows up with an explosive cast to scatter them all. All seems lost for RNG. But the rough start isn't enough to shake Uzi, and he immediately turns to fight. Tristana's health bar nearly vanished in an instant and is forced to fall back. Uzi keeps his eyes on LNG's carries while he dishes out damage. Kaisa and Tristana are far too low to fight against Aatrox. After killing Riven, Uzi and Long Xing survive and win the fight. In the final team fight, LNG seem to have made their way back into the game, taking down both the Baron and Xiaohu. In the ensuing 4v5, Uzi casts on the hunt, keeping himself in a safe position to pump out massive damage. With help from Aatrox and Morgana, Uzi melts LNG, grabbing a double kill and leading his teammates to destroy LNG's Nexus. Uzi's amazing judgment and insane team fighting help RNG to take down their opponents in a dangerously close match. We'll see if Uzi can return RNG to glory as playoffs continue. That's all for today's LPL Insight. See you next time.
Top prospects, top talent is the TOP brand. 369, XX, Knight, Loken, Ben, BSYY helped construct a powerhouse befitting the name when they pursued the golden left hand in Knight. A man who rocked the league since debuting with Suning, now leading TOP to their first LPL championship. What Knight does, TOP does. If he locks in Zoe and Jace, they'll play through mid and accelerate that pace in game. But if he goes towards his iconic Corki and Aurelia, then the team can split and isolate the matchups to allow 369 and Knight to thrive. A team with the fastest win time in the LPL. If TOP has a lead, they close it. XX and Ning are like-minded in how they test their limits to expand a lead and push for further objectives. If either of the solo laners is rolling, it'll be near impossible to stop that snowball. Coming off a 4th place run in spring and their Rift Rivals performance, the young roster had received a harsh lesson and then lacking experience and confidence on the big stage. It would push them to hone their style to match the best. Conquering EDG and RNG in the second split would boost them to a more impressive record and seeding. It's now on them to hush the crowd and chase the crown.
I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look.
Well, we're in Beijing for our semi-finals between RNG and Top Esports, where RNG took us to a late game, took us to a team fight, and took out game number 1. Hello and welcome back to the LPL English. My name's Hysterix, Raz, Clement at the end of the desk. Let's start things off simply. Xiaohu got MVP, so well-deserved after the Vladimir engage in the mid lane.
What's the damage percentage?
Kicked the boots off.
Ooh.
And that's large.
Huge.
Rare to see with Xiaohu, because Uzi always has the numbers.
The damage gold efficiency one is the real one that scares me right there. Usually it's about 120% for mid laners. He did 60 extra % on that one. Even when started with gold, even in Flame Horizon, still doing the work.
What feels bad is that all of these are great stats except for the gold defense at the end of the game. You're going up against a Corki that was really only farming, and so you see plays like these where RNG was able to play a great defensive mindset, great defense to the bot side of the map. That was started out well by Long Sing, by the way. That was a quick and easy way to show you that he was defending that bottom lane tower for quite some time.
We're seeing a lot of these plays where it is RNG actually just catching Top Esports out of macro plays they're doing on the map. So I think like RNG in game 1, a lot of it does come down to the experience advantage that they had in the early game.
Yeah, in the previous play, just so you were talking about it, Corki was bot side already at the bottom lane in their tower.
This one was
This was crazy, right? And it feels bad. I think even without the Tahm Kench swallowing you, you die even with the redemption. It was really close timing and the health wouldn't have been enough. But it's just crazy how accelerated Xiaohu was this game. This is him going up against the Tahm Kench and getting obliterated.
His flanks have just been on point, and RNG really set up this Vladimir pick. If you remember in the second phase of the ban, they took away the Victor. Yeah. And I was like, why are they banning Victor? That is so far away in the meta. And that's your answer. They had that pick set up.
It was a great game 1 from RNG. We got to the late game. We got to a, what did I call it? A fickle situation, I think I put it as. But it was anything but. It was calm, cool, collected in the end, where it came down to a team fight, a couple of picks from Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, and RNG is the calm team. Whenever they are in a deficit, like, in fact, a lot of the legacy that they had in 2018 was based around playing to their bottom lane, finding themselves great advantages, or at least like based off of like key picks. I remember pretty clearly when they went up against King's Own in the MSI performance in the finals, it was based off these major team fights to claw themselves back into a game. Now this was much closer in terms of what the game was showing us, but Top Esports had windows, they lost it. RNG was able to find them. What does this say?
And Uzi made good use of that lead. 41% of the team's damage was done by him.
He hit it again.
He was up 6.4K above Loken by the game's end, so equaling out all of those solo lane deficits.
Because remember, it was 3 Flame Horizons. It's rare that you ever see that in a game of League of Legends. 2 on Top Esports. Yeah, and 1 on the side of Uzi. So that bottom lane made to pay, even though Loken came fighting back in the end.
It's a tough call. I think what Top needs to do going into the next game, because a lot of the times when you face defeats like that, when you're having a very split push oriented team that doesn't really have too many ways of just instantly going in. The Sejuani's a good one, but to the point that you made earlier on was that, well, who's the next person going to be, right? Would it be the Aurelia in that case? But how confident are you to take that fight in that situation? They might end up going back to a more team fight focused composition, because throughout the split, they've had success in multiple facets. Through split push, through team fights, they might end up going and trying to challenge RNG based off team fights in Game 2.
Because it looked pretty confident in the top lane, Clement, when we saw Top Esports trying to challenge them for the mark.
Yeah, Top Esports, for me, their team fight actually looked okay, but the composition deficit was definitely there in that situation. What I think they need to do is take away Xayah Rakan. It's been the best performing duo in recency for Ming and Uzi. Uzi's very safe on that champion, and Ming with initiation is just damn right scary. I would much rather see him on Enchantresses if I'm Top Esports. Morgana's not going to catch me out like that.
And one thing that we saw, as it seems like we're going into the second game pick ban, was that you can prolong those dives for a long time. Ben and Loken were getting dove for about like 20 flat seconds. Even with the Tahm Kench Ezreal, you can't really do too much when Ming's being able to charm your Tahm Kench, and then Xayah just has so much added safety. If any added turret damage hits ahead, ultimate, de-aggro.
We'll be jumping back into Summoner's Rift, or at least pick and ban. RNG on blue side once again here, and we've got very similar bans across the board. Olaf not going over to Kasa. The Aatrox we talked about, again for Lungxing taken away. So it's rinse and repeat with first pick for RNG.
It's been the exact same bans for Top Esports, taking away the Olaf, knowing that that has not served them well. And for Top Esports, what they need to fix is the bot lane draft. Now, there's a lot of champions that Loken can go for. He's been known to play very aggressive with his Lucian and his Kalista, but against the likes of Uzi, we typically see him in a more defensive mode just between them.
Take a look at this hover. I mean, they could right now take away Xayah Rakan right from the get-go. So the conversation that we were having, they were facing a lot of pressure. Instead of looking for that Lucian counter pick and allowing RNG to even have a hand at that, I don't even think they want to pick the Rakan alone either. In fact, they're just going to take up the Xayah, force RNG to pick up a weak lane. That's an instant lock-in for the Ezreal.
Uzi's Ezreal. There you go, Tahm Kench. It's reverse lanes by the look of it, with Rakan still available. No-brainer for Top Esports, and we've flipped the script.
And this is very interesting, because RNG has to carry from another lane in the early game. Which lane is that going to be?
See,
two more.
Here's the thing. I agree with you. But whenever it comes to Uzi's Ezreal, he just finds outright leads based off of not missing his Qs. And Tahm Kench has a lot of poke right there too. So the range advantage that you have, and then the ability to save yourself from the Rakan engage that you have in the bottom side of the map, might just give the 2v2 advantage over to Uzi and Ming just based off of the execution alone. So that's something that perhaps RNG still play towards the bot side, have the opposite mindset of what the Ezreal provides for your team.
It's just really insane to think how entwined Uzi and Ezreal are as champions and players. He's been known to be a great Ezreal. Even when he was going up against Caitlyn matchups, he was still able to take CS leads when he first came out. Very well known for that champion. Now, Top Esports are going to have the counter pick here, so RNG, if they want a carry pick in another lane, they're going to have to do it blind.
The only thing that's remained the same are the junglers for RNG and top here.
Yeah, and so take a look at the bans. Exactly the same. Top Esports going straight towards the Mordekaiser and Karma. The Karma is definitely going to be a good hit towards Xiaohu. So Xiaohu now needs to decide on his champion. I love his Syndra historically. I think he's always been such a great Syndra player that can really take advantage at the lane. Let's see what it ends up being.
Akali against Knight.
That's a Zoe match.
That's a Zoe.
What the hell are you looking at?
In the back of my mind, I'm like, there's two big champions for these guys.
Maybe when
Akali
she grows
and Zoe.
up.
All right.
Maybe when she grows
She's
up.
She's 120 racks.
All right, fair enough.
But Zoe, you're right. Excuse me, big blunder. Xiaohu on Zoe is still a very big champion for him. You'll see the cannon paired nicely too.
So RNG are still looking to have pick potential in their composition, and going for Zoe does shore up that point. However, their team fight is much weaker with this composition. You don't see a lot of frontline capabilities, and this will give Top Esports a better chance when it comes to the 5v5.
There we go. I love the Aurelia pickup. I want to see where it ends up going. I would expect it to be going towards the mid lane. Vladimir also has a pretty positive matchup. I'd say around level 9 when he's able to get max rank on his Q and start trading against the Kennen. But that's the expectation that's going to be an AP Kennen rather than an AD Kennen. interested to see what we're going to be coming out here from Longsing.
Yep, the Vladimir matchup definitely does swing based on the itemization from the Kennen. If he's going his own way, going the split push AD version, then yes, he will win out. But if he's going the AP, then Vladimir does have the sustain edge in that one. So we're going to see a very similar composition from Top Esports where they should have the solo lead in terms of the Vladimir versus the Kennen, but later on, team fights, I think this time the draft is much better for Top Esports.
Yes, so the big takeaway when we were talking about what their focus is going into Game 2 was a heavy focus on team fighting. Because in Game 1, they weren't getting it going. I mean, a lot of the times they looked at it and said that we just outright get outscaled in a lot of these facets. Even in front to back, the Vladimir was way too big. This time, Zoe's going to have a lot of problems when there are this many champions talking about the Sejuani who can try and get an ultimate when you're blinking straight back. The Aurelia, who's going to be a little bit insistent on trying to get you. There's a lot from Top Esports side that can now look for those team fights.
But I know for RNG fans, they'll see this and say, Xiaohu on a hard carry that can snowball a lead or completely fall off. The momentum is on him after Game 1.
I gotta give the mid jungle over to Top Esports. I give the bot lane to Top Esports, and I actually think the top lane can win out as well. Top Esports, for me, this is the exact draft that they're looking for.
Yep, but Hysterics, I know what you're thinking. Xiaohu and Zoe comes one-on-one. Like, at the end of the day, he's been able to perform so well in the champion, you got to believe that he can exceed that.
And then Knight has Aurelia. The mid lane matchup we set up is there. It's exciting here in the semifinals. It's an RNG lead after Game 1. But you don't expect it to end here. You expect to see if Top Esports can take us to even footing. As the fans come out here in Beijing, I know our eyes will wander over to XX in the rune choice straight away. Something that we saw a lot in Season 8 when Sejuani was very prominent. We got the Fleet footwork here on Summoner's Rift once again.
Yep, a lot of the times we ended up seeing Fleet footwork come back when Trundle Jungle was definitely the go-to. In this case, just being able to, be pretty topped up throughout your jungle clear is the go-to. I think he's going to be trying to look for a lot of the 2v2s early on, wants to be able to have that even footing.
There's a lot of mind games happening in the runes this time around. A double minion dematerializers from the solo lanes on RNG and a vertical jungle start as well. So going back to your point of staying topped up, Xiongqiong really needs to be aware of his own life because RNG are already set up to leave lane and hunt that pig down.
After the nerfs to minion dematerializer, we saw teams just completely move away from that. So the fact that you're now looking through like those two lanes and that's now the go-to says a lot. Now Karsa can look towards topside a little bit more reliably.
Or even look mid as he just walks through. Knight with level 1, Xiaohu had the advantage, and it's just going to be the poke down with advantage now to RNG's mid. There's actually 0 CS on Knight, by the way, so we'll see when this wave crashes in.
I just want to see what Xiaohu picked up, because that's always my question in Zoe matchups. How well is the Aurelia going to do if it's a redemption early on? Triumph actually being the go-to here, and also a lot of tenacity going into the precision tree, so that's going to mean a lot going into later team fights. If he gets locked down by Zoe, so much easier for him to move out before the Q ends up striking him.
We're seeing a pretty defensive build from Xiaohu in terms of the summoners, bringing the exhaust, saying, you know what, I'm probably not going to need the ignite in this one. Just don't kill me. Please let me survive this superior mid-jungle duo coming in from top.
I love that you get a smite this early on as a Zoe mid. The shove continues on. I was just taking note of XX's pathing. He went back towards the Krugs in the top side and looking to kind of stop the momentum as Karsa goes for his double. Now triple buff available for the Jarvan.
So this is what I'm worried about here now for RNG, because Longsing in this case is going to be pushing off the lane. And with Sejuani being on this side of the map, no vision in the area, they should be aware that that's a go-to gank for him. XX can set up top side, but that's a lot of damage on a Loken.
You weren't wrong about Uzi's Ezreal.
Yeah, it hurts. Ben tried to save him on that one, but it still hit Loken.
I love that we're in the reverse lane. We see Uzi and Ming play it out, and it's very different.
And I just wanted to say, that's not really supposed to happen. Usually you see the Xayah with the wave clear potential pushing out forward, but this time around, CS lead does go to Ezreal.
It's all about the jungle matchup here, and a lot of the times, Uzi and Ming can play like this when it's Karsa always near him, and that's the case. But guess who snuck behind them?
Wow, Xiong using that path so well. He is unspotted here, but it's still going to be a 3v3.
Karsa has the level lead. Let's see. He goes in first. The flash forced out, and because of that, XX still behind the lane. Will he get engaged?
There's no way XX could come into this one now, because while you're right, I mean, XX was unspotted. Same for Karsa. You just have the expectations that Karsa is going to be in the area. Oh, wait a second, Xiaohu.
Yeah, he might be level 5. A flash away from the Arctic Assault. Didn't hit it anyway, but he wanted to be safe.
There we go. You're starting to see some great action coming in from XX, but seems like Ben and Loken are in danger.
There's no flash on Loken, remember. Double flag and drag knock up. There's First Blood looking for the second. They flash forward. They want the auto. Uzi almost dies underneath turret, but he'll survive with First Blood going to Ming.
15 HP off of Ben, and this is an RNG. Just their bread and butter play. They freeze the bot lane wave, they force the Xayah to walk forward, and guess what? Karsa is always there.
Another play coming in from XX.
Can Lungxing survive? This happened last time, but Karsa's not going to be here to save him. Instant flash away again, and XX has now burnt 2 solo lane flashes from RNG.
Yeah, you want to feel good about it, but the fact that they set up towards that bot lane gank, and it failed so magnificently, like Karsa was there for some time, they had anticipated for him to be in the area, but not to be making the first strike at the bot side of the map. So he was there first, it hurt, they were able to get a kill off of that, and now you're right, at least they were able to get a flash on both mid and top side. XX can look towards the top lane later on.
We'll see what happens though, because Xiaohu is in the vicinity. We'll just drop a ward instead of making a commitment to the top side of the map.
And we're going to see top esports really try to focus back onto that top side. For their bottom, as long as they can have the wave pushing into themselves, I think they're going to be fine. Even with the Xayah Recon, I don't see them trying to push CS advantages that hard, or they're probably not able to. So top esports right now, you know, it's a very clear go-ahead on the top side, and Karsa's going to take advantage of that.
Infernal first here for RNG. Now XX is moving down, but Xiaohu having the shove into lane will be able to push him off.
And that's the weakness for a team that is so focused on solo lane advantages, is the Dragon pickup for teams that are bot side centric. Let's see if XX can do anything about it.
Knight is level 6, by the way, has the Vanguard's Edge available. Xiaohu's in a lot of trouble. There's the Permafrost. The Force Duet won't land, and XX not near the Dragon as the ult finally comes out. Ming in control as Karsa survives. The Smite comes through and the TP to secure.
That's the issue. RNG is always going to commit to the play, while top are not going to commit the members necessary for the fight. And so at the end of the day, RNG has gotten the first Dragon. You're certainly going to be seeing them play for the second Dragon. It's a mountain, and top esports are already on a bad place in game 2.
At the very least, Knight, once again, Clement, has a CS lead. It's starting to build with one of the solo lanes for top.
Yeah, that definitely seemed like a trust fall coming in from Xiaohu. No flash, but still able to walk through River against the Sejuani and still find the Devourer there. And that just really goes to show you what RNG is all about. A lot of times...
Oh my god.
A lot of times they're about this as well. Just chunking people down in lane. The synergy has always been a plus on their side.
It's the reason why he's gone for the Sheen first. A lot of them end up doing that for the lane strength. But take a look at this. We were already concerned about Xiaohu not having flash. And now is the prime target. Let's see if he can thin out the wave.
Not spotted out. The Glacial Prison not available, but flash with Arctic Assault. Here comes 369, but they're not going to overcommit. They want the turret plating instead.
All right. Remember, he has double exhaust, by the way. Just, you know, Zoe things. You can exhaust 2 members. That's fine.
But you call that a mechanic?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Lucky mechanic at that.
But is able to keep him safe. And so Xiaohu in this situation is now safe. Has himself Magic Pen boots just right from the get-go. Extra movement speed to get him away from those situations. And now we're back at step 1. Uzi and Ming are pummeling the bot side tower, and the members underneath it have themselves an advantage to do it to it.
And Lungxing's having a great time on the top side. Meanwhile, he's poking down to Vladimir, who made the roam, who is now losing out on CS and turret plating. RNG, through these cross-map plays, have a 2K gold lead at 8 minutes in the game.
369 is so far behind the buy. The champion itself is fine, but he doesn't have the items to back up. And what I wanted to say the biggest advantage for RNG is actually the jungler. He's already up 3 camps onto Karsa. This is going to allow him to just make ganks without fear of being counter-ganked because he's so damn tanky.
Ooh. Using his ultimate there just to keep topped up, but at least he should be actually... This is actually a pretty large one. The next wave's going to be coming in, so he's going to be losing 2 waves if he ends up basing off this one. So it's a lot happening for Vladimir in the top side of the map, where now both side lane matchups for RNG are miles ahead. Especially, not even just talking about the CS advantage, but amount of auto attacks he's been able to get through, really piling up the Klepto procs.
You can see 369 backs away anyway. The wave going to be crashing in. XX is towards the top side of the map right now, so RNG can keep pushing bottom while Kasa and Xiaohu are making a move.
This is a great move because there's no teleports on top Esports. No help is on the way, and the 4v2's coming.
It's happening again, but Xiaohu is not making the full commitment, rotating back around to the mid lane. Well, they don't need to. RNG is still pushing it.
At this state, RNG just needs to keep, you know, these lanes as if they are, like bubbles, where Uzi and Ming are creating natural leads. The same can be said for Long Sing, and you just try and keep Xiaohu available and, of course, just alive. I mean, there's a lot of people gunning for his head. But at this state, it's top esports that are slowly bleeding out. They still have a great composition to look for that one fight.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's getting further and further away. They need to fight for the next dragon. I feel like if RNG finds themselves the Mountain Dragon, especially with how creative they are as a team, it's going to be too far gone.
That's 1.1 gold lead, 1.1k gold lead on the Ezreal already just from the early ganks. The CS might not look that different, but Kleptomancy and the assists and the turret platings are starting to add up. And once again, the Zai is actually supposed to win out with the push in this matchup. The clean cuts is going to go through the entire minion wave, but somehow Uzi, just with his poke through the minions, has been able to reverse it.
You can see Top Esports getting deeper vision towards the red side here, trying to impact and get behind the bottom lane of RNG. For now, the push will continue. RNG will continue, as you said, Raz, slowly winning out. And that mountain is a minute away, so Top are committing.
This is what we're waiting for. Nice defensive pings out here too, so RNG recognizes that this is available, and it's the one underappreciated point about RNG's playstyle, because they get jungle attention so frequently that you forget what they look like when they are on the weak side of the map. Uzi and Ming instantly fall back. They already had the wave shoved up there, so they realized that they can just back away. They already had a decent enough advantage. They don't need to lose it all to a play from Knight and XX.
And once again, Top Esports walk towards Rift Herald a little bit late. No vision. Caster's going to get this right now, and we'll see if it gets dropped in the top side once again.
I call that play don't BS a BSer, because RNG definitely know that trick very, very well. They react to it perfectly. Even though there wasn't vision, they could sense the 4v2 coming to save that bot lane, and perfect response, they take the Herald.
And now Ming's on the roam. It'll be Uzi who goes back to the bottom lane. It'll be Xiao who gets the shove out, and Ben and XX down here as well. Mountain has now spawned.
There we go. We were talking about it, that this is the one that Top needs to fight for. At least they're here, ready for the skirmish, and it's Aurelia that's leading the charge. Needs to always have that mid lane shoved out so she can put Xiaohu in a tough position. If Xiaohu gets ready and he is able to toss the first stone, or in this case, you know, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, then it's far easier for RNG to look for those fights. Let's see what ends up happening here.
I mean, if Uzi can get something on the 1v1, maybe something else happens. But Dragon started here from Top Esports, and Caster's behind it. Well, maybe not, just clearing vision for now.
I'm really worried about XX's status in this game right now. He's not having the Aftershock, and he's being beaten heavily in farm. This is a Sejuani that is going to get melted come into the team fights.
You're going to see another Flame Horizon on the jungle this game, Clement.
Oh boy, I would like to see if it happens.
Dragon going to be started here in full vision. Caster behind them. And he's going to opt to back away, it looks like, and just leave it over.
Well, they know they're on it. They don't necessarily have the vision on it. But just having, you know, the information that multiple members were rotating towards the play, safe enough for RNG to recognize. Let's play to the next dragon, especially since you start cashing out on a double Infernal.
Yeah.
So Top Esports needs to consistently play towards this bot side now.
And RNG are going to use that tempo advantage to take down the first tower in the bot lane. You could see them ping it down. Ezreal already has that item buy lead over the bot lane for Top Esports, so I love giving over the Mountain Drake to a losing team.
How did that hit, Clement? I'm going to be asking that question quite a lot this game. It seems as Xiaohu pops down Ben. Minion Wave will crash in, Rift Herald with it as well, and look at this, Uzi gets 410 gold.
Yeah, to be fair, Ben and Loken needed to get out of there anyways. Too many members on the bot side of the map, so we're back to the same position we were in game one, where RNG gets a significant lead bot side and now can move Ming and Uzi across the map. The more important of the two really being Ming. Ming and Karsa can now start to invade upon XX's jungle. You can't do too much about that.
I like that we're taking a look at the win rate with lead at 15 from RNG. 95.5% if they have a gold lead over 15.
To be fair, they have a very high win rate overall. So looking at the stats, no surprises there. What I'm seeing from the stat sheet that's actually quite interesting is they only have a 51% chance to get a gold lead at 15 minutes, which means a lot of the times their soul lanes are actually quite far behind in the game. This is not one of those times, though.
We saw that in game number 1. It was when RNG solo laners fell behind. We talked a lot about the Flame Horizons, where Uzi was the only person really on charge in Summoner's Rift.
It looks like it's going to be a Trinity Force coming out of Uzi. So a lot of it's just going to be around the damage.
Okay.
It's really nice to see, just because, I mean, if you're just looking at what RNG comp is really about, you don't expect an AP Ezreal at this stage. You already have both your solo lanes building AP, and they're just going to be doing a lot in these team fights. So it works out well for him. Something to take note of is that the lane assignments will have Uzi primarily sectioned through mid lane. He's going to be able to poke out whoever ends up meeting him, and then they're going to be using Tom Kench to cut off on side lanes. That's a long lane down bot lane, so anybody from Top Esports that ends up picking up that wave have to be aware if Tom Kench goes into Fog of War.
This is getting so damn scary for RNG. They're already up 4,000 gold, and before 20 minutes, if you get that 6K gold lead, the Baron is instantly gone post 20 minutes. So Top Esports are really looking at the next team fight or the next break, the Infernal Drake, to be the turning point of this game. If they don't get it, RNG most likely walk away.
Because it's almost that 5,000 gold lead on the board right now. Infernal up in 230, and we're just looking at the turret plating gold that went over and how much of it went over to Longxing on the Kennen, over to Uzi on the Ezreal. But they're accelerated with their first item, and they're going to be giving even more gold over to this Ezreal with the top lane Alba.
And this is not much of a response. I mean, if XX is going to be playing towards the Vladimir, what is that turret take going to be even looking like? He's just essentially trying to force Longxing off the wave. But he's been playing respectfully all game long, and so if Longxing looks at the rest of his map, he's completely fine with that. In fact, right now, Loken and Ben are getting evicted out of the mid lane.
Yeah, getting pushed out. That means the outer is now available for RNG to push.
The biggest thing for Top Esports right now is to make sure Knight gets enough gold. I don't care if he takes all of the Raptors, all of the Wolves. He needs that Triforce before the Infernal comes up.
Look at this.
I don't know if this is the bait or if RNG can take this. Min gets locked down with the Glacial Prison. Vanguard's edge out as well. Teleport getting channeled in the backline as XX interrupts. The Cannon can't get in with the ultimate as RNG turn for the engage.
Wow.
Cataclysm 4. The Cannon doesn't even need to get in at this point. RNG have found their pick in the team fight onto the Vladimir. Xiaohu gets flash after flash, and now they can push in.
Yeah, big wave here for RNG to look for this outer turret. And it was just all off of what was top going in, but not having the damage to follow up on. Loken was just not a part of the play. And it sucks to see that RNG was able to just turn the play on a dime and look for that early tower.
Talk about Loken not being in it. I'm really looking at 369. He gets the Hemo Plague on 2 targets that are already within their own tower range. So there's no follow-up there. And Top Esports' desperation play falls flat.
I mean, Ming survived for so damn long. This tanky Tom Kench in the early game did his work.
Yeah, you're right about Vladimir, the position that he was in. He was pretty much instantly out of the fight. And a great Cataclysm from Karsa.
Just lining up the shots for Xiaohu to knock down, and this man is running wild with 3 flashes going forward underneath that tower.
And now we're set up after that play. RNG have themselves a 6K gold lead, a double Infernal in the horizon in 15 seconds.
And if you look at the composition RNG has, Zoe and Ezreal, the amount of poke is insane, and they're going to be centered through mid lane. It's going to be really tough for Loken to be able to pick up the mid lane waves. He's going to be picking them up at his own inner turret, because if he was able to make one misstep, that's a Sleepy Trouble Bubble aimed at you.
And the problem with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble is everyone dies to it. On Top Esports, there's not a tanky member that can face check into this Dragon Rush. And they're actually burning teleports just to make sure they have an advantage here, but that's still not to be. RNG are here in full force.
I mean, Loken might get the root down. Uzi might be caught out, eaten up by Ming. There's 2 members of mid lane, but here comes Cannon with a 2-man ultimate. 369 goes into the puddle, but look at the poke coming through. Uzi survived. Longxing does as well. He arcane shifts forward, and 369 tries to recover the fight, but it's over. The Blade Caller almost takes down Longxing, but look at the poke. Xiaohu gets the double, and RNG win another fight.
And an instant response from Longxing to come and save Uzi and Ming in that situation. That was clutch.
So well done on the side of RNG. They definitely anticipated that. They could see the teleports incoming through the Fog of War, and they were ready to respond.
And after what was the save towards the Infernal Dragon, Top Esports trying to challenge it, they'll now lose it anyway, and RNG will be up almost 9,000 gold.
And that's what it's all about here for RNG. Because they play towards Dragons so much that when the RNG finally comes in hot and you have to deal with multiple Infernal Dragons, it forces Top to make decisions like these. it looked good, but you realize that members are here to look for that fight. So Longsing comes in with an exceptional ultimate, and then you look towards Xiaohu.
Triple.
Yeah, that was great there from Karsa as well. And then, you know, Xiaohu is able to find that outset pick, being able to take down XX.
Does anyone want a top esports skewer? Because that's what Karsa is going to deliver to you.
Doesn't look like there's much meat on the bone, Clement. Unfortunately, at this point, you're not getting your money's worth because it's still only those first items across the board. It's the Essence Reaver, not even the Trinity Force for Knight, while RNG are onto their second, third, and the next fight's going to be even more brutal with a triple Infernal on the line.
Yeah, we saw it in both games. I mean, RNG is a team that just tries their hardest to stack dragons regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
And if you find yourself in a double, you know, in this case, a triple Infernal game, then you are forcing the enemy team to play out of the ordinary. See what we end up missing here on the replay. That was a good pickoff, but oh no. Oh no, that's not what I was, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that at all. I'm sorry, Ben.
I was wondering why Uzi had the Cutlass and he had his second kill as Carter comes a moment too late to stop the back here of XX, but
when the hell did that happen?
That looked to be in the other replay.
Oh boy.
You got to commend how Xiaohu has played this matchup. He's willing to give up the CS, but he never allowed Knight to snowball away from that. And even though XX threw a lot of early game resources in, no solo lanes are getting out of control.
That ward just paid for itself. Caster's over the wall, the trouble bubble a threat. And good warding from RNG means they can set up for the play.
And that's the issue when you're going up against a Zoe in deep invades here. If you're trying to make that defense on the wards, well, that Sleepy Trouble travels a long distance.
Yep.
And will place as a trap and really make it difficult for your carry to walk through. We haven't seen too much of Loken this game for that very reason. He can't do anything. The range advantage is actually just so large on RNG's side. And a lot of the times, he's just playing on extra backup, waiting for 369 to apply the damage.
And we're going to get to that point where we see the QSS tax paid for Loken as well. So while he has that one item, you're wondering when it will come through. Does RNG now make a move towards the top side turret? 4 members here. Langxing does not have teleport and is walking up the mid lane.
Seeing the damage come in, and top esports did set up for a Fnatic brush right there, but was spotted out by RNG. Very easy to face check for them. And RNG, they can play the map however they want to. They do have the split push advantage. I really admire how Longxing navigated that lane in the top side. Even though he got his flash burned early, he was able to win that lane very hard against 369.
Speaking of Longxing, Rabadon's death cap second, by the way. So none of this Void stuff, none of this Morellonomicon. You got the full
Infinity Edge.
AP. But I love this because when you have a triple Infernal on the line, when you have base stats, that's when the magic comes through with this dragon.
That's some 2 minutes away, by the way. If you're looking at top, they want to be able to at least get some wave clear through mid lane to deal with that. But Uzi is so strong at this stage, having his Muramana picked up and so close towards his Blade of the Rune King. But the Bilgewater Cutlass will keep you in the fight, so you're already in a tough position if you're even trying to contest the wave. So it's an issue. You're always at your inner turret. And so you really can't contest for the vision that RNG has towards the objective.
And top esports just don't have tools to to brush check. They don't have any skill shots that they can throw in that gives them vision here. So they're going to be walking into close quarters combat with RNG that is 10k ahead of them and looking at triple Infernal Drakes. Very hard to deal with.
Oh, let's see what we're dealing with. There's no way 369 wants to fight this, by the way. He doesn't have the damage. Yeah, he doesn't have the experience. He doesn't have the damage. So Rabadon's death cap on towards Longsing, but he's watching him.
He's tracing him.
I see you.
And now he's going to wait and come out at the opportune moment. Remember that Vladimir, still almost 2 items, can still find a flank and a recovery fight for top esports. But Ben being here has to be careful. We'll be able to grand entrance away while 369 is setting himself up and top esports to get this steal away Infernal.
Everything's just waiting for RNG to clear out that Raptor vision, and then they're ready to go. They just have so much damn damage here that they could actually decide to fork top esports. Top esports, you know what? You can take the 3rd Infernal Drake. I could still just pick up the Baron off of that.
That's true. So right now what top wants to do, they just want to be able to hit at least some of the damage breakpoints that we're talking about. So specifically, Loken wants to get to his Infinity Edge. That's something he requires fairly desperately, especially with Blade of the Rune King being picked up by Uzi. And then you look towards, 369. They're just trying to find that key item post, the early item you got for CDR. So at this stage in the game, I'm looking towards like Rabadon's death cap. That would be a really good purchase for him. But let's see where he ends up going.
Engage here from XX, trying to find himself Xiaohu. 369 was there as well. That's a lot. Burn Uzi over the wall.
Wow.
XX gets burnt down, and meanwhile Xiaohu does the damage on the back end as Uzi now re-engages. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage on top of them. Loken at half health, XX low. They flash forward. Lungxing finds the lightning, and that's already 2 kills done. Top Esports gets slaughtered again.
No Loken and Ben. You're just going to be giving a lot away, which is going to be the inhibitor and a lot of pressure towards Infernal and Baron. There's actually so much on the line here for top.
Inhibitor's going to drop down here. RNG have done the damage. Respawn timer not there for 20 seconds for the AD carry, and RNG make their choice.
I do want to see RNG actually try to go back towards the Baron play a little bit more. I think that's the more impressive one out of the 2 objectives here. But they do spot Ezreal splitting up, so Top Esports do have a chance to catch RNG unawares here.
Not if Knight dies getting hit by the Trouble Bubble. Good dodge there by Knight, but RNG clear out the vision and now hovering around the Triple Infernal.
The terrain around bot side works so well for RNG. Nice pick on towards Knight. And it's such an easy objective for a Triple Infernal. This is what you want to go for. Let's see if, you know, anything comes through from Top Esports. They're desperate.
They know that XX and Ben are there. They spotted them out on vision. Lungxing is going to corner them down, force them out. Triple Infernal at 24 minutes. RNG now have the map to themselves.
This is getting really worrisome for top. It's a worrying trend, some would say. You're at a stage in this series and you expect it to be incredibly competitive. And to their credit, they are performing competitively.
Yes.
Problem is, now you're staring at bottom of the barrel. It feels like it's going to be a 2-0 to start the series off. They need to dig deep here. Taking a look at this, it was a nice challenge. The issue was Karsa finding the back end, Xiaohu being able to get instant pick onto Ben and the follow-up.
That was just so damn telegraphed from Top Esports, and you can see why they're doing that play. They don't have any vision control of the Dragon River side, and they have to charge in and force a Sejuani ultimate catch. Xiongxiong doesn't even get the ult off before he's tagged by Xiaohu's Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That was such a good snipe from him.
There's not a member in RNG right now that is not a threat to Top Esports. Level 14 Cannon, 2 items on him, 2 items on the mid lane, level 13 Zoe with a Banshee's Veil. And now Uzi has Blade of the Ruined King. RNG only need 1 member to land their skill shots.
We finding that pig.
And XX hovers away.
We're waiting. This is the best game. This is the game where top don't know what's about to hit them.
I reckon you have an idea at this point. Ming brings Carcer in, nukes down with the Cataclysm. Loken burnt down. Here comes the Slicing Maelstrom as well. Ben goes in optimally as they get a good ult on the backside, but the Vanguard's Edge doesn't achieve anything. Ben will die as well. And with another Trouble Bubble landing, get ready. Xiaohu and the rest of RNG want those last 2 kills.
Oh my god. They're being zoned out of their own base.
Make it
come by. I want to, yeah, get over here.
And we're staring down the barrel. 11-0, gentlemen. A 2-0 start here to the series. RNG, the only way it wasn't a perfect game was with that Mountain Dragon. As Top Esports lose both Nexus turrets, it'll be match point for RNG to go to Worlds, to go to the finals. They're 1 step away.
And no one expected the series to be this quick. This is when you look towards top, their coaching staff and all, and expect something different. They tried, by the way. They went towards a more teamfight heavy composition. But at the end of the day, RNG were just more cleaner. In a lot of the fights, they were able to counter-engage off of Karsa so easily. It's a tough one here for top.
And a lot of these issues are going to be hard to fix because they don't really stem from the draft. They actually stem from the IDs on the players. That bot lane completely destroyed with a matchup that doesn't get the push. I know.
So I'm going to recall a certain series in a playoff game.
Okay, Rez.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Summer of 2018. That was RNG versus Top Esports. And that was the fastest game of the year on that one. That was when Top Esports had a completely different lineup with Korn in tow. They've made such a huge change in the preseason just to find themselves back in step 1 because of RNG's dominance. This is kind of crazy. You don't expect things like that, really.
I really love how RNG is avoiding the topside heavy focus of Top Esports this time. Double ranged matchups into the top, and they're actually coming out very, very safe. They're willing to drop CS. Even though with double flashes burned, there was no kills gained by Xiongxiong, and Xiongxiong fell so far behind in the itemization. At one point, Jarvan, Karsa was one full Gargoyle Stone Plate ahead of the Cinderhulk.
Yeah, and this is the evolution we were talking about for teams like RNG. Because if we were just talking about regular season strengths, Top Esports performed much better.
Yes.
But the issue was the one question mark we had for RNG was Long Xing. And Long Xing answered that emphatically. That team fight performance he had off his cannon, not only did he perform well in lane because of the matchup, but also he was playing incredibly respectfully to a lot of the weak side plays that, you know, Top Esports are known for and tried to hunt for. So good luck to Top now, because they can't find that top difference that we expected to be the case.
That's true, it's amazing. Long Xing coming into the series, Xiaohu coming into his element in this series, in both games. I think we can say this is the Xiaohu we wanted to see running into playoffs.
And this is what we've seen for both of these teams. Why, with how dominant Top looked in the regular season, that across the board we went RNG.
Yeah.
In fact, you and Frost, I ended up getting the number for Frost. She expected it to be a 3-2 just because of, you know, once again, faith in how Top Esports would be able to perform, but also equal faith that RNG would just be the better team. So it's not done yet. I remember a certain LEC match last night that went the distance and
it started with a 2-0, that's
but
right.
at least there was an expectation there for, you know, the opposite team to be able to perform.
Yes.
We need to see that here from Top.
Down 0-2, Top Esports need the recovery. We'll have a break to see if they can do it going towards Game 3. In the history of the LPL, so rarely do we see a team that's destined for greatness. They were one of the very few that managed to ascend through the developmental league into the LPL.
从来没有一支来自甲级职业联赛的队伍如此接近 LPL 的舞台。LPL 的舞台，这样主堡马上就要被破掉，但它是 LPL 史上第一支进入 LPL 的甲级联赛战队。
They are a story of unimaginable miracles and hardship. As they set their foot on LPL, the stars began to align for the team. From a team that is known for their aggressive play, they re-emerged in the league under a new identity under Top Esports. An organization that believed in the team's potential to rise to the pinnacle of the competition.
大筒子脚闪现，但是被永动领域给冻住，又是一个钢索过来，这边大筒子也很难走了。小狗已经进入了输出范围，回身想换一下小明，小明沉默无语，但是最终小狗站了出来，护卫了狗飞，这边再拿一个人头。
Success rarely comes without failures. The first split of the team in the LPL was no different. Despite their valiant effort as a rookie team, they fell short of qualifying to the playoffs.
升入 LPL 的那一年，我们的成绩特别不好嘛，也没有打进季后赛，成绩也特别靠后。然后那一年外界对我，包括对我们队伍质疑声都特别多的。然后其实那一年压力特别大，然后每天睡觉都睡不好那种。
对我自己的打击虽然没有那么大，但是就是自己太菜了嘛，就想着去多学多做，然后就慢慢的打得更好了。
But they got their first taste of LPL and thirst for more. Their appetite for success led the team to restructure and sign new core players to strengthen that team. Began with signing the rising star in Knight, hailed as the future of the LPL and the golden left hand.
大家前面先给一个B双刃被泰坦勾了回去，但这波是有塔姆可以保护他。另外一边大龙川的队员已经全部冲出来，这波超波的指挥是先打出来，一本的位置太为危险，给到了他的兄弟秒了。这个机会，但是卢仙跟这个卡莎还有收割能力，卢仙跟进场，卡莎被逼断，罗斯马基被秒了，分这边还没有死，库尔可以开启一个急升，AD 关电了一下，但是这个问题是谁来杀死个奈特？奈特跟卡莎要收割战场了，完全是一个个人秀。
Brimming with potential and aggressive play, had fans flocking and tuning into their matches as they watched the team's steady rise in the league. From making it through to playoffs for the first time in 2018 summer, to competing in their first international tournaments in the 2019 edition of Rift Rivals, Top Esports' ambition is made known. Their message clear. They are the new era of the LPL.
The road for RNG in 2018 was paved in gold. With multiple international successes, they hoped would spill into 2019. With the retirement of Zitai, Letme, and MLXG, Karsa would be their mainstay jungler, and they would need to enlist a new top laner to fill their shoes. After their spring failures with Amazing J, the team would acquire Longsing from Suning to continue their search for a top laner that filled their needs, and Longsing had the skills to push them back into that super team status. It was a hard fit seeing as Longsing, the carry top laner that he is, was thrusted into a position with few resources given, and it took time. At the end of summer, LoveZRR made his debut to challenge his position, but there would be no replacement for Longsing as exemplified in his quarterfinals performance versus LNG. Throughout the road, Xiaohu and Karsa had the dominant split, with Xiaohu nearing that MVP of the split status. He was on another level, giving RNG their early game cushion consistently, and while MVP of the split escaped him, Finals MVP is still on the cards.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with them hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh,
Match point for RNG here in the semi-finals of the LPL Summer. One step away from securing Worlds for 2019, from getting into another grand final, and from RNG clean sweeping top esports. Clement Chu, Raz, Hysterics, and we've got a story for you. We once again start with the MVP, who was Karsa.
Boom.
And I know you guys have got a lot to say about this man on the Javan jungle.
He went mad. He actually did. You tell me, because I found a lot of those engages to be so clutch from him.
Yeah, he was on point in that, and I think it's the way he set up that early game that was the most important thing for me. Just making sure that bot lane, consistently throwing ganks down there, staying around the play, and he just destroyed that matchup for Uzi.
This one was fun because Top had played towards the bot side really early on in a creative way, and then Karsa still gets that first blood. And then take a look at these fights, because Top is the one that tried to force it, and then it was RNG that challenged. A great Cataclysm from him.
Double EQ, 4-man Cataclysm. He's bringing all of the crowd control necessary to these team fights, and Top Esports have no response. Ming has a great build, the Ming build with the QSS earlier on, and that is just desperation from Top Esports as they see Infernal go over again and again to RNG.
Yeah, because if we're learning lessons from Tom Kench games, last game, Tom Kench was picked out by the enemy team, and he was bursted before he had an opportunity to do anything. He doesn't want to be locked down in CC, and you take a look at these fights that always look initially great, but then the flank comes through from J4. He finds the extra members and burning summoners. In fact, the funniest part about how this game ended was simply based off of just charging at Loken consistently.
Yeah, he didn't have a great time in the end.
Loken got one auto attack in that entire team fight. Had to run away from the charging members from RNG, and with Tom Kench's Abyssal Voyage, they have so many tools to close out the game.
Just think about it at a perspective of the AD carry. As you know, you got a reward. Karsa, 91% kill participation. He went mad this game. Back towards how Loken viewed this game, range disadvantage, getting pummeled in the early laning phase. You get out of the lane, you're sent towards mid lane, where once again, range disadvantage with a Zoe and the Ezreal are trying to find you, and then they're always timing your sum. That last play you saw in that game that ended it, really, was they knew that Xayah didn't have flash. Just send the Tom Kench J4 to Cataclysm on top of his head, and there's no way he gets out. This is just bullying.
I just love
Class act bullying.
The doubling back after taking the flash away, just doing a full loop and then coming back to the bottom lane. I got a new slogan for Karsa, right place, right time. And it feels like I'm always saying that in-game itself, because Karsa is switched on in this series, and it's really taking over XX with another big CS advantage in game 2.
Exactly. I think XX Gambits have not paid off whatsoever in this series at all. He spent a lot of camp time on those early games, burning flashes, but if Top Esports cannot get a kill lead in a counter lane with their jungler, I think their strategy falls completely apart. RNG are too good as laners to really fall behind that much to Top Esports.
And now you're in a position if you're top. Certainly you're not looking at faces that are super confident with how they got shellacked the last game, as you had mentioned. Near perfect game if it wasn't for that dragon. And especially if the fans are all out for RNG.
Hey, they're excited.
There's a lot of golden energy here in the JD venue.
Because for RNG, remember folks, everyone tuning in for the first time for Summer, in spring, RNG didn't make the run. They were cut short. They didn't go to MSI, nor did they put in the performance we expected. We come through to Summer where they're one game off of going to Worlds and representing the region as well, and also getting to yet another LPL Grand Final.
This is a great story for Longxing. He's been around the league for so long, been known as the best domestic top laner, and now he finally gets a chance to potentially go to Worlds. You can see the excitement in him.
You know, it's funny, because when he first came in from Suning, they had made that, or at least the coach of Suning at the time had made this statement that he's a top 3 top laner. I was like, what kind of joke he's talking about, right? There's actually just so many established tops. And at the time, you know, Longxing was just getting better and better as a talent and became the identity of Suning. And then when RNG was able to find him, that's when you reignite the conversation of RNG having a super team alongside Karsa. So across the board, the talent is starting to come through.
And we see Ming here with his previous stats, 90% kill participation, following that of Karsa around the map. You just gotta love that Tom Kench builds. You know, all the safety in the world, goes for the QSS right after the ward item just to keep Uzi safe.
It feels like we're talking about best in position, right? We go from Longxing to Ming, where in this RNG lineup, we still have the best of each and every individual role, at least in the top 3. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the All-LPL team really identified that. The only person from RNG that didn't hit All-LPL team was Longsing. And now, it's kind of crazy because in the previous splits, Longsing has always been given that respect as a top laner within the league. Finally, this playoff, he's online. He's recognized his role, and primarily, like, since being on Suning, he's received a lot of resources. Was that carry top laner, you can go towards the Jax. He had to really find that position within RNG because he had to be the person who's like taking the L, basically.
Yeah.
Lose as
it's rough.
respectfully as possible.
That's right.
We call him the weak side magician, basically, because he's been going on the Renekton, he's been going on the Vladimir. You know, the Chinese community recognizes him as the best top laner after the big score of Korean daddies, so-called, in front of him. The Shy,
well said.
You know, Gingoon, Ray, and all of that stuff. But he really showcases... Like, you know, the chat can prove me right. They do call them that, okay?
That's true, that's true. I ain't going to say anything about that.
I mean, that's fair. It's been a long journey. It's been one to prove himself. He's one step away, as we mentioned. For top esports, gentlemen, they're back on the same side. They picked red. Going into this third game, what needs to change here? What do you want to see in the draft to bring them back on top?
So we may see a Vladimir ban in the second phase from top because we're going back to the same scenario where RNG is going to have the ability to flex between Longsing and Xiaohu. We knew how it panned out. Xiaohu, if he gets his hands on that pick, he's just going to go wild.
We've already seen it change. There we go. RNG first pick, not the Jarvan this time around as it's been banned. You get the Tahm catch.
And what I want to see top esports is actually just to forego some of the solo lane bans that they've been throwing down because it hasn't been working. What we've been seeing is that RNG has played 4 different solo laners and none of the counter lanes have really come to fruition.
When TOP gets pushed, they are the team that will just lock in, hard lock in an Elise and allow XX to try and find an advantage by any means necessary on the solo lanes. This is hilarious, and it really is just them saying, well, we need to find something, a direction, and it needs to be very obvious to us.
Renekton Elise has been working so well for teams across the world.
Very true.
In these couple of patches right here, and I want to see that being selected. Top esports, you need to get a kill in lane, and that's the perfect deal for you.
But we see the Kai'Sa for the first time here in this series, a pick that has been big in the past for these 280 carries.
It's maybe an opportunity for 369 to go back towards the Jax. So that's why they can keep themselves in the second phase with their top laner available. But oh no. A lot of the times when you're talking to the Chinese casters or anyone in the community, it's the Karma and Aatrox that you want to be banned against RNG. Longsing gets his Aatrox. That really dominated LNG.
That is true, but I would say 369 is the perfect player to play into an Aatrox. He has so many counter picks up his sleeve. We have to think about his Jace, we have to think about his Camille, and of course the Jax we've been continuing to hype up has been the difference maker in their series in the regular split.
I'll take your word for it, Clement. We're yet to see it. We do see the Renekton, which of course is that flex.
RNG do need to ban the Aurelia here because you have to respect that the Renekton could go just go mid.
Yep.
And just follow wherever the Aatrox ends up positioning himself. Great Skarner ban. At this state, we're just going to be banning junglers. You know, junglers that are facilitators for the lanes for RNG to make it harder for Kai'Sa. He is a good Lee Sin player. I wonder if he pulls it out here.
I love that fact. Leave the solo lanes alone. They have enough champion pools, and I just don't care about if Xiaohu gets Karma or not, because he has been able to carry, and I would rather put on something like utility.
Okay, that's very fair. The Sejuani, the final jungle ban here from top esports. RNG focused on the supports of Ben and putting him into a corner. But of course, the Rakan is still available. What is the route?
Kai'Sa Rakan has been the biggest meme for about a year long now. In the way that you're not going to be playing towards the lane. So we finally see that Tahm Kench counter. If they could find a pick onto it, take that grayscale help, and just smush it. I like what we're seeing, but oh no, we're finally getting to the point where they were...
There it is.
Yep, we found ourselves the Karma and Aatrox being locked in there for RNG.
This is essentially the plan B from RNG, the one that we thought would work but never wanted to see. Now top esports get to test their mettle against this one. They get to see if they can shut down Xiaohu from having another great performance.
It's funny, because whenever we talk about RNG, we do end up praising Xiaohu and his abilities throughout the entire split and say, hey, you know what, RNG, don't put him on a Karma or don't put him on a Lulu and don't, you know, put him in a supportive position just to be able to give those resources to Uzi when Xiaohu himself is performing phenomenally. So this may be a blessing in disguise of saying, okay, Xiaohu definitely wrecked us in the first 2 games. Give them the Karma so they can get their, you know, composition online, but at least limit Xiaohu in this game.
Okay, that's a thought, because for top Esports, their final pick was the Corki. They've got their solo lanes locked on down. And Clement, I know you're talking about 369's champion pool. What goes into the Aatrox this time around?
Well, we see the Renekton going up there. This is a very strong dive lane against the Aatrox. If they can hit that lane repeatedly pre-6, then there's very strong chances they can close out the deal. However, my worry for top Esports here is that their mid-jungle, both magic damage, is not going to limit the Karma. Karma's actually going to be able to run around in this one.
You can start to see it. Tension starting to rise.
You can start to hear it, Raz. We're just going into grand final music before we're even there.
Because it really is. It feels like we're just one game away from the finals. It's top that needs to upset this trajectory and momentum. They need to try something, and they are going for it. A lot of early game focus to just mess up RNG before they get to that 20-minute mark. It's the, Elise, the Pike, and the Renekton that's going to be trying to stop RNG at all costs.
It's a change of pace here for top Esports. One that is so important now. For top, they don't want to go into that 3rd, 4th place match. Although they still have a chance, this is the seeding towards the finals. And a very important matchup against RNG that they now have to reverse sweep with the composition we've been talking about.
Does the world get to see Knight on a world stage? That's the big question for him. He gets to write his legacy here if he can make the reverse.
Comes down to his Corki, a pick he knows and loves. The mid lane matchup has changed, but it's still the same players, still the same feeling. Will this be it? Or will top Esports finally be able to make that reverse sweep? Finally be able to pick up a game here in the semi-finals? And finally be able to show us what they have and keep themselves in the race towards that grand final? A lot of emotion in the stadium, Raz.
Yeah, the chant leads recognize that this may be the last opportunity to give that energy to RNG and top, and they're going through with it.
I just want to point out in the early level 1 that Uzi and Ming both dropped their wards and then swapped to sweeper. Now this does signal a lot of early game attention towards the bot lane.
And they don't know they're there. They're going to go for Ben. This is a 2v2 with an interesting trade. Ming loses out in the end, and top Esports walk away handedly.
Loken's super close to being able to get that passive proc on Ming. Would have been a lot of damage, but Uzi was there to be able to stop
And he
him.
got a satchel of gold from it as well, so that's worth.
It was a 100 gold bounty as well. That's just, oh man, that's just everything going right for Uzi.
Let's talk about that RNG, right? Because they just, last game, triple Infernal. This game, you got an Infernal Dragon ready.
Yeah.
And you were already looking towards the bot side where Uzi was able to cash out. This is sad. What the hell?
Where Casa has started. He's towards the Krugs right now. There's no vision control here from top Esports. We'll see where this jungler goes here in game 3.
I'm just saying the gods are watching. This is unfair.
This is just what happens when you're repping for your city and you're playing in Beijing.
It's true. Now, as we take a closer look at the junglers, we go towards the Karma as well, who's just dropped a ward towards the blue side. But Casa has no interest at the moment. He's still finishing the Krugs and still clearing out his bottom side.
Gotta love the presence of mind being selected right here. Just wanting to go into those skirmishes more frequently along with the Elise. They have great crowd control chains in the bot line to just go and find those extra gold kills to get them back.
Yep, ult resets are always going to be a positive. I would love to see that if they're able to get snowballing, and that's the real go-to here. Oh no, it caught him. So nice ward that was able to catch XX in rotation. I didn't see a ping. I didn't see a ping.
So maybe they're assuming it's blue buff into Grom?
I really wish that I got to see that, because the observer was correct in the fact that it should have seen him. But they're playing without that vision. Let's see.
I mean, Arcane Shift, is it available here for Uzi? What's going to happen? Ming flashed off with the Cocoon, misses. The damage will still come through, and Ming will still die to first blood, but TP instant reaction here as Repel goes in the air. Lungxing finds his way down to level 3. Knight comes in as well, and it's double flash out. A messy early game, but Casa too far forward. A double kill for the Elite. 369's going to die as well, and this is what you want to see. Blood across Summoner's Rift as RNG in a 3v3. It'll be Lungxing walking away, and top Esports winning out in the trade.
That wasn't a 3v3. That was a full 10-man on the court in the bot lane before 5 minutes. Top Esports got the first blood right there, but everyone from RNG was willing to follow in, and I have to say, this will make Uzi's lane a bit stronger.
The thing is, when the entire season feels like it's on the line, you just throw the gauntlet.
Yeah, you do.
Top recognizes that they picked for this. If RNG is doubling down, and you look at the champions that you have presented for yourself, you just go for it. So, yeah, let's take a look at this once more. Because they did end up seeing XX walk to the bot side of the map, but they were playing super disrespectfully. So they should have been aware that this was going to be a play. The instant flash from Ming was nice. The man had blue suede shoes on, so that's a positive point. And it allowed the rest of RNG to come through based off that teleport. It was the play to follow up that really made this fight.
Yeah, we did see Xiong come in, but miss his initial E, and still able to close down on the kills with just the damage right here. Unfortunately for 369, he's not going to get out of this one. And just the early damage from Elise is really showing up here. Even with the skill shot not being hit, still able to convert.
It was a 2 for 2 in the end, but the reason I said that Top Esports come out ahead and why I feel like that, because the Elise picked up a double kill, because the Elise's early game is now really accelerated. We'll see what XX can do with the extra gold he's been added, having picked up Fiendish Codex before 5 minutes.
Love the invade coming through from Longsing to just get some information on XX. That can really cause a lot of pain to Top, because you mentioned it. You know, a lot of the gold and resources are on this Elise pick, and the Elise pick needs to get going. If they see her in rotation, super easy to work around it. Elise is primed for a gank, by the way. 2 plays happening at the same time. Okay, it seems like he's going to be moving away from the top side as well as the bot lane, just respecting his play.
A lot of vision there from RNG. They've invested a couple of control wards deep into the enemy red side, and Lungxing now going to walk over one and walk past the cocoon. He's got a couple of instincts.
It feels bad that he's missing out on a few of these cocoon plays, and it really just comes down to execution.
And it feels very familiar in the bot side as well. Once again, we see RNG actually freezing the wave and having a sheen early on Uzi. Top Esports needs to throw everything to equalize.
But now Lungxing without ultimate underneath already finds the double dunk. This is going to be the dive, easily done. Lungxing survives though for so darn long as 369 is going to die. Repels up.
No.
Lungxing gets triumph. XX will get the kill, but the fact that RNG traded that is amazing.
At least they were able to get that kill, and Longsing's going to be missing this huge wave with no teleport in tow. It's a lot of damage coming out of Xiaohu, but good job from Karsa. You said it. Always there.
Yeah.
He's always there at the right time. Was able to find a good counter game.
And that's just so sweet of Karsa. Look at that wave. It's pretty comfortable in there.
That's true. You wish your solo queue jungler would do that for you, but I will say again, you're right. For XX, he picked up the kill once again. Now has the Runic Echoes at 6 minutes in the game.
And so if you're just taking a look at this and you're saying, well, yeah, Karsa was able to find that gank. That sucks for Top. No. CS advantage is huge for the Renekton.
Yes.
Was able to deny a huge wave from the Aatrox. So, I mean, XX is saying, well, that's worth. I have 3 kills because I was able to get the kill and not lose that Triumph pickup on Longsing. And maybe you end up finding that pick again and try and bully him. And you may have summoners by the next time he comes topside, but it's going to be pretty easy.
Yep, RNG feel relatively comfortable on the top side right now. They still have a lot of deep vision into the jungle of Top Esports, and that needs to be cleared out before the gank can really come in. So as long as he can keep the wave pushing towards him, I think he should be fine.
It takes a lot of time to even this out. Raz, just as you mentioned, that CS lead, 30 in the back pocket of the Renekton, and that's climbing. Karsa hovering up towards the bot side for now, but the Renekton pushes out, moves down, and looks to threaten this mid lane.
Remember, Elise doesn't have flash yet, so this is going to be more on Xiaohu to make the mistake of leaning towards the right. Oh, no, he has his jungler here, actually. So, perfect. Yep, Karsa was able to pick him up on Tremor Sense, so now XX is going to have to peace out.
And no time wasted, just drives by as XX is going to be starting up the dragon while bottom side pushes in.
Yep, XX really needs to be the one that is going to continue the momentum for Top Esports. He has plenty of burst damage,
he sees it. No, he doesn't.
Karsa's been doing a really good job at shadowing him.
He's not moving.
He sees it. He should be able to see it.
No, he doesn't see it. No one's moving.
No, because XX is not moving, but that's the Praise Seeker. Dragon secured, though.
That's the thing. So, of course, was keeping completely still. He recognized that Karsa was in the area, so smart from XX, who's really desperate to find plays early on in this game. and was able to find that first Infernal. So, you know, finally, Top's getting rolling here.
I will say for XX, a much better early game, an early game where he finally has the advantage in this series.
He's been one of the most prominent Elise players behind Tien in our league, really plays for those kills, and Top Esports is super dependent on getting kills in lane to continue their entire strategy in this one. I just want to add, you know, the motion, his eyesight is based on motion. That was what Xiong Xiong was telling the rest of his teammates.
Gonna get spotted out by a ward here. I haven't heard that before, Chloe, but thank you.
We see you now, buddy.
Two-member gank squad onto the red buff. It's gonna be taken away. And with red buff in hand, Castle with level 7. He's now onto XX. That's a big bounty on the Elise. He has to flash again.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough towards the blast cone to be able to take it. That hurts, and you're in that position now if you're Top, where the person with the bulk of the gold now is struggling. Oh, no.
This is happening again. Different lane, but Uzi and Ming still pushing up.
That's what I was worrying about the first skirmish that we saw, the 3v3 trade that happened in the bottom side is, you know, Uzi once again is going to be able to take down this tower relatively easy, and that's going to give the map over to RNG at a certain point. So Top Esports need to think about which tower can they actually equalize when that inevitably happens.
True, and it really is dependent now on XX, who's been pummeled a little bit here at this stage in the game, because if we were seeing the bot side and saying, well, it's a 10 CS advantage, I mean, it's going to be pretty nice for Uzi. You look towards the top side, and as we mentioned earlier, it's still fairly huge in favor of 369, and so you're going to be expecting XX to go top side a little bit more often, even with the flash and ultimate available for Longsing. It's going to be on RNG that tries to speed the pace of this one up.
Because they've already committed Casa towards the top side here. Now the level 7 Rek'Sai with the CS advantage with Warriors moves up towards the lane gank, but it's more about shadowing, it seems, at this point, as he's just going to back away.
Yeah, I remember, if we always talk about Karsa being in the right place at the right times, because he's always focusing on the wave being pushing out. He needs to be able to shadow Longsing when the wave's pushing out so he can get a good base timing off. And if the jungle ends up coming by, great, you got a counter gank on your hand.
This blue contest is going to be massive for Top Esports. They have the package onto Knight and multiple members converging already. If they can take this blue, if they just steal it, then they could control the map for the future next couple of minutes where Knight is going to have that pushing advantage.
They're looking towards the Rift Herald instead. Blue going to be taken away by RNG, and Top do have the damage here. It's about with the RNG push ball.
A good thing about Elise is that you can utilize your Spiderlings pretty easily to be able to not only just get the eye of the Rift Herald, but also just keep yourself topped up. True. They're always going to be ready for a fight. Perfect. They were able to get themselves a Rift Herald, and now could look towards top side incredibly easily. You have a lot of time now before Rift Herald, the turret plates end up going off, so you get a lot of free gold for yourself.
First time in the series here for Top Esports, picking up the Rift Herald and first to the play towards this top side.
And if you think about the Rift Herald, it's 2 guaranteed turret plating. So you're less than 500 HP off from just equalizing that tower trade when it does happen in the bot side. Great pickup from Elise right there.
The good thing about Elise, too, is that you also have the range to help out Renekton in this case, so you can even get the 3rd or 4th. It just really depends on the timing in which Shahu and Karsa are coming in. XX is just going to be trying to... Oh, he's not even going to sneak through the bushes. He just wants to use the push of the Rift Herald, and you also have a support coming through with Ben. What's Longsing going to do?
I mean, trying to push them out, trying to get rid of the wave before the approach of the Rift Herald, but it's going to be too late. But he has stuck around with Xiaohu making his way up. Turret won't go down, but they get the turret plating from it.
It's actually huge from Longsing because that's the first turret gold will go over to RNG after this play. They're not going to get a better chance to knock this one down.
And they're going to be sending Pyke down bot side. So at that end of the day, they just want to be able to get the gold up top side. They know that they're going to be able to get the top lane turret at some point just off of Renekton's advantage alone. He also has Cull, and he's pretty close to being able to get the full gold off of it. So right now you have a rich Renekton. You look to the bottom side, bot lane tower is still up and available. It has some life there, so now top can form another fight. Ben has to watch out here. At least he's got the information that Karsa's in the area.
He can pick up the Scuttle Crab with it as well. The push doesn't come through from Uzi as he will move into the river after the wave. So turret will stay there for now, but remember there's another dragon coming up in 20 seconds.
And this is the first Drake fight that's been this close between these two teams in the series, and I have to give this one over to Top Esports. I think the power spike on the Triforce Corki and how ahead the Renekton is should benefit them in this Cloud Drake. Now, it's a question if RNG is even going to contest this or not, but if they do, Top Esports should be heavily favored in the next engage.
Yeah, we're just going to be talking about the compositions that RNG has lined up for themselves. They have a lot of range, a lot of good poke. You don't have to go towards the Ardent Sensor here just because you have yourself, an Ezreal pickup, so you can just go straight towards AP after you have the Athene's Unholy Grail. So then you're just, if you're Knight, or Loken more importantly, you're going to be taking a boatload of damage if you end up mispositioning past the wave. So from RNG's perspective, late game is not that bad if they can get that easy poke and chase down. Just really dependent on how Top ends up utilizing the Renekton.
At this point, they'll have a Cloud to go alongside with it. RNG get priority in River after getting the Scuttlecraft.
RNG were better set up for this one. They preemptively teleported, and look at Longxing. He has an extra buy over 369 here. So even though Top Esports, they had the gold in their pockets to make a strong front, RNG with the experience just prepared better for that one.
Got a Mountain coming up next as well. Is Ben going to be trying a hook here, but Cast is nearby. XX spotted out. And this is 3 members in the bottom line.
Yeah, it's tough for Ben. Ben has been searching for, only Nick's Loken in this case. But Ben's been looking for a pick for some time now. For the first 14 minutes of the game, he's been looking topside, didn't find an opportunity, searching through mid, not even close to finding a chance here.
Yep.
And then when he was trying for that pick just right there, Karsa was once again shadowing bot side. RNG would have been in a much better position to take that fight. So it's a really tough one for Ben. Later on, he may get his chance. But as you can see here, it's been a slow one.
Being pushed back in lane constantly. That's the 0 gold bottom lane here on turret plating, but the rest of the map from Top Esports, namely 369, with the most turret plating to take.
Yeah, and he cashed out in his cull. That's the big one. Able to get a 30 CS advantage. He's held on to that one throughout the game. And then now has that cull pickup. So that item advantage is huge. And now take a look at Knight rotating topside, just being able to de-ward. So when he finds himself veering for the top lane, they won't see it coming.
It's the battle for 300 gold, the first brick award being given out here.
We're close to getting it.
RNG do close out the wave just in time.
Uzi's got a free lane down the bottom lane. That should be first turret going over. 369 will not have the shove in time, so without the bottom lane there, it should be going over to RNG.
Yeah, bring it over. Bring it in.
We've got it.
We got it.
I'm wrong. It's top. Okay. So Top Esports get it, and there is a bit of help on this turret. RNG will follow up. So net advantage here for Top Esports with a 1K gold lead.
Bringing in a lot of members. Top seemingly just trying to pick up as much as they can here. In fact, they should be able to just outright take this turret.
No one nearby. It's going to be Carson moving over, but it's too late. 3 in a turret. Top Esports quick to the chase, and Uzi won't be able to push this by himself.
I love this trade. They give up the bottom lane turret knowing that Uzi does not have that Triforce completed, and then they overload onto the top side. So they get a 2-for-1 in that one. Very smart moves, and they extend their gold lead.
Yeah, at least Uzi was able to get his mana immune pickup early on, so got his Triforce now. Is very quick, I think about 4 minutes off until being able to nail his Muramana. So he's going to be ready for fights early. He's going to have to be. 2 minutes until Mountain Dragon comes up, and with how deep Top Esports was able to get in towards the top side of the map, they will have a lot of vision advantage in the top side of the map. And with Baron being on the cards, I think that's my major concern. Top is having a pretty good game now.
A more comfortable game. A game we wanted to see out of Top Esports was the solo laners playing to their strengths and XX playing up to the jungle matchup of Karsa, which in the first 2 games felt very lacking.
There's still 1 point that remains the same for RNG, and that is Uzi with his CS lead, now going towards the top lane.
Well, let's see how long this goes for. 369, even with the advantage, doesn't want to take the 1v1 with RNG moving their bottom lane top.
This is what we were talking about, though, but Top is ready for a counterplay.
I mean, it's Xiaohu who's going to spot this out quickly. Ben and XX on the hunt.
But they are so sticky. That's the problem with Elise and Pyke. So Xiaohu recognized that and just has to evacuate the turret entirely.
Really good damage being dealt by Knight here, holding his fort down in the 1v2. And even though RNG did spot out what's happening in the bot side, they still have that pressure point unanswered.
And Poke gets returned here from Uzi. Ult's going to come out. Xiaohu now pinned down as Lungxin comes to the bottom lane. Repel's finally going to come down, but mistimed here from Lungxin. Looks for the dump onto XX's. Weldon to come through, but he gets evaporated by Top Esports. They're going to get the turret alongside with it.
Yeah, a full committal from Top and finally able to at least net some real advantage on the map. So great committal there. The moment Long Sing thought that he would be enough to help out Xiaohu, you may be correct, but you alone yourself. I don't know what else to say.
Off screen, we did see Knight burn a flash earlier on, but he was able to hold his mid lane tower in a 1v3. So very well done by him, and Top Esports get rewarded for their patience here.
In full vision as well now. Flash Cocoon won't land, but the damage is still immense.
Yeah, I mean, not many cocoons have landed from XX, but the play, you have more numbers.
Yeah.
And so the teleport was nice from 36-9 to be able to secure that and the tower.
And the fact that Loken gets the kill as well. Remember, this feels like game one with the solo laners are so far ahead in CS, but this time not going to be the case. Xiaohu has the flash. Knight uses the package, force it out. Cocoon lands this time, and Loken gets another kill, evaporating the Tahm Kench.
There we go. The pick potential from Top is starting to come through. And take a look at the control wards deep in towards the red side jungle. Ming was trying to aim for that. And now you're starting to see that wrestled away from RNG. They can't respond to what's been happening in the bot side of the map.
They're losing control. Bottom lane getting pushed in Mountain rather, getting started up.
I love what Top Esports is doing right here. They're finally playing to their winning solo lanes, setting him up for success, especially on Knight's part, making sure that they have full knowledge of the members coming in from RNG to cut him off, and they're able to get another 2-for-1 objective trade.
They're taking over this mid-game. It's a 3K gold lead for Top Esports. The most they feel like they've had throughout this whole series. And we're not even at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and the bounties are starting to stack up. Just based off the CS alone, Knight has had a bounty on his head. And so you're at a stage right now that, you know, Top is feeling happy. I mean, they really are playing clean. It's more of an issue of RNG. If RNG ends up finding that one fight, Uzi has been playing well, then they could really cash out here. So that's the concern with the new meta, this year's meta, is that you may not end up losing that fight because this guy's aiming for it.
Yep. So we get to the 20-minute point, Clement. And this is now RNG grouping around the Baron buff. Top Esports happy to take the fight, it looks like, as Ben looking for the hook. He'll find Casa. Cocoon narrowly misses there. And RNG back away for now.
Now we have to remember, Top Esports, their members don't do well against poke that much, so they're looking to close the deal as soon as possible. And I would really want to see Ben approach from, you know, a more sneaky angle, I would say. Running straight forward there, but unable to find the catch. If Ben can find a good flank, which is not something he's typically known for, he's more of a protective support, then I could see them closing on and finally getting some extra gold with that ult.
We are getting a full protection build coming in from Xiaohu.
Yeah.
So once again, I thought that an AP build, a variation of that, would make more sense for the poke that you have within the composition, but he's really only going to be enabling Uzi just a little bit, of course, but primarily Long Sing in these fights, so it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up panning out.
Because remember, so far in playoffs, both Karma games we've seen out of Xiaohu talking about the LNG series have been that Zonya's Hourglass, Luden's Echo Karma, so at least it was the nuke Karma that Xiaohu has played many times before.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of focusing on Long Sing's perspective here if he ends up getting that boost and his attack speed and all of that, because he has performed so massively in fights just because he forces the enemy team to at least pick up some grievous wound.
Yep.
Previous games, yeah, it just doesn't happen. Honestly, Top has not itemized towards it, and it's really been panning out for the sustain here. So I'm concerned for what is a very large front line that Long Sing has in these team fights. And then Xiaohu can easily say, okay, as the fights are going on, Uzi is so well farmed that they can just have him carry out the rest.
Got Muramana, got Trinity Force, got the Vampiric Scepter in the making.
I will say Top Esports right now, they fully understand the damage difference between these two compositions. Top just has it in that department. So they're willing to force their advantage, pushing out the lanes right now, and they're forcing RNG to face them in a challenge.
Good poke we talked about. Clement, you said the poke was great, and XX gets burnt down. Ooh. Good repel, just in time.
This is the problem. This is what we're talking about. Uzi right now is being given the world, and he's making it pay off right now. XX has to watch out.
Just as usual, they come back to the mid turret to defend the wave clear. Easy here for RNG, but Top Esports have the inside track to clear out vision towards the Baron buff.
And this is pre-Bilgewater Cutlass. This is pre, him having the ability to just go straight into the fight and pick off a member. So at this stage of the game, Uzi is getting a lot of resources. And when I say resources, they gave him red, they gave him Raptors, they gave him blue, they gave him their own Raptors. He's actually just, if you were looking at the perspective of Loken, he's like, how did he actually get this much CS in the mid game?
When Loken himself has just caught all the way back up, when Loken is at 2-3 items almost as the AD carry.
This is a game where I would not mind Top Esports trying to force a Baron earlier on. They have the Infernal and the Mountain Drake, very fast damage take across the board, and they have the Pike. So if they want to turn for a team fight, chances are that they will find a successful initiation.
Yeah, we're just at a stage where execution is the most important thing. If they end up not cleanly engaging, they just don't, like, all of them are fairly squishy. And then past that point, there's so much just, you know, survivability, self-sustainability from the side of Xiaohu and Uzi that they can kite back pretty easily. They didn't even necessarily need the Tahm Kench to help them out in that. You know, you're talking about the QSS to, you know, save out Ming in this case. He has stopwatch just in case he gets picked out. So there's a lot of counter-engaging in RNG's kit just naturally.
To me, feels like we've come back to a game one where you mentioned execution being key. Well, even with Top Esports gold lead, you're right. We get towards that 25-minute mark again, where everyone's on the brink of looking for picks themselves.
Yeah, we have ourselves a
Infernal.
So let's see what trade we're going to be looking for here.
The kill for the Dragon. Casa's going to be spotted out, and 369 knows he has to 2v1, but will Casa commit or will RNG position around Baron?
Top Esports are being forced to go top because RNG are basically forking the Baron at this point. They're saying we're going to take the kill, the tower, and potentially this big purple worm. Top Esports, good response, adequate response.
Yeah, Top's been doing really well with the package that they have here. Finally just throwing it out there, but just quick movement towards the Infernal. Let's see what the next one's going to be. Mountain Dragon next. So Top is getting the full benefit.
They're getting the RNG Dragons.
Of the Dragons, yes.
4K gold lead, the triple Dragons on the board. They picked up the turret moments ago, and although Lungxing will be able to trade off for Top Esports, a good recovery in this series. I'll say it again. This looks more like the controlled Top Esports that we're used to in the regular season.
And we're so close to just seeing Top be comfortable for fights because we need a Nashor's out of Loken, and he's so close to being able to attain it. And a rapid fire cannon from Knight, and it's just the same. So we're at a pretty good level for Top when they can look for these fights, and then even pretty naturally blow up Uzi if they find that flank.
Later in the game, what's going to happen is that Top Esports can kite back with the damage from Corki outputting, and RNG are going to find it very difficult to actually find and engage and take down multiple members for Top Esports. So Top Esports can play very bold on the map and not be worried about getting caught out.
It just depends, right? Because I agree with you. If Top Esports is able to engage on the fight, they do well. But if it starts, and it should start, in RNG being able to get the necessary poke or engage, and even if it starts in a position where Pyke tries to find a member of RNG, but Ming is able to just at least prolong the fight, this is what we're worried about. Because this is a lot of damage that Pyke can't handle. And so I think both teams have a great strength within their composition. It really is whoever gets the jump first.
It definitely is a knife edge fight. It's a one that where you're going to see a team get wiped relatively quickly, and there's a lot of damage on both sides right now. I still favor Top Esports a little bit just with, I think their damage is just through the roof at this point, especially with that Corki. Another Flame Horizon this time.
And I'm expecting Loken to pick up his third item when he goes back as well. With that in mind, Top positioning around Baron. They're about to clear out all the vision and head towards the purple worm.
They should go for it. Remember, Longxing's on the bot side, already pressuring towards it. They see him now on the bottom in turret, so let's go for it.
Okay, it begins. Longxing has teleport, but the turret's going to be the priority. Uzi sweeps through with True Shot Barrage, and look how quickly it goes down. But Caster into the pit, can't find the steal. Goes golden, and Top Esports now 4 in the middle of it. The Rek'Sai ults, but he gets burnt down. RNG want to continue the fight. Longxing's now joined into the World Ender. He gets burnt down as well because the Corki is doing so much damage. He rejoins the fight. Uzi might still be alive, but can Top get on top of him? They run forward, they charge. Uzi gets burnt down, and Top, the fight that keeps him in the series, that could have been it.
Some kind of confidence from Top. They knew how much damage they did to Baron, and that they could win the fight. Knight still hunting for someone.
He's huge. This Corki, Clement, you mentioned the big 3-item Corki. shredded through RNG.
They just have such a massive damage lead in that situation, and they played the team fight so well. 369 held down the choke to the Baron pit, the carries go across the wall, and then come back in with their gap closers and flashes. They were not touched throughout that fight. They wiped the floor with RNG.
That's why I was worried, because as the fight goes through, Karsa tries to find the steal and loses. But my eyes looks towards Uzi that is able to fight back so handily. And then how Long Sing was in the fight too, able to sustain back up. But Ben tries to find the pick on Uzi. He tries to play that 1v9 mode. But you're right, I mean, Knight and Loken can just charge right through you.
369 defended the choke so well. A lot of damage was being dealt from Uzi, but it wasn't finding the targets that he needed. And unfortunately for Ming at the start of the fight, he actually flashed into the pit. Rek'Sai still dies regardless, and that just set themselves up in an unwinnable position.
Really good signs of life here from Top Esports. You can see the damage is shared across the carry role. That's because Top, good juggling of aggro, and now look to do it again.
That's the difficulty of running a protection-based composition, especially with how well Xiaohu is playing. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, that RNG would find so much success with Xiaohu carrying games, and then find themselves with their first Karma game, and then be, you know, tying themselves down.
See if that changes. Top are regressing onto the inhibitor turret. RNG struggling to defend this one. Knight's got the poke to match Uzi at this point.
Wow.
And you see, as soon as he walks up, he gets punished.
That's what we wanted to see from Top Esports. And they are looking so good this game to bring it back to a Game 5. They want that reverse sweep.
At least the Game 4 will be the beginning here for Top. Inhibitor goes down. 6k gold lead with Baron still a minute remaining.
Uzi tried to get some poke down, but the rapid fire cannon gives 700 range to Knight as well, so he's well adept to go into those wars there.
Double Zeal on the Corki as well, Clement. The static shiv, the burst available now. And he's going to walk it down mid with package available. Xiaohu being
get over here.
That's dangerous.
This is a Knight kind of game. This is the type of game that you see in playoff times where he is trying his hardest to carry the squad. And to be fair, I think this is a great game from XX and Ben primarily.
Yeah.
They have been trying to search for those early game leads so they can find and bridge to the late game. Knight is able to get to that point. Now RNG needs to stop this oncoming wave.
I mean, 369's on the top side as well. This looks impossible as Ben fishing for a hook, RNG getting poked down, and Top Esports have 10 seconds of Baron remaining. Will they be able to find that other inhibitor turret? Will it end here and wait for the next objective?
Top Esports still have that bottom lane pushing in for them that will have to be reacted to from RNG, so I do see them pushing for another wave, Baron or not.
Ben cheeky hook will find Ming. Uzi pokes him forward, so at least the Ezreal's still doing damage, but at this point it doesn't feel enough. Top Esports are sticking around.
So Top needs to just really rely on that top lane push, because there's still too much damage coming through from Uzi, and it's being set up by the slow that Karma is applying. So as long as you don't find yourself being picked and poked out like that, then you're in a good position. Thankfully, they're just going to get the easy objective here. So good pickup on the Mountain Dragon. Double Infernal, double Mount.
Yeah.
Going to help them in their turret pickups.
It just makes that Elder so much more deadly, so much more likely to bring them to that Game 4. Top Esports, the improvement in this series comes down to this Game 3.
We've seen this type of fight before where it goes into the super late game and everything is on Uzi's shoulder, and we've seen both results really happen. I think if you look at this one, the front line from RNG will not hold. The chances of them getting initiated upon by Ben is also incredibly high in the next fight.
Yep.
So I really don't favor their chances as they have to venture in this open territory and try to contest this Elder Drake.
With the Mount Melbournius being picked up by Uzi, he at least has some leniency in these fights, so he can walk up a little bit more abrasively. So that's going to be a positive. The issue is still, as we've all made a mention of, is that this is a pretty big teamfight comp from Top that can play around the Corki, and at this stage, I will say, the poking Kai'Sa.
Yep.
There's just way too much to deal with that he relies on Long Sing to have a massive fight, or for the Rek'Sai to find that one person and engage. I've seen it a few times, but this one I think Top is playing too respectfully to even try and find that pick on a carry.
They've got so much control on the map. It's 40 seconds towards that next Baron, and at this point there's final items being picked up.
So you're talking about the double Zeal items. Well, how about I introduce you to the triple Zeal items?
Ooh.
What is that even going into?
Phantom Dancer or what?
Yeah, let's get that Phantom Dancer.
You have no more. You're like, all right, I may as well get at least one.
Knight really doesn't like RNG. He'd rather things be solid.
100%, yeah. That's a great way to go. When you have that much damage, to be fair, Knight has been dishing it out all game. He's almost unkillable.
He's going to be feeling it, honestly.
Okay, he's got a big flame horizon. He's been playing with that all game. He's going to get poked out, but Top Esports, they don't care. Baron's up now. They begin it again.
Double Mountain, remember this. You got to get in there, RNG.
Cast a flash last time, but this time he's nowhere near. RNG get engaged on 369, might be caught out though. Uzi pokes him down, but into Dominus he survives. Lungxing kiting back while Ben is looking for a pick.
Yeah, they just want to reposition themselves. Lungxing found a great option.
Well,
and no, 369 is not a part of
found Knight. The flash over the wall. Uzi can't get the dunk, but he turns
down
on the caster. Lungxing will get the dunk, but he dies as well. You can't hit this Corki as 369 re-engages for the fight. Repel will come back down. RNG lose too.
They're trying so hard to find those picks.
Uzi's still going.
Oh no.
He's poking down. Loken walks forward. He has the killer instinct, Raz.
There's way too much damage on the side of Loken and Knight, and there's
he's in the game. He teleported to the bot side. Top Esports are channeling in. It's the do or die for RNG.
All right, let's see what you got. But oh, you know what? Knight's feeling himself. Let's do it.
It doesn't look like it's much. Xiaohu gets poked down. Knight can't die, it seems. And for Top Esports, they stay in the series. They destroy RNG in game number 3. And the dream's still alive as we go to a game 4.
I love the adaptations coming in from Top Esports here. They let RNG run with their game plan, the known qualities that RNG are going to bring out when you let that Aatrox and Karma open, and they double down on their laning advantage. They punish it to the full extent. They let RNG walk into the worst side of themselves.
I just honestly don't know what to say. Now, I think that Top, you mentioned it, great adaptations to really force these early games, and that early game 4v4 that came through, just an outright slobber knocker, really kept Top in it because they doubled down, recognizing that a really good early game at least gets that early 2 kills, and then they can consistently look towards the top side of the map and really lengthen those advantages. So if I'm RNG in this case, the worst or what we expected happened, which is finally the Karma and Aatrox get through. You find yourself in what is a protection-based composition with only one damage source being the Ezreal. Naturally, you look at that and say, we've seen this before, it wasn't successful. This needs to just stop. I was being hopeful there because I thought it was going to be an AP Karma, that you can try, at least use the slow and the poke, find that pick, and then get more advantages based off that. That wasn't even close to being the case because he went full support items on it.
A lot of coaches actually dislike the Ardent Sensor into the Ezreal because when you're poking most of the time, you don't get to use that attack speed whatsoever. So that was the type of composition where if you think about the draft phase, it was Top Esports taking the devil they know over the devil they don't know. They let the solo lanes completely open. They're like, you know what, RNG, you like this composition? Walk straight into it. We don't mind. We have the counter here.
And a lot of the times, I know we're focusing on the draft quite a lot here, and the fans will be. But yeah, the fans will be thinking the same. But what we now see in this best of 5 is Top recognizing that they just need to double down. The confidence needs to be there when they see the windows of opportunity. We didn't see it in game 1, and in game 2, it feel like those windows were just shut pretty easily. So in this third game, they came in, they found an opportunity to find that bottom lane fight, they did. They found an opportunity with the Mountain Dragons that they had to go for the Baron buff, they did. This was just raw confidence from the team that is really adapting as the series goes on.
And we finally got to see XX in a commanding position in the first time in this series, really close.
Really important for him is to get something that works pre-6. Taking Sejuani's 2 times across the board, I don't think has really benefited him. Longxing has the mechanics to outplay the Winter's Wrath a lot of the times, and double hard CC is what you're looking when you're trying to kill someone. So take no substitutes there. I like it. This has been working, you know, for SKT, not really for Griffin, but for other teams across the world as well. That is a lane that has to be answered on the other side. You cannot outplay the Renekton Elise just trying to play defensively.
Hopefully from here, from Top Esports, it goes up and up. Hopefully they can do what seemed to be the impossible after game 2 and take us all the way. We're going to have a break to find out what happens in game number 4.
放
自己脚下，让你不要靠近。
这个统治被打掉，皇子直接扣到了 AD。
但 AD 这个位置有个大招还能自保，
反而是维鲁斯状态并不是很好，
打了3个，
阿姆是吃掉，同时维鲁斯已经被控住了，又是一丝血，再次命丧当场。蓝色方有一波追击的机会，杜云碧正好是一个红温，刚刚黄温，同时自己亮了一个金身火烤，2个人把他围在当中，杜云碧也倒，左侧有一个塔姆，但是3个人将其盯上，塔姆也走不掉了。打这种经济上以及手长的上面的优势。上去抓杜云碧，杜云碧先被破盾，
抓到了
4个人留他，杜云碧死前想换，直接换掉了千珏，还想刷盾吗？刷不出来了，杜云碧已经被带走，双方打了一波互换，沙皇也倒在地上 ，Chris 吃了一个阿卡丽大招，阿卡丽接起到后面一技能拉开，但是自己的队友已经一个接一个的倒下了，卡莎拿下一波 double kill
的奔跑，
艾尔这边还留了一个闪现的，
哦，黄吉和维罗斯直接过来，
想去抓金过，
哎，这个伤害好像有点，
但是金角现在有点吃不住他的伤害啊。黄金交出这个闪现，最后金贡还是拉开了，再有一个加速，一丝血成功拉开。
塔姆直接带走 ADC，
想去抓金角，金角的血量不好，开自己的漫天飞羽，没有人能够再次威胁到他。
塔下
闪现过来，直接一个红温火烤，将其烤翻在地。而在屏幕的上方，又是几个人混战在一起。小天被3个人围在当中，自己被塔姆吃掉，还是在突出来。阿卡丽直接一波 double kill， 再斩一个塔姆，塔姆和自己开了一个板盾，交出一个闪现，上到 F6 处，自己回身一舔，没有舔到。齐亚娜再次突到他脸上，再次要去斩一个塔姆，但是这边瞬间转火了目标，先转火 C 位，再战去斩塔姆。库鲁开了个金身，在屏幕的右侧，兰博也倒了，兰博的惨叫，那塔姆也没有办法了，再一次被齐亚娜一个 Q 技能收掉。
就一个人在野区，
杜云碧很有想法，
就是关于两者的争夺 ，ADD 左有个前排已经率先被打残了，吃了维鲁斯线，但并不致死。金贡被打成个半血，金贡看一下杜云碧切到后排，已经拿下一波 double kill， 再斩一个星波，一波吹波哥，还能再做继续的追击，又是个 W 的位移，2个人已经被围到了退无可退的地步。
Top prospect, top talent is the TOP brand. 369, XX, Knight, Loken, Ben, BSYY helped construct a powerhouse befitting the name when they pursued the golden left hand in Knight. A man who rocked the league since debuting with Suning, now leading TOP to their first LPL championship. What Knight does, TOP does. If he locks in Zoe and Jace, they'll play through mid and accelerate that pace in game. But if he goes towards his iconic Corki and Aurelia, then the team can split and isolate the matchups to allow 369 and Knight to thrive. A team with the fastest win time in the LPL, if TOP has a lead, they close it. XX and Ning are like-minded in how they test their limits to expand a lead and push for further objectives. If either of the solo laners is rolling, it'll be near impossible to stop that snowball. Coming off a 4th place run in spring and their Rift Rivals performance, the young roster had received a harsh lesson and then lacking experience and confidence on the big stage. It would push them to hone their style to match the best. Conquering EDG and RNG in the 2nd split would boost them to a more impressive record and seeding. It's now on them to hush the crowd and chase the crown.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Well, Top Esports have done it. They've begun the reverse sweep, at least taking a game off of RNG in this series. We go to a game 4 where, sure, RNG may still be at match point, but at least Top have some fire in them. Clement Chu, Raz, Asderix, and again, I start us off with our MVP, who is Knight, who had an amazing game on Corki and just destroyed RNG.
And you got what you came here to see. Knight popping off like the MVP he is. Great damage share. I love the build going for 100% crit rate.
Yeah.
And his damage share, 38.3%. Very good. Started from the top.
What's funny is that, I mean, before we get into the play, the goal difference at the end of the game really kind of provided good information for us. Full support build from Xiaohu. All in, getting as much CS as possible in Knight. 8,000 gold lead at the end of the game. But just take a look at this.
This was an insane start.
Yeah, when you have a Pyke Elise, you try and all in for these fights. XX recognized that even getting the teleport in from the Renekton to get the job done. So I love the full confidence from Top to make the early game theirs.
Finally matching RNG. Remember in the first 2 games, RNG were making these teleport plays. Top weren't matching, but straight off the get-go, they were more responsive, more proactive.
And this was the fight that really sealed the deal for me. Top Esports able to hold the choke with 369, watch the carries go over the wall, and Knight doesn't even wait for Loken to come to the blasting plant. He's going straight back in to mop the remaining members of RNG out.
And that's the difficulty when you have a composition based around, you know, one primary threat in the Ezreal, and you have a full support Karma. You just have way more damage on the side of Top Esports to be able to chase you down. So this is a great position from RNG to try and get 369 and realize that there were carries at all areas. So Karsa was too low in this situation. Ben would have been able to find an opportunity to get an ult off. So these are crazy situations to be in.
Watch that vanishing act. That was 1 Q from Loken and just 1 auto attack from Knight. That was how powerful Knight on this Corkery really was.
Yeah.
And so far he's been completely unanswered when he gets it.
He did that twice as well, so that was pretty insane. Knight, the OG Corki, you could say, starting from spring, or at least even before that. It's a good sign from Top Esports. This means a lot in the series. It means that Top Esports are getting comfortable, at least into the series
And
itself.
this is the evolution in the series that we wanted to see from the team. A lot more focus on the early game and also allowing RNG to self-harm. Give them the karma. You know what? Anything. Hey, yell Lulu towards the fans and try and get them getting wrong ideas. Because for Xiaohu on any other team is a primary carry threat.
Yes.
But on RNG, he is a support bot for Uzi, and that needs to end today.
I think we're seeing the weakness of the Ezreal Tahm Kench lane be exploited across multiple different series. We saw that yesterday as well. You cannot play a strong side with these 2 champions.
Right.
So when your weak side gets completely destroyed, you then have no answer to come back. I expect teams to move away from Ezreal and Tahm Kench. They've been dropping it in LCK as well. I hope they drop it here.
Well, I mean, I think Ezreal Tahm Kench really worked within this series. It's been really pummeling them in the bot side
Game
of the
2 was
map.
a great example
Yeah,
of that.
I think that it works well for them, but it can't be your only threat.
Yes.
If you're looking to bot side and saying that it's working out so well in the laning phase, that's true, but the games are going fairly long, and you're getting to a stage where, yeah, they're going to pick up Kaisa, and you're looking towards the Corki pick that you're consistently seeing now from Knight. Recognize that you need an extra threat on that team to at least ease the burden for Uzi.
There's a lot going on with the draft in this series. I like that we're actively talking about it. We'll get some thoughts on BSYY, the coach of Top Esports, and his thoughts on the draft so far.
是 BO5，所以大家需要做更多的准备，然后体力还有这个心态都是要比常规赛就是要更持久一些。目标的话，希望就是可以进到 LPL 的决赛吧，然后再走到世界。
Okay,
We don't want to hear what you're saying.
More about
Cut him off.
moving into Worlds, I guess.
Come on, I think he had a good point right there. It's about Stamania. Stamina. Ah, there we go. Stamina.
Is that what happens in wrestling? The wrestling world for stamina.
And I think Top Esports should have the advantage there. There are a lot younger players on that roster. You know, Uzi's been around for a long time, but Knight just joined when he was 17. Actually started last year. Xiong the same deal, and he's got some great stats to back that one up. Kills at 15. 3 of them. Really important that he gets the ball rolling early.
I just like that BSYY was talking about the stamina, as you put it, Clement. But,
my bad.
But also more along the lines of like their mental going through, because it's a BO5, they have to pace themselves out. For Top Esports coming into it now, that's what it required, a strong mental to recover from a strong 2-0 start from RNG.
Yeah, and so momentum is actually a point that we constantly have to get back to because, you know, you had solemn faces when they came in and it looked like very much that they were going to get 3-0. It was a perfect game, near perfect game in game 2. They didn't get a kill, they didn't get a turret. They got a dragon, sure, because of a trade that actually RNG won in.
Yeah.
So we're in that situation where it felt like you were walking straight towards Hell's Gate. But now that they have that underneath them and they have an answer, and I think that's something that we were really looking for, because BSYI recognizes, wait a minute, you know, I can now draft pretty heavily towards the early game, try and skirmish and try and challenge RNG, and just put them in a position where RNG needs to learn that, you know, we prioritize a Kali or something for Xiaohu rather than the Karma.
I definitely want to see a more damage-oriented pick from the mid lane from RNG, but I think the real question has to go down to Longxing, because it was that top lane that was completely penetrated in that game. I don't think the mid lane the dynamic is going to change much between Xiaohu and Knight, regardless of the champion they play. It really comes down to that blind pick. What does he have that guarantees a safe laning phase and can stand up to the possibility of another Elise Renekton?
Okay, so do you look at the draft here for both RNG and Top Esports? Do you look at the focus towards the top lane coming into Game 4? Or should I ask, what changes here do you think, Clement?
I think the main one is that you're going to see a ranged champion coming out from RNG if it comes down to a blind pick. This time around, they get the Yuumi open and insta-lock in the blue side.
Okay, there we go. Yuumi here for the first time in the series. Xayah banned away is the change with 2 junglers alongside it. And now, what do Top Esports look as their priority?
This is going to be really tough for Top, and I think that, you know, a Volibear as an answer could be the go-to to just try and run at the bot side. Might be the first time in the series that we see Top go towards the bot side as a primary, because when Uzi finds himself a Yuumi lane matchup, they try their hardest to just win out that 2v2.
We do have to mention that RNG have a Yuumi Skarner Karma comp up their sleeves.
Yeah.
The super run-at-you zoomies type of situation where we saw LNG caught across the board. That is on the cards.
And I will also say they love pairing it with the Aatrox as well. Yuumi Aatrox, a great combo.
Just remember, you EU fans out there, we don't play that.
That disgusting.
Yeah, don't even say the lane. Don't give them the opportunity.
Disgusting enough.
It's not coming to this region whatsoever.
We get the Sivir instead because Uzi plays 80 carries. And fun fact with this one, Uzi has a 12 KDA with Sivir. He's feeling pretty good about the pick.
They're doing what they need to get priority in the bot lane as well, and Top Esports are going for the perfect kill lane answer. The Alistar, you can get the WQ combo through the spell shield of Sivir, and that makes Xiongxiong's job a lot easier when he pays a visit.
All right, gents. Alistar, Elise again, as we mentioned. So we've got a very different draft so far here for Top and RNG. And I'll ask you again, Clement, straight to you, what changes here this time in the second phase?
Top Esports, for me, Ken and Nara are going to be my bans. I'm not taking any chances. Longxing, when he was known as Shallow, was a very good Nar. So I'm taking away all range matchups. I'm making sure I can kill him, force a Renekton ban at the very least.
There's a lot of AP potentially on the side of Top, and you'd want to go towards the AP Kai'Sa build with how much late game damage it has. I'm kind of expecting a Renekton pickup there for 369. Maybe a Jace, something that allows him early game damage up top side so at least can play towards it, but now allows Kai'Sa to itemize towards the AP.
Karma, of course, another range matchup there, and there is a champion lurking in the shadows that we haven't seen so far, but has been very prominent recently, and that is Qiyana. I think that is one of those ultimate 80 champions that you were talking about. You need that 80 damage, you need that physical, and that would go very well with the Elise. Has plenty of crowd control as well.
I just don't like, I mean, Top Esports, banning Karma makes sense when you're going towards a Sivir and a Skarner pickup. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying Xiaohu's a demon. All right, putting that out there.
Well, Top Esports are going to take away the Aatrox at the very least, away from Longxing. So now that we've got our 2 solo laners to pick up, what is left?
Ooh, the range matchups, I would like to see the Gnar coming in, but the standard answers are ones that require jungle attention, things like Camille, things like Fiora, or things like the Jax. Actually, Mordekaiser's open as well.
I'm expecting a Zoe pickup here for Xiaohu.
Oh, okay.
That would make a lot of sense to allow that range advantage there and for the enemy team to play a lot more respectfully. And if we have the slow being built up by Yuumi, suddenly that can couple up with the Q damage from Sivir, or at least Kar'Sa or Xiaohu finding those picks.
I got it right. Told you.
I knew you were coming in with that.
Launching OG Gnar. Never forget
That's
about
true.
that one. This was his best champion back in 2018, and he finally gets a chance to play.
I mean, if you have the Gnar, what pairs nicely with it? We don't get the Zoe Rise, but we still get the wombo combo of the Gnar Nico combination.
Yeah, they just wanted to have that mid lane shove out. And the setup for that big team fight that RNG seems to be preparing themselves for. You were also talking about that Kiana.
Oh, I'm a prophet. I'm the BSYY.
For me to say that.
You know that?
All right?
You were saving that up for the entire split. You finally, this was a pretty damn
I was
good
about
one.
to give you credit. I was about to talk
sorry,
and be like,
I'm
you got it
sorry.
right again.
All right.
I love how you apologize afterwards as well. But you are right. Look, the Kiana, the final lock in here for top esports. So Knight on the carry again. Looking to take the matchup.
And I feel worried for Uzi here. Yeah, take cleanse. This is going to be a tough one because when you go up against the Kiana, you think about what is the semifinals for the North American playoffs, where Damonte just eviscerated Doublelift a few times off the pick.
Yes.
And you really learn the hard way when you go up against players who are so damn good at that pick that you just want them to get away from your AD carry. And yesterday we actually saw the same thing from, Duembi on the side of FPX, able to work that pick so well.
All right, gents, we're in another moment. The music has been playing since Game 3.
Because we're in match point.
Because we feel the weight, right?
Yeah!
And Top Esports won the last game, so that's what makes me even more excited, that we get Top Esports online rather than them failing to perform, falling back before they can have a say in this series. Now we've gotten to see the best of them, and now we get a new draft to test the waters again.
I absolutely love this draft because it's great skirmishing potential, great laning pick potential coming in from the side of Top Esports, their strengths, and then you have the 5v5, the team fights, the AoE crowd controls coming from RNG. They could not be more different from each other, and the interactions are going to be awesome.
I agree completely. I'm just sorry because I feel like this song just needs to find itself on Spotify.
Yeah.
I definitely want to be listening to this afterwards. It's just the only one that I don't have on my playlist. So, unfortunate.
At least we get it now. Game 4 for Top Esports and RNG. I'll say it again.
Oh!
Worlds qualification for this series. RNG are one step away from making the Worlds trip once again and going to another grand final, but Top Esports, they've got the fire in them. They want to take us to a Game 5, and this is the game to do it. Well, their voices are giving out. If we go to a Game 5, I feel like we need new crowd representatives for RNG and Top Esports.
No, I want these guys to pay the price. Game 5, they're going to be waking up the next morning not being able to speak.
Especially if you're chanting for LGD, you deserve to have a sore throat.
Clevenger, you're on
Wow.
fire.
I think fans of multiple games will say the same thing.
Yeah? Okay. That's fair.
That's rough.
We go above and beyond. I feel like yours was worse, Clement. So, going into Game 4, gentlemen, I know you like to look at runes. Clement, what takes your interest? Is it the fleet footwork Gnar?
We're having pretty standard runes across the board. The only thing that we're seeing deviate a little bit is that comment on Yuumi. You see that a lot of times you're going to be going for, what was it? I think you see like the
We've seen a lot of Guardian. We've seen a lot of Guardian recently.
So he's just looking for a little bit more poke, trying to punish that lane a bit harder, but everything else is standard.
Very surprised that Ben has gone towards Aftershock here, knowing that Yuumi and Sivir are just going to poke your AD carry down.
Yeah.
You need the Guardian. So I'm actually super surprised by this. It kind of tells maybe a tale that XX is going to be finding himself bot side pretty religiously. If that doesn't happen, then you just outright lose.
Yeah, started towards the red side in the top lane, skipping Raptors once again for the Elise, heading down towards the bottom lane. Now, remember last game, it was the blue buff ward by RNG that spotted XX out, but they ignored it anyway and pushed up into the lane.
Oh, so this is going to be a very interesting build coming out from the Gnar. We're actually seeing the overheal being selected right here. He has the confidence that he's not going to get hit by the Aatrox, and we could potentially see some of the split pushier builds come out from that.
Oh, for sure.
This Yuumi is looking to 1v1 an Elise.
Get over here.
Look at this. Ming is going for it. The blue buff? Is it stolen? Yes, it is. Ming
That's what you love
has
to see.
gumption.
Walks in It's the fiercest feral cat I've ever seen.
XX has to back away, respects that Caster's nearby. Blue buff stolen, Wolf stolen as well. This is not a good start for the jungle, at least this game.
I remember, you know, coaching for an Oceanic team and just seeing a Janna go wild in a jungler on blue buff.
Oh, yeah.
I think the people who will listen in on this one will know exactly who you are, and you should feel ashamed of yourself.
That is so devastating for XX, not being able to get his buff. He's already 3 camps behind, 1 level behind, and, you know, Elise's advantage in this matchup is only in that 3-6. Afterwards, the Predator and Impale is just so much more powerful.
And he's once again fallen behind in CS, as we've seen engage on the bottom side. Ben's going to go for Uzi or Ming. It ends up being Uzi, but they turn it around with Caster nearby, and they can't continue the chase.
At least we're able to get a considerable amount of damage on towards Uzi, but remember, Uzi is chugging down potions, also still has a biscuit to his name, can stay in the lane a little bit longer, but Ben, big boy Ben wants that damage.
Remember, you can interrupt the reattachment onto Uzi, and it's not going to happen this time around.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah, XX, he's done this twice now, Raz. He hits it up to 20 HP and he lets it burn away.
That's cool, I can expect that.
But trading buffs here is XX, Clement.
Good calculation on him, and he definitely understood that Karsa was going to be around the bot lane just by the way Uzi and Ming were playing. They took a bad trade, and then they walked up. There's something fishy going on here. So I like the move from XX. He's behind in the matchup currently, but still willing to go into the jungle based on his assumptions.
And so here's the issue that we were kind of hitting on earlier on in this game. I mean, XX hasn't found himself bot side. In fact, Skarner has had the advantage bot side. He's been able to sit for Uzi and Ming. And the early engages haven't been working out for Ben because, you know, Uzi's able to heal right back up. And that's a lot of poke that Loken is now taking. Has to find that base off. Thankfully, as teleport, can he be able to hit that. But that's still an advantage for Uzi and Ming because of that poke. That's being unperturbed because they don't have Guardian.
Lane winning out again. Yeah, I like that you keep bringing up the Guardian point. We'll see how it goes towards 6 as well when On the Hunt comes through, when Karsa hits the Impale for that bottom lane as well. And Karsa, speaking of the devil, just picked up his red buff, going towards Krugs, and has been down here for the past 3 minutes.
He's not leaving that place. That's how RNG plays. The question for me right now is, where does top esports actually get their kills rolling? This is a very skirmish-heavy comp. They're not going to get a lot of priority or tower dives in lane, and they have to go into the enemy jungle to really find their kills. And there's actually a pretty strict timer on these things as well. You have Feast and Famine champions between XX and Knight. So this has to get rolling early.
Just want to let you new viewers know out there that when we throw up that, you know, kind of graphic, Knight is going to be the focus of the POV for the Chinese side. So that's going to be on Huya, Douyu. You do need to actually pay that 10 RMB, which I think is like $1 or something USD. But you can only pay in like WeChat. So if you guys have that, great. But you probably don't.
That's cool.
This is my account now. But search online.
It's a good game for Knight. It's a good game to look at his POV because on the Kiana matchup, he's down a little bit of CS, but it is going to come down to it. As Clement said, Feast or Famine. I like that because for Knight, last game, even though Corki isn't the same, it was definitely feasting on loads and loads of kills of RNG. And let's see if this game he can get the ball rolling once again.
And it will come down to this bot lane, that WQ combo. And Xiongxiong's waiting for it right now, but so is Karsa.
That's a flash headbutt pulverize onto Uzi. He's going to have to heal up. He flashes away. Karsa's here. He flashes on in himself. He doesn't hit level 6, but he gets the slowdown onto Ben. We're doing it again, gentlemen. There's first blood. There's second blood. Here's a TP to match as 369 comes on in, but it's not all 5. We only get the 1-for-1.
A full committal to take down Ben, but he lasts... He's alive for a long time. In fact, I think the first blood went over to top esports. I would love to see that again to make sure. No, first blood went over to RNG. So that's actually pretty crazy. It went down to that kind of borderline finish, right to the finish line. Super close. At least RNG was able to nail it.
Was it down to the wire in that one, but Longxing decides a big breath of relief right here. This is his first NAR game the entire split, but we have seen how this matchup goes when ADD has played it quite a bit on BLG, and when NAR gets an advantage, he really does dominate that one in the laning phase.
Get to have a look at it again, because Ben really went in quick.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of searching for XX to find that way down bot side, but we always knew that Karsa was going to get the counter gank. And so it came down to that photo finish. So close. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Just off that one alone, Yuumi was able to get that first blood. So well done from RNG. The gold lead ends up going on their end.
But what I notice is XX gets a kill again. Now, it's not the double that he started with in game number 3, but it is still the gold to get him back in the jungle matchup. It is still the Elise who's set up for the early snowball again.
Yeah, so I guess at the end of the day, even though the gold went over to RNG, it's on the right member for Top. Top was able to snowball last game off of XX's Elise, and now he's able to get that same opportunity.
I love that they're going for the second blue buff contest here. Jungle skirmishes is how Top Esports is going to start winning this game, and they need to do something about Longxing. He's getting too far ahead in the matchup. Nara's a champion that punishes you
and he
super
just used
hard.
his ult, Clement. He's up against the wall. There comes the world, and he dodges away, flashes away. The Supreme Display of Talent doesn't work. Longxing, how are you still alive? He stops the dive. 1 versus 3. This Nara's crazy.
He knew they were coming up top side. Sent out the ultimate, was able to deal with the wave, but mostly just made it harder for 369 to be able to set up for the dive. Great job to Longxing there.
That was just off reading the map. There was no vision that spotted Knight or XX going to the top lane. I guess that's just in the bones for an OG Gnar like him.
It's funny. You could just actually have a highlight reel for both Gimgoon and Longxing in those dive defense. Multiple people out for your blood, but they were able to play it out perfectly so consistently. These are why, you know, you have our top 4 teams being Top Esports, RNG, FPX, and BLG, always able to protect their top side, but oh no.
Will he be able to do it again? Has Mega Gnar, has to dodge away, gets pulled back in by the Infernal Chains of Cocoon, lands this time, he did it once, but can he do it again? Repel's gonna come down and no. Only once there's a charm here for Longxing.
Yeah, we sing his praises and the caster curse happens right in front of us. We're sorry, Longxing, that one was on us.
I mean, if he did it again, it would be outrageous. At least it delays the blue buff. I'll take that.
Hey, if it gives us 5 games, let's keep saying it. You're the best, Longxing.
Okay, Casa gonna go after with Predator here onto XX, gets repelled back in. Pop Blossom to combo down. The damage is there, can't repel. XX dies, and RNG now getting chased here by 369 and Knight. The flash bird by Xiaohu. They'll just return to the blue buff.
Yeah, at least they were able to pursue Xiaohu for the flash. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be really easy for them to pick up the kill, especially with how strong, you know, Nico is defensively underneath their own turret. But at the end of the day, Carson has been playing this one out well.
Yep.
Was bound bot side able to get that first blood? Was at the top side able to at least get an advantage consistently for his side? So this Skarner set up to succeed.
And if I ask the question, is this Skarner early, did this at least early game get enough of advantage over Skarner to justify the pick? I would say no. You look right now and Karsa's comfortably ahead, 4 camps at the very least. The kills are even, and the lease is only going to drop down from here. So we're going to see RNG start to run across the map, and especially that bottom side is going to be the first breaking point.
I do see, however, for the first time, Uzi is down in CS in this matchup for now, so at least you take away for Top Esports that Loken and Ben, they get the shove here, they get the turret plating, which I'll also say feels like the first time in lane for Top Esports.
It's happening, but Karsa's back.
Okay.
Someone stop this man.
He's got
Every
a red buff.
time there's hope there for Loken and Ben, feels like it gets swatted away. But I'm going to keep on to this one. I like what Loken and Ben has been doing within the lane. And it feels like Ben's answer throughout the series is, I just need to go in, you know? It's one of those moments where you feel like the series is slipping away from you, because it is. And so it's more so the proactivity that's coming through from what is their veteran player, by the way. So across the board, Nike, Loken, XX369, all were relatively new faces onto the scene. Maybe you could make the debate about Loken, but certainly Ben, who's been on the world stage in a semifinals position with Team WE, you trust his calls in team fights.
We remember that sick WE 2017, but I'll hold on that because Xiaohu going to be spotting out Knight here, looking for the Supreme Display of Talent, gets the stun down at half health, but Tangle Barbs for the counter engage. Longxing there to support.
Really good build from the Nika.
Oh, but they're coming fast on the hunt. Pop casters rolling on in. Loken by himself. Impale pulled in. The boomerang blade doesn't land. The flash away. Uzi has to flash in response while we look at the top side. Ben went for the roam, so Longxing will be the trade kill. And now the turret race begins.
Yeah, full trade there, but you have a lot of people up top side. Sadly, not only is RNG going to be able to pick up the kill onto Loken, he loses the wave. They're just going to have the first turret gold now.
It does look like Top Esports will try to equalize with the Herald going into their favor. But that one was a, I think it was a good display of the build coming in from Xiaohu. He's not going to go for the GLP 800. That gives him that extra 60% slow rate. He's going for the Zhonya's first. Very conservative build.
But this is what we were kind of expecting coming into the series. Really, it was a challenge of carries from Uzi versus Knight. And honestly, Knight's been pushing the tempo, trying to find the picks onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu's trying to save himself. And Uzi has been commanding a lot of pressure, having Karsa and Ming in the lane, of course, to look for the dive onto Loken. So it's kind of crazy. It's, you know, Loken and Xiaohu are trying their hardest just to not die.
They really
Don't give a bit of resources. Don't give it away for free.
I mean, Loken's been bullied, torn apart here in this series. The fact that he survived in that last game, the fact that he even pushed against it in this game
the
is
doctor
still a
should
testament.
Definitely check on him after the series is done. He may have a few bruises.
But they should.
Gotta say, as a top laner, you can play weak side with tanky champions like Gnar and Renekton. As an AD carry, not so much. If your team's not there for you, not much you can really do. And unfortunately, that is the difference here, as Loken holds himself, only himself, in that weak side.
Yep.
Hey, look at this, though.
We'll get a Rift Herald now, Raz.
Yeah, this is much better here from RNG. Going to be able to pick up that outer mid lane turret that allows you so much freedom, by the way, to look towards the dragons that's going to be coming up that RNG, as per usual, is getting a heads up on. We'll have to see if there's a response here from top esports. A lot of pings coming through, but not much you can do about this.
I mean, they're moving up towards the top side of the map. It's only 14 minutes in, so for RNG, vision priority as usual. Looking up towards this Aatrox who Red gets reset on. He goes into the world and he flashes away. Caster committing. That is a fast Scorpion. They'll lock him down. They'll boomerang him back, and they wanted the kill, so they'll get it.
That's it. Squad goals coming in from RNG. Just rotating mid to top side to find that pick on the Red.
We're seeing one of the biggest weaknesses of top esports comp being exposed, and it's the fact they just don't have wave clear anywhere. RNG with that Sivir free from the bot lane can move around the map so damn easily and just chase these kills down. That was behind 2 towers that RNG has not taken down.
And I'll sound like a dead record here, but Uzi picking up that second kill online once again for RNG.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the man who's been making it all happen has been Karsa. Karsa has had a spectacular 15 minutes this game.
Yep.
Been able to keep them afloat on the top side of the map when he found that pick, and went down to the bot side of the map when he was able to find the, siege onto the turret. And so right now, Karsa is online to get the lead on his carries. He is the true support, 0, 1, and 4.
Impossible to run away from him. I also want to point out that for Ming going the Twin Shadows first, this comp will chase you down, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I love that adaptation. Usually you see those slow items coming out from Xiaohu, but since he has to itemize against Knight, Ming is picking up the slack in this one.
There they go.
All right, where are we going, little kids? We found somebody.
Little kids.
Yeah, we love the kids here on the chat.
Kid ghosts are the scariest, by the way.
That's true. For anybody that has watched, what is it?
Supernatural?
I mean, no.
I don't know.
You see the ghosts in that one.
Yeah, you do. That's the whole show.
Game of Thrones. Don't trust the kids.
Oh, yeah.
Don't trust the kids.
That's
Never trust
true.
the kids. The kids will find you, and they won't help you.
Okay. Well, look, at the end of the day, Clement, you're right. Great adaptation, just purely because the way this composition works. Innovative from Ming, but I like we're talking about supports. I'm going to transition over. Ben's doing it again. Hex Flash. Boom. Xiaohu, you're in trouble. Flash is good. Instant reaction here while RNG make a play on the bottom side.
All right.
Predator again. Karsa has ult. He pulls him back, relying on Lungxing with the Black Cleaver to get the damage down. They launch with the final chapter, and RNG will trade handedly, being a leg up.
It just feels like every time the same trade's coming through, with RNG getting a heads up.
And the difference really is just because of the wave clear that they have. Essence Reaver provides you with infinite mana, and there's not much Knight can do to keep up with this. So even though they're trading 1-for-1 tower, they're getting a little bit extra on that inhibitor as well.
Yeah, there's just no way you can get out. Because even with the blue smite coming on your head, you're like, you're okay. The Skarner pulls you in. It's like, no one can follow up. The Yuumi locks you down. It's like, please stop it. Like, honestly, this is too much.
There's no one in this comp that can't CC you, that can't lock you in one spot.
This comp is just downright stupid, and we actually see Longxing. He's, you know what he's going for. He might be trending towards that frozen mallet just to make things a little bit worse.
All right, Clement.
41% damage this series so far. Oh, in the first 2 rounds, excuse me. And at 15 minutes, average gold lead of 900.
Wow.
DPM also insane. 841 DPM.
What the hell?
Usually you see 80 carries around 500 something. Mid laners, like 580 was the highest for the LPL
But
mid laners.
do you remember in our first playoff series against LNG, Uzi had similar stats. It was that same 40% damage percentage. I believe gold was at 800 or so.
Yeah, that was for the first 2 rounds, just to be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot!
It is a lot.
That is a lot.
All right, well,
I mean, it just tells the story of RNG. If people are tuning in and they remember 2018 RNG, that went to MSI, that went to Worlds, they'll remember the same story, that it was about Uzi.
Yeah, I think
Things have changed, but not everything.
I definitely think Uzi right now is Uzi level, you know? That's definitely what's happening at this stage. And he's getting a lot of help. Karsa, for me, has been a primary MVP of this game, and there's nothing stopping RNG.
And make them stop at this point. The turret's going to go down. Populous is going to come through. Ben with a great engagement. Where's the follow-up? Top Esports getting engaged on the nut. Ult misses. Amidst the repel, 369 comes in for the flank, but they're slow. Knight and 369 need to make the engage happen, but the rest of their team have dropped down. It's a double kill for Uzi again, and RNG have found the dissembled fight. 369 and Knight running for the hills as a re-engage, only to buy space. RNG have done it again, and they're looking towards mid.
If that cocoon had landed, maybe they could try something off this, but RNG as a team is just moving too quickly. And Xiaohu, I feel, had played this game so well, because every time they gun for him, he's the one playing ultra respectfully and is now being a great contributor in a lot of these fights.
That was a really smart retreat from top esports side. The end of that, just baiting them into that terrain and knowing that there was a potential for Qiyana to get a multi-stun, but let's watch the start first.
It just feels bad when you give credit to a team to just like be running away, because that's all they can do at this stage. Great turret take, was able to find the pick on towards Kaisa. Yeah, poor Loken the entire series.
Yeah.
Oh! We need to do something. Honestly, that's the desperation coming out of top.
RNG aren't going to move to this side, though.
But this could be a good flank, Clement. Not going to happen.
They're going to have to flank from bottom to top. Look where RNG are.
Oh, they're just going to take the inner turret. I mean, Uzi gets red buff on the way. The 5-0 Sivir doesn't care.
So the problem that we have here from the side of top is that there are multiple mid-range to just outright melee champions. So when they want to try for a flank, you have Skarner, Sivir, a lot of them, of course, very easily can deal with that. And then you have a Yuumi, if it's just the salt on the wound, right? To be able to just keep you away at the ultimate alone. And he's pretty fast.
He's super fast. With the help of RNG, they're going to push into the inhibitor turret. RNG have a 6k gold lead.
XX, we need you.
Sieging the turret. Yeah, they need the Elise. RNG are not stopping. They're like, where's the Elise?
They don't need to know where he is. They only need to keep eyes on the Qiyana. That's the big threat to them. In that position, you could get a very good ultimate, the supreme display of talent on multiple members. And as long as they make sure Knight is not coming from the flank, they should be fine.
Unrighteous Glory. Ben goes in for the engage. This is the final fight for RNG. They get dunked down. Lungshing isn't in Meganar, so they're going to find him. It's a 1-for-1 trade with Ben now dropping down the advantage. Over to RNG as 369 tries to bring it back. Cocoon will land onto the Sivir, but remember, 5 items. Sivir will run at 5-0. Just jumps another couple of kills. It's double-double for the 80 carries.
Untouched. Honestly, they tried their hardest. They were able to take down Karsa and Long Sing, but ultimately the objectives is RNG's. The fact they were able to get the turret, the inhibitor, and 3 kills for themselves.
That response was just so smart from RNG. They see Qiyana over their own base gate. They know she doesn't have the angle, and then they pop everything to go right in. That was actually the catalyst right there. They spot Knight, go straight in, and just start killing everyone.
And as per usual, RNG is just moving way too quickly for top to be in position. It was the Qiyana that was trying to find the flank, but by the time that happened, Alistar is already chunked to about 40% HP. And so, good plays from the Kaisa. Loken is able to find those 2 kills, but at the end of the day, you still have a 7-0 and 2 Uzi though.
With 3 items, I want to point out in that last fight, Knight didn't get the ult off either. So for top esports fighting with that advantage down, RNG, even though losing a couple of members, was still able to get a net win. 6k gold lead still there. Inhibitor, as you mentioned. RNG 1 step away. They want to end this now. Here comes the fast Scorpion. The final chapter locks down 3. Ben caught out again. Uzi gets the kill. Stop giving this man gold.
I saw top speed of 565 on Uzi, just running it down mid lane, and that was the most glorious rundown I've ever seen.
Yeah. Proper strategy with the composition that you had here. Just think about the Karma with this composition. Good ban, still not good enough. RNG is just slamming top. At this stage, Long Sing's never going to be with the team, with the fact that he has both the Black Cleaver and that big mallet to boot.
Oh, that frozen mallet is just salt on the wound at this point. You get in range with the extra speed, and then you have a 20% slow coming in from the ranged auto attack.
So let's quickly take stock, because at this point, RNG are not going to slow down. You got the mallet, Righteous Glory we talked about, Predator, Skarner himself. Twin Shadows picked up here for Xiaohu as well. So the chase always there. One way or another, something's off cooldown for RNG. So approaching this Baron now becomes such a difficult task for top esports. As we're doing it again, Righteous Glory, look, where's the Elise going to jump to? Help him! XX going to get pulled into 3 members, destroyed.
Yes,
it
all
never
the
ends.
kills to Uzi. Give all the kills to Uzi. 9-0 and 2 Sivir. Perfect. 10-0 and 2 Sivir. Even better.
Finally, top esports really hurting here. And RNG will hit the Baron. They'll take this one away. And they'll look to put the security here on this series and on their chance to the finals.
What can you even say for top? They're trying their hardest to find a pick, to find an opportunity. They are a creative team, by the way. Like, first series that they had in Spring Split when they went up against Invictus Gaming, when they had a deficit, they tried any way possible to find flanks, to get into fights, deep ward teleport. They're a team that doesn't just sit down and see the map move away from them. But RNG is playing so cleanly that they don't get a chance. Skarner is just way too strong at this point for XX to even find an opportunity to get that cocoon, or even just any defensive wards.
I think this is the perfect situation for Knight to make a name for himself. We've seen in the previous series versus LNG. Wait a minute, never mind.
Ben caught again, I think. He doesn't want to be in this position. Will go into the Unbreakable Will and survive for now, but the Yuumi pokes him down, and top esports have a low health bar support.
RNG do not want to hear my prep talk, but they did go into the base, and they failed to finish off the Nexus with 100 HP. Anything is possible when it comes to these teams. Very unlikely, however, but top esports in their base, plenty of terrain for Knight to find that ultimate.
Approaching the inhibitor turrets, RNG putting the nails in. 369 struggling to defend here, being 2 levels down. Now in the mid lane, onto the inhibitor itself. They've found Ban Pop Blossom onto 1, and he's dead without the ulti. Xiao going to get picked up, but XX into the middle with Repel up. He'll come straight back down. Uzi flashes on him with the Ricochet. This AD carry can't be stopped. They'll send the Boomerang out as well. And RNG with Baron buff, with low health bars, are going to look to end the series right here.
Yeah, they got the waves ready. Top need to do something.
First Nexus turret is down. RNG can smell it. They've returned to the world stage. 369 hitting hard, Repel up again, XX slowed on down, second Nexus turret gonna die, Knight trying to save it away, he'll slow down Xiaohu, but again, walloped back, as Uzi, of course he's still alive. RNG have done it, they return to the world stage in 2019, and they return to yet another grand final in the LPL.
It just wouldn't feel right if RNG wasn't there. This will be their 7th trip as an organization back into the LPL finals and continuing their world championship appearance streak starting all the way from 2016 onwards.
But you know what the trick is? They're reversing the trend. 2018, the Golden Road couldn't win Worlds. This time around, this has been a pretty, pothole-filled roads, to say the least, for RNG during the 2019 split, and they're right and ready, looking incredibly clean right when it counts.
When I talk to people who watch the LPL, I said, who do you think the best chance at Worlds, who do you think the best team to send to the finals from this bracket is? They said RNG, and now returning to the world stage.
I think IG said it best. Regardless of their domestic results, they always feel like RNG is the strongest team they have, the strongest opponent that they have to face inside the LPL. Right there it says this will be the 4th consecutive year that they are going back to Worlds.
And it always comes down to those intangibles. Because for us, for the Chinese casters, literally anybody that had predictions based off of this series, I mean, if you're a new viewer coming in, it's like, why is everyone saying RNG? RNG during the Spring Split didn't look good. RNG during the Summer Split was inferior to top esports. They even lost that that best of 3.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Long Sing looked exposed, while top esports were only getting stronger. But the reality is, RNG, the veteranship that comes through, you still have to deal with Uzi at the end of the day. Xiaohu's been playing mad-like during the split. You believe that they'll get things together when it comes time. They did, they evolved. It was top esports that couldn't deal with that.
3-1, fashionable finish, I should say, Clement.
And I think it's just, when it comes to these BO5s, it's about how many cards you can play.
Very true.
And RNG actually just had more comps in that one. They did the protection comp. They did a great zoomy speed up composition that we see them do against LNG as well. And Top Esports really didn't have that many. I think they only had one in hand, and that was the Elise Renekton. Once that was gone, RNG seemed like they could triumph.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're looking at a pretty damn good LPL Finals.
Yeah.
Because FPX versus RNG, two pretty dang fierce teams that always look for those fights, incredibly confident within their own mechanics. LWX first team, LPL AD carry. Uzi, historically just the best AD carry in the world. You have those conversations, you will immediately look to that. Or Doomby versus Xiaohu, this split, both players that were vying for that MVP of the split. Knight ends up getting it. I'm sorry, that's now apparently a curse to being able to get that MVP.
He can still go to Worlds. Come on.
That's true. You got that though. But it's a rough goal for a lot of the fans and faithfuls for Top Esports. But if you're looking for an action-packed finals, you've got that now.
That finals is going to be absolutely insane. I loved how you walked through all of the matchups. The coaching staff also very familiar with each other, both on Flash Wolves, in Stake, and Warhorse. So there's going to be some deep rabbit holes that we're going to go down during the drafting phase.
I like that we're talking about finals. Before we get there, let's come back to this series quickly because for me, at least, I got to see a very strong Top Esports in Game 3 and a Top Esports that even in Game 1, I will say, were very contentious, were very powerful within their moments.
Yeah, I love the mental fortitude for Top. I think that when they went and they had pretty much the entire series momentum moving away from them, they doubled down in their early game, and a lot of it came down to XX, a player who, for the most part, we were kind of giving a good challenge to, saying you need to at least perform as well as you did during the regular season. And while I don't think we saw that version of him, it was far better than we saw in Rift Rivals, in Spring playoffs. He looked better and better, and it was more so team strategy that resolved itself and made it so RNG looked like kings.
Yeah, honestly, Top Esports, they really got heavily outmatched in the bottom lane. That was a constant sore point. No shame, you're against Uzi and Ming. That's going to happen. That was kind of a situation where it has been somewhat consistent throughout the entire split. We've seen Loken this split drop his CS per minute very, very low. He's actually -8 during at 15 minutes. So if Top Esports want to continue this all three lane dominant trident type of strategy, they need to make sure they can do it against the best of teams, not just the average.
And I think one lane that, or at least one position that doesn't get as much praise, but this time was just a massive difference. It was Ming versus Ben. Ming played out of his mind in his Recon games, Tom Kench games. He played really well consistently. Ben, on the other hand, actually had a really poor first 2 games. He brought it back a little with the Pyke. But even with the Alistar play, I thought a lot of the plays off that one was actually just not that good. And so it's tough to be able to see that, but there's a reason why Ming is seen as like the best support in the world, or of course immediately, factually, all LPL support right now. He always is given that respect, and there's a reason for that. This time around on the Yuumi, if we're talking about MVPs, this is going to be fun. Because I would be thinking towards Karsa. I wouldn't be mad if it was the Yuumi with how much he helped in those plays.
But you know what everyone's thinking? They're going, who has the most kills and damage? And what do we normally do here with our MVP?
I would give it to the kill share. It's Uzi. It's Uzi. I know.
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
The choice is theirs. I understand Uzi did well. But he was given the world every last like I'm telling you right now, we ain't making those votes happen.
Yeah.
It's on you guys.
Coming back
Not
to
the viewers.
Coming back to Karsa, I mean, like, you're right. Yuumi deserves it. I think Ming in that series on the money with how powerful he was. Karsa had a great series. Karsa just, I think, played it out of his right mind as well.
Yeah, I think he completely triumphed over XX. The CS score in the early game was great. His protection of the bottom lane was always on point. And his tower dives are really good as well. If you're out talking about who always came out with the better trades on the map, it typically was Karsa. And that allows RNG to play to their strengths, play to their strategy. This is going to be the split.
This is annoying.
There's 2 towers up, by the way.
What did you call the composition, Clement, in the end?
How the Zoomies comp?
No, you had a funny word for it in game.
I have a lot of funny words. Sometimes
that's true. You guys need to listen to Clement off broadcast. He is the best.
Okay.
Guy.
On broadcast, apparently
not that.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying. You get another level.
But look, Zoomies is a fast composition. Karsa became so annoying, and this became the Karsa highlight reel by the end as well.
Yeah, I really felt like this composition was about the Skarner Yuumi. They were constantly looking for fights, and a lot of the times a flank was being created by Top. But what can you really do when instantly picks like these were set up? So Top, trying to find their way back into the game, only found their ways. No!
They found their way to Uzi!
I told you. I told you.
How did they just had to throw it at us, didn't they?
A lot of MVPs, same amount as kills, by the way.
He went wild this game. Give him the respect. I'm not gonna like. He had a great game.
I will say, as usual, Uzi hitting the CS margin that he's used to, hitting the damage cap that he's used to as well. This man's on fire. Was it you who said it in Game Rise? You know, Uzi's having the Uzi performance, or it feels like we're getting the best level of Uzi at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, he's Uzi level. Because every other AD carry, starting with Doublelift, is saying that they're Uzi level.
Right.
Uzi's still performing at his level. He's doing really well.
Yep.
And everybody sees that, including the people who made him MVP of this game. I'm just saying, some junglers out there have to start saying that they're going Karsa level. Maybe we'll have that respect for the man here.
Yep.
I think we have to go back to the package that RNG produces and presents towards the LPL. It's the fact that they always have the best bottom side of the league. That is their promise. You know, top lane, I think the Shy still has it, but on the bottom side, they are the kings, they are dominant. And with Karsa into the mix this time, he actually took over from MLG. MLG retired this split. So he's actually showcasing a new era for RNG. That promise has been strengthened, emboldened. That's the brand that they're going with, you know, full 5 Mandarin speakers, and always the best bottom side of the league.
A powerful team to be sure. I had a note here that I wanted to pull out because I know that you can read it if you want.
Okay.
That I was watching a cooking show.
Why does it say Schalke and Rogue? What do they have to do with this?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what Rogue was about. I was just watching the series while I was writing this. But I was looking at cooking with Upset, right? There was a bit of content from Europe. And Upset said he wants to verse Uzi at Worlds. That's the person he looks towards. So RNG are going to be at Worlds, and it's a very different conversation towards Schalke. But
look, a lot of AD carries, even in 100% in China, always talk about, you know, wanting to get to that level because Uzi inspires him for that. So let's see what the interview is about. We've got ourselves a stage interview with Mr. Clemente Chu.
Thank you, Clement. You will be our guide through this one. Who are we talking to? Looks like Karsa.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人西西。那首先恭喜 RNG 获得今天比赛的胜利。今天来到我们采访席的嘉宾是 RNG 的
Hello, today we have Karsa and Ming. Can you say hello to everyone?
RNG 大爷 Karsa。
Hello, to everyone. I am Karsa.
首先先欢迎2位。 那可以看到，今天我们现场的观众也是非常热情。
Today our fans seem to be very passionate.
那我们接下来就
You guys have
一起进入哈皮的
secured your tickets to Worlds.
首先想问一下2位，
First
现在已
question
经
I
是
have
拿
for
到了
you.
通往下决的门票，
You are
同
going
时
to
也
the
拿到了
finals
进往 S9 的
and
门票。那
Worlds
想问一下
in
2
season
位，现
9.
在有没有什么想说的？
What is there something you want to say on your mind now?
就非常激动跟开心嘛。
We're very ecstatic and
后面
happy.
的所有比赛做好更多的准
We
备，
will
还有
do
更充分的
preparations
训
for
练。
all the games
所以说会
coming,
做好
and
更
we
充
will
分的准备。
have
卡萨这边
great
呢？
preparations. I think Xiaoming has said everything I wanted to say.
就是小明说的对嘛，对吧？好，那第2个问题其实想问一
Second
下，
question.
在上场比赛中，其实我记得当时
Before
握手
you
会的时候，
walked onto
然后
stage,
很多 RNG 的
I
粉丝都
saw
说，
you
就是
at
我
the
们
fan
跟你们
meet.
说一句话，就同样的一句话，就是那我们决赛见。那接下来
And all
真
the
的是
fans
就是要
told
6
you
号见了
we'll
嘛。
see
那
you
想
at
问一下，有
finals.
2位有没有什么话，就是对一直支持着
Do
RNG
you
的
want
粉
to
丝
say
说？
something to all the fans of RNG
其实一
that
开
have
始也没想
supported
到会
you?
走那么远啦，所以我们
I actually didn't think that we would get this far.
拿个好成绩吧，然后世界赛
So I hope that we will do well at Worlds, and going to Worlds with FBX, both of us
关系非常好。那
are
小明
going
这
to
边
get good results.
卡萨把我想说的话差不多说完了。
Karsa has said everything I wanted
都
to
这样
say.
互相帮忙是吗？好，那其实说到 Fun Plus 嘛，其实
Talking
昨
about
天
Fun
Fun
Plus,
Plus 在赢下比赛之后，
after they
然后
won
刘
their
金峰在
series
接受一个电竞号的采访，他也有说到，就是说预测可能就是你们俩会在
Fun
你们
Plus
两支队伍会在决赛相
did
见。那现在你
make
们
the
真的就是要
predictions
在6
that
号见了。
RNG
想
would
问
be
一
the
下，
one
有
winning
没有
this
什么就是
series?
放狠话的环节给我们来一
And
下？
is there any trash talk you want to say to FBX?
因为昨天其实杜云 B 最近
Yesterday,
姑姑他也有私讯我，他微信有
Doin
私讯
B
我说，
DM'd
宝贝，
me
我们决赛见。
and told
我
me
希望
that
他决赛的时候
we would see each other in the
我希望他
finals,
决赛的时候我屁股能洗干净一点。
and I
我说
want
我会去
him,
抓他，我没有别的意思。不开
and
黄腔
I just want Doin B to wash his ass because I'm going to camp his lane.
有空可以多看杜云 B 直播，说来话长。
好，那我懂了，
if
今天回
you
去就看一看，翻一翻录 像。
what I want to
好，
say is
那
like
小明
Doin
这边
B,
有没有
you
什
can
么
go
话
watch Doin B streams.
其实
All of
没什
our
么狠话吧，主要昨天
negotiations
训
are
练的时
there.
候，他们赢了之后，林伟翔跟刘继松就疯狂给我发信息，说已经放完狠话等我了。然后我就说
After we won the series,
那跟我们
LWX
再
and
跟你
Chris
们讲
kept
吧
on DMing me
然
and
后
saying
看胜
that
负嘛
就6号看结果了，对不对？
They've already said all the trash talk in the DMs, and let's just wait for the finals on the 6th. I'm gonna ask something about the contents in that game. In the first 2 games, at blue buff, on blue side, you picked Jarvan. Why is that? So Jarvan's a very tanky champion, so it makes me less easy to int, and when I want to run away, he runs pretty fast.
还是要藏一点，就是大招的，对吧？好，那
And he refused to answer the second question. He wanted to keep some secrets.
下路在整体的对线压制力上，包括整体的一个状态都非常
I
好。
want to ask Ming, today in this series, you guys in the bot lane were very dominant. Do you think you're at your ideal state? I feel like RNG could still move it up a notch. I don't think we're doing particularly well. So I just hope in the future that we can continue to grow.
更精彩的比赛。好，那接下来最后一个问题
Last
是来自
question
哈皮水友的提问了。
From
然
the
后他
happy
说
fans.，
如果就是下决赛里给到你们一张观赛票，但是只有1张，你们会想邀请
In the
谁来到现
finals,
场看
if
你们
you
打比赛？
have
为什么？
1 ticket, who would you give it to? But you only get 1 ticket.
好，那我相信君泽应该也听到了。那卡萨你想给
I
谁呢？
wanted to give
你
it
不能给严
to
君泽了
Let
吧，他
Me.
已经说了。
I want to give Let Me that dumbass a ticket.
香锅，那为
I
什么
would like to
呢
give MLXG a ticket.
就想让他看看我自己也成长，就
I want to let MLXG see the growth that I've
把
done.
姿态也拉过来是吧？
I think you should give us
好
another
期待
ticket
多
because I
给一
want
张
to tie
3
here
张
as
好不
well.
好？好，那也是感谢2位接受到我的采访。那接下来就要进入到由战。
I just want to say there, I did a very literal translation. Those are not my own words. Just to make that absolutely clear.
Great trans. That was great. That
Somebody
was a
out
very,
there needs to watch their mouth.
I was surprised by that trash talk. I'm like, that is a bit raw.
That was beyond trash talk. That was some foul mouth. Thank you for the translation. It's always a very revealing interview between Casa and Ming. But looking forward towards Worlds, I take away from that. Looking forward towards, you know, going all the way and at least seeing FPX in the finals.
Yeah, watch your butt, Doomby. Watch it. He's coming. 2 3-man gank, apparently. That has been the go-to if we're just talking about how to keep contained.
Tactically, that is valid.
He understood that he needed to watch his buttocks,
Oh,
and now
watch.
he's understanding.
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yes, of course.
No, it was something else. That's
All
all right.
Okay, sorry.
But look, we're getting towards the end of the split. A great way to finish, I think, you know, after everything's all said and done. With RNG and FPX now in the finals, new expectations, 3-1 from each of the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, there's our final right there, coming up on the 6th.
But you gotta watch out, because BLG versus Top Esports as your 3rd, 4th place matchup that actually has huge ramifications for BLG as a team. If they do not hit 3rd place, then they're simply out of the gauntlet run.
Yeah. And JD Gaming is going to be watching that one as well, because if BLG win here, Top Esports are still guaranteed gauntlet, but JD Gaming would be out
Due to the summer points, of course.
Yeah, but then you have yourself a wonderful grand finals. RNG going up against FPX. That one should go the distance. There is no way it's not gonna be a 3-0. It's not simply gonna be a JD IG one. Both these teams have very similar styles, and we see it go the distance consistently.
5. I feel like all 5 sits on that
now
series.
You're just pushing your luck.
No, well, definitely won't be. After the way it's gone in the past, RNG and FPX, that's a great grand finals to look forward to. Of course, Gauntlet as well. We don't need to theory craft. If we look at the teams available for it, we've got some hot teams ready to go to Worlds.
Exactly. We already know, well, the 2 teams that are going to Worlds in RNG and FPX.
Yep.
And that last team, Invictus Gaming, and then, of course, Top Esports are going to be in the gauntlet. The only team now to be decided is between JD and BLG.
That's right.
BLG needs that 3rd place finish to be able to still continue on their, you know, Worlds run.
And I know you had the predictions that BLG were going to make it, but I hope that Top Esports show us a little bit more. I want to see they have more character after the laning phase, see Knight really step up to a series. And I think what they showed here actually is a good counter to the way BLG plays. You know, the soul lane strength and just getting kills, outrunning their opponent. So I have some good faith in TOP to make it a great 3rd place match as well.
You have faith. The teams lining up. The finals coming up on September 6th. Our 3rd, 4th place match before all that to find out the potential of running the gauntlet. A big thank you to Clement Chu, to Barento Raz Muhammad, and not to myself, but to the production team here at Dominion. It's been great. We'll be back with you for the 3rd and 4th place match. It is bye for now, but not forever.